Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have new Trump regrets to share with you today, new Trump voters entering the find out phase of their journey. So, first up, I have a clip from Fear News Network. They conducted a focus group, and I want you to hear what this registered independent had to say about why she doesn't plan to vote in the midterms. So, check this out.
Honestly, what has been holding me back is I feel like the change that I was expecting from the president himself, I don't feel in my everyday life, which is concerning to me. I still feel, obviously, that, prices are very, very, very high, if you're going to the grocery store or just in general, because inflation still exists. Unfortunately, now we have the higher gas prices, which really hurt, everyday people in their pocket. And I've voted my entire life, and the frustration right now is, it's just unbelievable because what really changes? I just feel like that we're kind of, kind of steering the ship in the same direction.
So she's obviously a right-leaning independent, based on her comment about how Donald Trump is failing. Like, she didn't say that in those words, but that's clearly her meaning there. And so I would venture a guess that she voted for him thinking there was going to be change. So anyway, I'm glad to see things like this being said on Fox, because it helps to set up that permission structure for other Fox viewers to come out and say, yeah, I'm unhappy too. I'm not digging what he's doing. Next up, I have a post from someone responding to Donald Trump. He was on Twitter proclaiming that this month is now Jewish American Heritage Month. So here's what this person told him. I can't believe I voted for this orange clown. And then a guy named Chris, who is a Nick Fuentes fan based on his profile, he responded to that Twitter user and he said this: I can't believe I did either. He fooled millions of good people who wanted what they were promised, to see our country be made great again. After years of status quo, someone who said the right things was welcome, but getting right thing done was an entirely different challenge. Okay. And then this next person, who also voted for Donald Trump 3 times and is now pissed off about his fealty to Netanyahu and Israel, they wrote this. And you can see, they said, 3-time Trump voter here. I had to modify this shirt I used to proudly wear. MAGA has morphed into MIGA. I'm out. So you can see the photo was, Donald Trump's arrest photo that said never surrender. He added a yarmulke to it and it reads, fuck you, goy. This is something I don't understand. Okay. I keep seeing Trump voters using that term. They'll call him like goy boy and stuff. I don't like, you keep using this word. I do not think it means what you think it means. Like, I know they think that they're using an anti-Semitic slur, but if you look it up, the definition is literally just a non-Jew. So technically, yeah, he is goy. That is 100% accurate. It's not an insult. Anyway, this next post comes from a California woman. She is pissed off about Trump's tariffs. So a different one for once. She wrote this: how convenient. We paid every dime of those tariffs, but the companies who charged us in increased prices will get the money back instead. The peasants, they can piss off. I cannot believe I voted for him. This destroyer deserves the 25th Amendment right now. So more and more of Donald Trump's supporters want him removed from office. That is a good sign. And for anybody who's saying, oh, it doesn't matter, polling doesn't matter, this doesn't matter, that it does matter, because when these people, when they start putting enough pressure on the Republicans, that is when the Republicans will help the Democrats to get him out of office. Just like when they focus on and harass and pressure the Republicans to do other things, they go along with it. So it is very, very important that this happen. So Trump should be really concerned, right? Like, remember what these people did on January 6th. Anyway, this next one is really good. So, conservative Emily Jasinski, she hosts a live call-in show on behalf of Megyn Kelly. Okay, Megyn Kelly's show ends, and then Emily comes in. She does this wrap-up show, and she has been getting an earful lately from disillusioned Trump voters. So, here's what a Florida woman told her. Florida, kind of an important state.
I'm a little disappointed in so much of Israel and the war, but I also do believe he has something up his sleeve. I believe with the July and the celebration coming up, I think he does need to focus more on America, but he needs to focus on the midterms, because if we lose, like Megyn says, every day, we are in trouble. And I'm telling you, if our constituents, even if people are not full Republicans and the Libertarians, they have to still vote on the right, because if they vote left, we are in serious trouble. And I think Trump and the Republicans need to focus on that, and they need to realize that, we are losing here, and that we need to get, by summertime, we need to get the midterms on our side. Because he's focusing on Israel and the war, and people are tired of the war. They don't want the war. They want him to focus on America's needs and wants and gas prices and housing and the economy. And he's not doing that. And also, he needs to quit tweeting and twatting and keep his mouth shut, because he drives me crazy, and I can't stand the stuff he writes. So, I don't know. I'm in that quagmire there.
Twatting. She wants him to stop twatting. Again, I do not think it means what you think it means, but I don't think Trump is capable of not twatting. He just is. Anyway, that Florida woman said she still supports Trump, which I don't really find credible. This is what I mean by the shy Trump regretters. I think a lot of his voters, they're too insecure, they're too prideful, and they don't want to admit that they fucked up. They don't want to give the libs the satisfaction, right? They don't want us to know that we were right for more than 10 years. Anyway, next up is news from The Economist. So they published a story about how Trump is losing the support of young men. So here's the article here if you want to look it up. They spoke with a 21-year-old man named Miguel Martinez, who voted for Trump in 2024, obviously a Hispanic man. And Martinez says that he works 2 jobs and he still can't afford to move out of his parents' house. And he said, quote, "Everything's expensive. You can't even go inside the grocery store right now and not spend $80. And then he also told The Economist that he won't be voting in the midterms either, because he's disillusioned with both parties, essentially. So all of these people banking on Trump's 2024 coalition to come and save the Republicans in the midterms, not happening. Those people are either uninformed or they're delusional. Next up, I have a post from Twitter that it should change. This Twitter user, I should say, they should change their name to Captain Obvious, because they wrote this. Trump is so out of touch with the American people. I can't believe I fell for his BS and voted for him 3 times. What? A spoiled brat born with a platinum spoon shoved up his ass, who's never had to work an actual job in his life or go without? A pampered little prince. He's out of touch. Anyway, I will leave you with this next charming fellow. So back in 2024, there was a man named Gage. He's still here. Gage is still here in 2026. But back in 24, he replied to posts that were written by Democrats. One of them said, please vote blue. Very nicely said, please vote blue. Here's what Gage replied. I'm not a dumbass, so no. Really? Really? Are you not a dumbass, Gage? I beg to differ. And then he told another person that Trump is, quote unquote, what we need. So that's how it started for Gage. Here's how it's going. He tagged Donald Trump and he said, I voted for you all 3 times. I didn't regret my choices the first and second time, but now all you're doing is sucking Jew dick. How about you worry about the American citizens? Yeah, he seems nice, doesn't he? What was that he said about not being a dumbass? Yeah, I think your vote tells on you, Gage. Like I said, I beg to differ. You voted for this, Gage, and you told other people off. You told them, you called them names, and then look at you there. Look at you here. Look what's happened to you, Gage. All right. Anyway, guys, that's it for today, or this segment at least. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have a fun one for you today. So I'm sure you guys are all familiar with Kevin O'Leary. He is the billionaire douchebag. He was one of the hosts on the show Shark Tank, may still be. I don't know. I don't watch the show. But anyway, he is a Trump pumper. He is one of Donald Trump's minions. He is, just one of his little sycophants who just can never, ever admit that Donald Trump has done anything wrong whatsoever. And he has invested in a data center in Utah, an AI data center. Okay, so residents are just absolutely pissed off about this. Here's one of the articles about it. This was in The Guardian. And people are pissed because they weren't consulted about this whatsoever. And this is not a partisan thing. It's not like, oh, MAGA's happy about it because he's on Donald Trump's side. No. Republicans and Democrats are pissed off about this because data centers have become the bane of everyone's existence. Not only are they driving up electricity costs, they're, wasting a ton of water, driving up water costs. They are destroying the water in the area from the runoff, from, their sludge that they put out. The toxins, God knows what it's doing to our air. And so the residents are, and the noise, which I'm going to share with you guys. I actually pulled a video that I'm going to show you how loud these things are. So O'Leary goes on Tucker Carlson's show. He's trying to make the case for this data center and, oh, I don't know why people are so upset and blah, blah, blah. Well, Tucker Carlson, who I'm not a fan of, but I have to give him credit for this, he just ripped him. He ripped O'Leary, mocked him to his face. O'Leary's like, well, the people wanted this. The people in this area, that's what's so funny. It's clearly outside influence because the people of this town really want it. And Tucker Carlson mentions, he's like, what do you mean? He's like, who was there, like a referendum that went to the voters? What are you talking about? And O'Leary's like, well, the 3 city council members approved it. It was a unanimous vote. And Tucker Carlson's like, oh, okay, so 3 people approved it. 3 people in the whole town. And O'Leary goes, oh, well, they represent the people. It's like, and Tucker Carlson made the joke, but it was serious, that how hard would it be for a billionaire like Kevin O'Leary or some other person, some other oligarch, to manipulate a 3-member city council board, right? Like, it's not hard to pay them off, twist their arms, do whatever to get them to unanimously approve it. That doesn't mean the people want it. Clearly, the people don't want it, or they wouldn't be out protesting against it. Right? So this is just like typical selfish oligarchic behavior. This guy is not even an American. That's the funniest thing, and not funny in a ha-ha way, but he's Canadian. Where is ICE when you need him? Am I right? So anyway, O'Leary goes on Fox News, he goes on Fear News Network, and he tries to make his case to the dumb as a box of rocks Maria Bartiromo. Okay, and she's laughing. He's so funny. And he tries to use the tried and true MAGA fear-mongering tactic. He tries to pretend that, oh, the opposition is fake, it's astroturfed, it's paid for operatives, right? They're not real live Americans who hate your ass, who don't want what you're selling. So O'Leary made the mistake in this interview with Bartiromo of calling out two specific groups and one woman in particular. And he accused them of being paid by the Chinese. Well, that woman and one of her fellow activists clapped back and they trolled O'Leary pretty hard. So take a look. This is just a portion of what they said about him and to him.
Hi, hello, it's me, Gabby Finlayson. What am I doing? Apparently, we've reached the part of the Stratos data center journey where Kevin O'Leary goes on national Fox News to accuse us of being cells for the Chinese Communist Party.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, who would want us to stop building our electrical grid? Which adversary would want that? There's only one. It's China. So what I think is happening, and I got my guys to go a deep dig into the IP addresses, and here's what we found out. This is fascinating. We found two cells inside of Utah. Elevate Strategies. Gabby Finlayson. Gabby, what are you doing? And who's paying you? So what I'm doing right now is, after getting this data, I'm calling out Gabby, operating in Utah.
So, hi Kevin, we are Elevate Strategies. This is Utah. You might not know it because you're from Canada. This is where we live. Before we get into anything too serious, this is the very scary, very intimidating man that is threatening us. We are not taking the criticism of anyone who is wearing flip-flops and a suit on national television. You know, it's not every day you get called out by first and last name on Fox News by a Canadian billionaire trying to ruin my state, but here we are. Kevin, are you okay? And after sitting with this for a moment, we decided to take it as a compliment because, first of all, how are these men scared of us? Have you met us? Hi. What are we talking about?
I want a forensic audit of who's funding their platforms. Who is it? So these are proxies for the Chinese government's my argument. And if they're not, because I want them to be able to defend their name to Gabby, come out wherever you are.
Okay, Kevin, go ahead. Mr. Wonderful's Nancy Drew little detective agency. Have at it, brother, because if we were Chinese operatives, we would be the worst operatives in the entire world. Someone alert Beijing that the payment portal to Jackie and I's Amex bills is somehow broken. As a reminder, we run Democratic campaigns in the state of Utah. If we were in this to be making money, we would be doing literally anything else. And you should know that because your job is to give small business owners advice. Now, you'd think that Kevin would understand the hellscape that is late-stage capitalism and consumerism that has led to you becoming a terrible, horrible billionaire who's trying to ruin our state. I think it's important that we get to this. So on the frame just behind Kevin O'Leary while he's doing this Fox News hit is a life-size cardboard cutout of himself. And by life-size, we mean extremely short. Maybe that's how tall he really is. We don't know. As the old saying goes, behind every terrible man is a cardboard cutout of that same man. We are worried about the Great Salt Lake. We are worried about our carbon emissions. We are worried about our electrical grid. We are worried about the temperatures rising in our state. We care about the economic, environmental future of our state. So if you would like to support the work that we are doing that apparently has these billionaires shaking in their boots, you can buy our hat, which now says Utah Nature Security. And those donations of just $30 will go to support the work that we're doing. You can pre-order these hats, which will go to us and Alliance for a Better Utah, the two organizations called out by Kevin O'Leary. So please support us because we might need lawyers. The link's in our bio. Come out, Kevin. For the record, and I never thought I would have to say this in my entire adult life, we are not Chinese foreign operatives. Never have been. Being paid by the Chinese government. So, bye Kevin. Bye Kevin. Put your dogs away and keep my name out of your fucking mouth.
I mean, seriously, could he have a bigger ego or be a bigger douchebag? Who has a cutout of themselves? Right? And why? Why do you have a full cutout of you next to you? What is that all about? And he wasn't just wearing flip-flops. He was wearing pink flip-flops. I don't know if you guys could make that out. So just an idiot. obviously, just trying to deflect, trying to trick the whole Fear News Network audience, which is very easy to do, as we all know. But anyway, I want you guys to hear what it sounds like to live near a data center, because this is becoming a huge, huge issue. There's a lot of people in this country who aren't necessarily against the data centers, which they should be if they understood what a danger AI is to our country and the world. But there's a lot of people that have been interviewed by the news outlets that say, I'm not against them, but this is just, I can't live like this. I can't live with this sound. I mean, not only is this going to harm people's health, but it's going to also drive down property values. So take a listen to this. That is absolutely obscene. Like, it's obnoxious. I could not live like that. I could not live next to that. I could hardly listen to that as I was recording it for you guys. It just grates on my nerves. Imagine living with that, not being able to get away from that. Like, imagine if you worked from home and you have that noise outside of your house. So these people are already the wealthiest people in the world, and they are already destroying our country by buying our elected officials and having them do their bidding, and having Donald Trump as their little puppet who, outlawed any laws, any rules over AI. And yet now they're doing this to American citizens, destroying our water, destroying our air, destroying our property values, destroying our way of life, taking away jobs. I mean, it's just, there is nothing good. I'm sorry. If they want to keep it as like, hey, you can make little videos and, but they have to have a watermark, I'm all for it. But as far as taking over people's jobs, destroying our country, and then, increasing all of our costs, no. These people need to, I won't say what needs to happen to them because I don't want to get arrested. But I have thoughts. Anyway, all right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. I have more infuriating news for you guys today. So Donald Trump, as you may have heard, he had filed numerous lawsuits against his own government. He filed a $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS because someone in the IRS had leaked his tax returns to the press. This was like back in 2019, I think, when he was first in office. He then also filed a $230 million lawsuit over the classified documents case, also because of the Mar-a-Lago search at his house. In particular, not just the case, but because of the search, and also because of the Russian collusion investigation from his first term. So there were all these rumors swirling of a settlement, and it had been reported by several news outlets that, it sounds like the IRS is going to settle with him when he is in charge of the IRS. I mean, it is the biggest conflict of interest. He admitted it in an interview. Somebody was asking him about it, and he's like, yeah, it's basically like I'm suing myself. Okay, so an outline of this potential agreement was just released by ABC yesterday, and you will believe it, but it's just infuriating. So they said, per the terms of this agreement, Trump would use our tax dollars to pay out $1.7 billion, $1.7 billion of our tax dollars to pay potentially his terrorists who vandalized the U.S. Capitol and assaulted almost 150 police officers on January 6th. I wish I was joking. Here is what the article said. It says, President Donald Trump is expected to drop his $10 billion lawsuit against the Internal Revenue Service in exchange for the creation of a $1.7 billion fund to compensate allies who claim they were wrongfully targeted by the Biden administration, sources familiar with the matter told ABC News. The commission overseeing the compensation fund would have the total authority to hand out approximately $1.7 billion in taxpayer funds to settle claims brought by anyone who alleges they were harmed by the Biden administration's weaponization of the legal system, including the nearly 1,600 individuals charged in connection with the January 6th Capitol attack, as well as potentially entities associated with President Trump himself. So not only Donald Trump's Capitol terrorists, but also lawmakers who were investigated, people like Lauren Boebert, people like Scott Perry, anyone who thinks that they were wrongly investigated, like Mark Meadows, Rudy Giuliani, all of the people who allegedly helped him or have been proven to have helped him try to overturn the legitimate 2020 election. And let's keep in mind who these January 6ers are. We're talking about people like John Benuelos, the guy who shot off a gun at the Capitol, who 6 months later stabbed a man to death in a park, who is, to my knowledge, still in jail right now for violently assaulting a woman, like kidnapping her essentially, holding her against her will, and violently assaulting her. We're talking about Peter Schwartz, a guy who has a rap sheet that's as long as my arm, if not longer. Before January 6th, he had something like 19 previous convictions and even more arrests. Like not 19 arrests, 19 convictions. You know, Josiah Kenyon, a guy who you might recall, he was dressed up like Jack Skellington on January 6th. He was seen on video beating the hell out of police with all kinds of objects. He had like a table leg that had a nail sticking out of the end of it, and he was hitting the police officers with it. Luckily, they had their shields, but throwing all kinds of things at them. You have Daniel Rodriguez and a bunch of other guys who attacked Officer Michael Fanone, caused him to have a heart attack, caused him a brain injury, a traumatic brain injury, literally almost killed him. Numerous child predators, which I've shared with you guys. Some of them were child predators before January 6th. Some of them committed more child crimes after January 6th. Like, all of this is so unbelievably egregious and unprecedented. The court had, just to give you the backstory, the court had appointed attorneys to argue this case, okay? Because obviously you have, the Donald Trump regime is the one filing this, and there's really nobody on the other side to argue against it. So the court appointed attorneys who have now filed a demand just this morning to toss this case entirely. So here's an article that talked about this. And this article said, quote, a federal court's own appointed attorneys filed a blistering brief Wednesday, or excuse me, I guess it was 2 days ago, arguing that Donald Trump's $10 billion lawsuit against the IRS may be flatly unconstitutional because, as Trump himself put it, he's essentially suing himself. I mean, Really? I'm going to sue you. No, you're not, Gina. Yes, I am, Gina. Okay, I'll pay you. Oh, thanks, Gina. Send it to my bank. I mean, that's what it's like, guys. It's like, it's a freaking joke. So in the brief that they filed apparently on Wednesday, I thought it was today, but I guess it's just being reported today. Here's what they wrote. They said, this case is unprecedented. A sitting president seeks monetary damages for alleged harm to his personal interests from an executive agency that he controls. We're in crazy town. This is insanity. This is absolute freaking insanity that we are dealing with in our country right now. Like I said, we are not sliding into fascism, as people like to say. We're there. We're in fascism land. This is what it's like. We've looked at other countries over the years, over the decades and centuries or decades, I guess, and said, oh gosh, I wonder what it's like to live under a fascist regime where there's no laws and nothing matters, and the rich just get away with everything, and there's oligarchs and the government's totally bought and paid for, and there's no real rules, and the only people who get in trouble are, the average Americans and the working people. Here we are. Here we are. Anyway, I will keep an eye on this, but here's what I do know. This to me seems like a bribe. This to me seems like Donald Trump is trying to pay off the worst of the worst. And this to me, as I have mentioned in previous videos, seems like the Demolition Man theory of the case. This is like his Demolition Man maneuver. And for anybody who hasn't seen that movie, it's very old, so I'm sure it's not going to be a spoiler alert for anybody. But basically, there's a bad guy. He's in charge of the country, and he decides that he's going to weaponize all of the felons by not teaching them how to be better people, but teaching them how to be worse, how to be more violent, how to actually be like experts in murdering people. And that way, when he needs them, when he needs to call upon them for his own ends, because he is corrupt, he can release them and they will be his personal violent army. That is what I believe Donald Trump is doing here. I think Donald Trump sees he is wildly unpopular. His party is very likely to lose in the midterms, and he is going to be in trouble. And even a lot of his own party is likely to turn against him because a lot of his own voters are now turning against him. And I think he wants his own little puppet army, his own little violent puppet army, who is indebted to him, who he's, handing out money to and giving pardons and commuting sentences for. And he will call upon them to act as the hammer for him, just in case the military doesn't. Or maybe in addition to the military. Because he knows there's a lot of guns. We are a country of guns. And believe it or not, MAGA, a lot of us on the left have a lot of guns. So anyway, guys, the one saving grace, if it's that, is that a lot of his voters were not on board with his pardons. So imagine how they are going to feel now. And this is based on polling. It was wildly unpopular when he pardoned the January 6ers. So imagine how they're going to react now, knowing that he started a war, which he said he would not do. He is destroying the economy, which he said he would do the opposite. He is making everyone's lives miserable and more expensive. And now he's going to take more of our tax dollars and hand it over to the people that he pardoned, who committed crimes and who beat up police officers, which he claims to care about. Yeah. So, I mean, I guess if it makes him even more unpopular, that's this kind of sort of the silver lining. But like, imagine these people with millions of dollars, what they're going to do that they didn't deserve. They committed crimes. They violently attacked police officers, destroyed our Capitol, literally smeared feces on the wall, and pissed all over, literally pissed in our Capitol, terrorized everyone in that building, and they're probably going to receive millions of dollars. All right, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, please share so everyone knows about this absolutely heinous action that he's about to take. Please subscribe if you have not. Donate if you possibly can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have news today, and I'm just going to warn you guys up front. There's going to be a lot of cussing. There's going to be a lot of cursing in this segment because I am fucking livid right now. I will tell you why, but just let me say up front, this is why Democrats lose. This is exactly why the Democratic Party has the pathetic, abysmal approval rating that they have. This is why we will continue to lose to authoritarian fascists like Donald Trump in the future. Okay, here's what just broke as I was getting ready to record. I actually had to shelve another story I was going to share with you today to bring you this. The freaking weak ass governor in Colorado, Jared Polis, has commuted the sentence of Tina Peters. For anyone who doesn't know or who has forgotten, this bitch stole voting equipment. She is an election denier. She constructed this elaborate scheme, gave the credentials and a pass, a key card, to a person who was not allowed to access the voting equipment in Colorado, let him go in. She had co-conspirators who helped her with this, but this was all her conniving, all of her masterminding. And she let this person go in and copy all of the voting data, collect all of the information on every voter in the state of Colorado, and let that person make a copy of the hard drive and took off with it. And she was sentenced to over 9 years in prison, or I think it was 9 years exactly. It was 8.5 in a federal prison and then 6 months in a state prison because she, committed crimes in the state, but it was a national election. It was a federal election, but she was prosecuted for state crimes. So Donald Trump could not pardon her. This has been an ongoing battle. MAGA has been melting down about this. They still claim that this woman has information that would prove that she has proven that the election was stolen. If that was the case, don't you think Donald Trump would be screaming it from the rooftops? Don't you think that he would be holding it up, waving it around in the White House, in a press conference from the Oval Office? He has never said a word about it because she didn't prove shit. There is no evidence because the election was not stolen. He is a fucking loser and he lost the election. Okay? Let's just get that clear, MAGA. You're idiots. You are easily duped. That's why you voted for him. That's why you voted for a con man who is literally destroying the country right now and destroying your financial future and your children's future, and you still go along with it because you're easily fooled. You're like tricking a toddler. So this woman proved nothing, and she violated the law. And if someone on the left did that, MAGA would be calling for their head on a stick. So Jared Polis has been under pressure to pardon her or commute her sentence because he's the only one who could do that because it is a state crime and he is the state governor. And now he has done so because she feigned an apology, because she feigned remorse. She wrote a letter and said, "Oh, I feel so bad." This woman went to court, went before a judge and basically said, "I did nothing wrong. I still think the election was stolen." I am freaking livid. And I have more evidence to show you guys. This is something that I've been gathering some documents and some intel on this to show you why we need an overhaul, why we need a progressive overhaul of the Democratic Party, because the wimps that we have in charge right now are not going to cut it. We are going to end up on the losing end every goddamn time because we have wimps running our party. The only people they will stand up to, the only people that they're hard on are progressives. What a shock, right? We have corporate Democrats and a bunch of wimps. So here's the other thing I wanted to show you guys. This was an article that was published in Bloomberg. MAGA's Project 2025 deserves a centrist Project 2029 response. So in other words, they go far right. They go as far to the right as you possibly can without falling off the face of the flat earth that they believe in. And yet we go, "Oh, let's moderate. Let's come to the middle. Let's try to be consensus makers. Let's not be too extreme." So we just keep getting pulled further and further and further to the right. This guy is a freaking idiot. Adrian Woodbridge, it says, global business columnist for Bloomberg Opinion. Should say jackass idiot who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about, who wants to do nothing but capitulate to the right as they destroy our country. Because that's what it comes down to. Okay? And I have more evidence. So take a look at this. This was, I honestly can't remember where I got this from because I got it a while ago, but this is a poll that was done. And basically what they did is they asked all of the Democrats, all of the Democratic respondents, do you think that and I'll read it to you, Democrats need to focus on moderating their policies and ideology in order to appeal to a wider range of voters? Okay. The 47.3% said yes. A large plurality said yes to that. 45.4%, slightly less, said Democrats need to focus on energizing and turning out their voter base by running on progressive policies. Okay, so almost evenly split, but the majority wants to moderate. Infuriating. When has that ever worked? We have done this. We have done this for decades. Where has it gotten us? It has gotten us 2 terms of Donald Trump. If it worked, Donald Trump would have lost to Hillary Clinton, the moderate. Donald Trump would have lost to Kamala Harris, the moderate. They may believe in, LGBTQ rights and all of the culture issue bullshit that the right tries to throw at us. They may be on the left on those types of things. But when it comes to progressive economic policies that actually help average and working class Americans, they are not progressive. They don't want a universal health care. They don't believe in, a single payer. They don't believe in universal child care for everyone, higher minimum wage, all of the financial things that progressives believe in. Okay, so this has never worked. And yet a plurality, almost a majority, almost 50% of Democrats, as you see here, say, yeah, we should moderate. Let's try that again. Let's try the thing that has never worked. Now let me show you how the Republican respondents replied to this. Totally the opposite, and this is why we keep losing. Okay? The Republicans had a completely different take. 50.4% of Republican respondents said that the Republican Party needs to focus on their own base. They need to focus on energizing and turning out the base. Only 29.8% said, yeah, we need to moderate. That is the difference between the two parties. That, in a nutshell, that's the difference. Republicans want to turn out their base, and they do. This is why they have a high approval rating. This is why you have people who are so fanatical that they're willing to kill and die for Donald Trump, because their party is doing what they want them to do. Now, I'm not saying killing and dying for your party is where we should be, and we want fanatics, but you do want a loyal base. You do want people excited. You don't want people looking over their shoulder at the other party and going, you know what? They keep winning. Maybe I should go over there. Right? I mean, it's like being in a relationship. If you don't meet the other person's needs over and over and over again, how long do you think they're going to stick around? Or do you think they're going to be checking out another girl or another guy? Okay, it's that simple. And here you have it, a striking difference where a clear majority of Republicans say, nope, we just need to stick to our guns, do what we've been doing, and turn out our base. And a tiny fraction, less than a third of their party looks at what has gone on over the past 16 months and goes, yeah, no, we should not moderate, or we should moderate. We need to like kind of moderate to bring in new people. So we're not playing the same game here. Understand, okay? We're playing, hopscotch, and they're over playing like, I don't know, War and Peace. they're over playing, I don't know, Life or something. We're not playing the same game. And until Democrats start playing the same game, because I guarantee you, if it had been a Democrat in prison for committing a crime, a serious crime, and you had a Republican governor in charge of that state, there is no way in hell that Republican governor would be commuting the sentence of that Democrat right now. They would let that person rot in there for their entire prison term. Wake the frick up, Democratic leaders. Because you're not leading. Leaders lead. Leaders go, I'm going to do what's necessary, and I will bring people along with me. Even if they don't agree, I will make the case, and I will do what's necessary, and I will show them why it's necessary. Just like what Mamdani is doing in New York. He has won over so many people. He has one of the highest approval ratings in the country among the Democratic Party, because he is doing what he promised. Whether people agreed with it or not, he's making it happen. He is not harming working people. He is holding billionaires, he's holding the oligarchy's feet to the fire for the first time and making them pay their fair share to help the working class. And guess what? People freaking love it. They love him. They love what he's doing. And if he could win If he could run for president, he would win. It's that clear. Unfortunately, he wasn't born here, so he can't. But he has something like a 60% approval rating. So Democrats, I mean, you're losing people. After Chuck Schumer wrote his strongly worded letter last year, I switched to be an independent. Now, will I ever vote for a Republican? Not if there was a gun to my head. Not in a million freaking years will I ever cast a ballot for a Republican. But I will think very long and hard about whether or not I show up at the polls if they put up another one of these moderate, squishy, vanilla, corporate-owned piece of shit candidates. If they try to shove a Josh Shapiro down my throat, who literally went and served in the IDF, but yet didn't serve in our U.S. military, no. I'll be laying on the couch that day. I'll be taking a vacation day. Too busy working. Sorry. This party better find their fucking balls and their ovaries. All right, guys. Wish I had better news. Sorry for all the cursing. Hope there weren't kids in the room. I did warn you. Told you I was pissed. All right. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please please share this so other people know what's going on and what an absolutely atrocious thing this wimp of a governor just did. If you can donate, truly appreciate it. Please subscribe to the channel. It really, really helps. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. So I have something to share with you guys that is really pissing me off. Not as much as some other things today, but it's irritating me. So there needs to be some sort of law or rule put in place so that this doesn't happen anymore, because 2 members of the U.S. House haven't shown up for work in months. 2 U.S. sitting Congress members. And no one knows why. That's the thing. Well, one of them, we just found out maybe sort of why, but it doesn't even add up. I'll explain that. So I mentioned one of these people a couple weeks back. Now I think it was, well, now there's another one. So the one I mentioned before is Tom Keene. He is a Republican. And you guys might remember this if you've been following the show for a while. He's a North Carolina lawmaker. He's up for re-election this year. He has not been in Washington, D.C. for over 2 months. And no one was able to reach him. Like other lawmakers from his state couldn't get a hold of him. The House Speaker couldn't get a hold of him. His office staff wouldn't answer any questions. They wouldn't tell anybody what was going on with him. And then news outlets started picking up the story. And so Keene's office issued a statement and they're like, oh, yeah, he's dealing with a health issue. They refuse to say what it is. And they refuse to say when he actually is going to return. So this guy hasn't cast a vote for his constituents since March 5th. And yet all that they'll say is, well, the doctor says, they've assured him he's going to be good as new. He's going to be back at work soon. So the Washington Post just published this article. And in this article, they said that Keene was scheduled to speak at a Chamber of Commerce meeting May 28th. So like 2 weeks from now. Well, his office just canceled that speaking engagement because of this mysterious health issue. So soon, they're saying, oh, he'll be back soon. Sounds pretty ambitious, right? Like if he's not even going to be here, hasn't been in DC since March 5th. No one has even seen this man since March 5th. And yet he's not even going to be back by May 28th. For all we know, this guy is 6 feet under. House leadership, like I said, they don't know what's going on. Mike Johnson hasn't spoken to him, doesn't know what's going on, hasn't seen him since March. So Republicans now are really stressed out about this because Keene's district, which is the 7th district in New Jersey, it's going to be a tough one. It's going to be tough for them to hold on to his seat because Trump won that district by only 1 point. So, Keene is obviously like he's missing in action. He's obviously not out campaigning right now. And the midterms are like 6 months away. He doesn't have a primary challenger, but he's not out campaigning against the Democrats. And the Democrats now are bringing this up on the campaign trail. So this one could work out to the Democrats' advantage. This next one, not so much. So this one was just reported. This is Democratic Congresswoman Frederica Wilson, who you see in this photo. She also has been a no-show in DC for almost a month. She has not cast a vote since April 17th. So she is 83 years old. So there's a lot of talk about, is she like too ill to even show her face? Like maybe she's unable to discharge her duties from here on out. Is she planning to retire? No, the gerontocracy is alive and well. Wilson's office just confirmed that, oh yeah, she's definitely running for re-election. So there was an article about this, and Axios, this is their article, they reported that Wilson is recovering from quote unquote major eye surgery. I'm sorry, but these people get an extraordinary amount of time off. Why the hell do they need to take time off for medical procedures during the weeks and months that they actually work? That they're actually supposed to be in DC casting votes for the people who elected them. And someone was quoted in the article as saying, oh yeah, well, she does whatever she wants. That's Frederica. She does, she wants to show up, she shows up. If she wants to do this, she does it. Are you serious? And I don't know if she's even being honest or if her staff is being honest about this so-called eye surgery. Because according to Axios, she held a fundraiser on Monday. So she is healthy enough to host a fundraiser, but she can't show up to work. So as I've said before, these are our employees. We hire these people. We pay them to work for us. They're paid almost $200,000 a year if you consider their benefits, which are like the top health insurance in the country, like the best health insurance that you can possibly get. Benefits that we don't get, that we can't afford, that are included along with that almost $200,000 salary. Plus they get money for food. Plus they get money for all kinds of other things. And yet they can just vanish. They can just take off for weeks or months at a time without explanation. This is total and complete bullshit. And I don't care what side of the aisle you're on. This is just absolutely wrong. It is absolutely unacceptable. And this is like stealing in my eyes. You are taking a paycheck from us as the American taxpayers and not doing what we're paying you to do. If this was any other job, they would be fired. And yet we can't fire them. We have to let them, go for 2 years or 6 years, whether they're in the House or the Senate. That is insane. We should be able to fire these people if they don't show up for work, just as we would with anyone else, right? You hire a contractor to come do work at your house. They don't show up. Too bad. I'm going to go with someone else. And this is not the first time. This isn't like, oh, this is an anomaly. This hasn't happened before. No, I don't know if you guys remember this. I covered this story like, I want to say it was about a year or two ago. There was a Texas representative who literally lost her mind and hadn't shown up for work for months. And she was still living off of our tax dollars and holding her seat in the House. I couldn't remember her name, so I had to look it up. So here's an article about it. You can see part of her face here. So this is Republican Kay Granger. She had dementia. She was living in an assisted living facility, and she was still collecting a paycheck from all of us and holding her seat. This shit needs to stop. We need rules. We need term limits. This is just, no. I cannot believe we're putting up with this. Cannot believe it. And the rest of them go along with it. You know, Speaker of the House goes along with it because he gets to do the same thing. I mean, he's a little more high profile. So if he disappeared, people would actually notice, I think. I mean, I don't know. Mike Johnson's pretty forgettable, but unbelievable. You or I would be fired. If we didn't show up for work for one day, we would be fired from a job. All right, guys. There you have it. I'll let you know if I hear any more. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have more Trump regrets to share with you, more Trump voters entering the find out phase. So first up, I have a video to share with you. This is another one from the Megyn Kelly wrap-up show. So this is a show that's hosted by a conservative named Emily Jasinski. It's not Megyn Kelly, so this is after her show is done. So take a listen to what this Trump voter told Emily.
You address Trump in a way that he doesn't like to be addressed. Now, he's our president. I didn't believe in the slang things and the foul language people were saying about Biden. I don't believe it's right to say that about Trump, but we have to call a spade here. You can't sue the media, and you can't try to get people fired just because they don't do exactly what you want. And I think the bigger picture here is it's an erosion of our rights. Putting his name on the Kennedy Center, putting his name on airports, wants to build arches and $400 million ballrooms when I go to the grocery store, and you can't buy a pound of ground beef for less than $6 a pound. You know, you go to fill your tanks, but we're going to spend $400 on a ballroom for $400 million and $200 million on Trump Arch. And it costs money to put Trump's name on the Kennedy Center. It's just starting to remind me of the pictures that we saw when our military would go into dictatorships like Iraq. As much as I feel that Biden should have been investigated with his son receiving $50,000 a year from Burisma, I also think that it should be looked into that both of the Trump boys are getting multiple $100 million contracts for drone companies, and they've never owned a drone, never built a drone. It's this never-ending hypocrisy. It's a 180 on everything that he ran for. And seeing Kash Patel on another podcaster's name I won't name, and I heard Kash Patel, you know what? He's using that plane for personal uses. Why don't we ground that plane? And here we go. Okay, taxpayers just paid for you to go to the Olympics. It's things like that. Everything that he said he was going to do.
Oops, sorry. Cut that off a little early, but that was Daniel from Minnesota. And believe it or not, that was only a fraction of what he said about Trump. He went off. He went off for like 10, 12 minutes before Emily had to move on to another caller. And I'll have more of those for you guys in upcoming FAFO videos. But next up, I have a post from someone who considers themselves to be a patriot. And they replied to another Twitter user who said that it took less than a year for Donald Trump to take over and destroy the U.S. And this person told them, I voted for Trump 3 times and am ashamed of what I helped him do to this world. Biden was terrible, but Trump's worse. So, yeah, I mean, imagine voting for Donald Trump after January 6th and after he was found liable of sexually assaulting a woman, and only now you're ashamed of your vote. I don't get it. I don't understand some people. But anyway, I also have a story to share about a Republican lawmaker who ran headfirst into the find out phase of her journey. So the Washington Post published an article, and this was about an Idaho state lawmaker named Glenetta, I believe it's pronounced Zuderveld. So she backed Donald Trump's heinous deportation policies. She wanted to basically mimic what Trump was doing on the national stage. She wanted to do that in her state. Well, it cost her family almost all of their income. So take a look at the article. So Zuderveld's husband, his name is Tom. He is not only her campaign manager, but he also has a job as a salesman. He was selling synthetic oil to dairy farms in their rural area. Well, the farmers were furious about Glenetta's push for all this deportation of the immigrants who were working for them, right? So the Washington Post wrote this. They said, the call came as Tom Zuderveld was driving last month, just minutes from his home on 5 verdant acres of southern Idaho's agricultural heartland. It was his district manager relaying that 3 of the dairies he sold synthetic oil to had refused to continue working with him. Zuderveld felt blindsided. He had known the dairy owners for years, and the accounts represented 80% of his income. But it wasn't about his performance, the manager explained on the phone and in the later email. It was about the politics of Zuderveld's wife. And then a 4th farmer ditched Tom Zuderveld more recently and told the Post, quote, "We live in a free country and we can actually do business with whoever we want to. What his wife is doing in the state legislature are things that I don't agree with, and he stands behind her." And then the Washington Post ended the article by saying that by the time they published the story, Tom had lost a 5th account. And they said this, Glenetta told them, when it comes election time, I think the joke is I probably win the election, but we lost our home. And they said they're just living off of their savings right now. I mean, talk about fuck around and find out, right? These people hate immigrants. So, you know, they're putting it all on the line. Literally, they're losing everything. They hate them so much, they're willing to lose everything that they've worked for. Anyway, next up, I have another video to share with you guys. This is from MS Now. So they obtained some of the feedback from Sarah Longwell's focus groups that she hadn't shared on her podcast. Take a listen to what this Trump 2024 voter had to say in the focus group.
You know, like initially, and then it's literally, it's like you woke up Monday morning and it's like, oh, we're bombing Iran now. You know, freaking gas is, you know, pushing $5 a gallon.
Yeah, pushing $5 a gallon. Wait until he sees what it's going to be. Wait until it goes up to $7, $8 a gallon in the coming months. I don't think a lot of Trump voters understand. Even if the war ended today, we still have months and months of higher prices in store because there is a backlog. This has created a massive shortage. There was just an article about this talking about how even if the war ended right now, the shortages would push into next year. So, I mean, the Iranians, they're not going to give up their newfound power in the Strait of Hormuz. So, I mean, we're in a lot of trouble. But anyway, next up, I have a post to share from a man named Jim. So Jim replied to a post and a video of New Jersey residents. They were going off on the city council for approving an AI data center in their area. And here's what Jim wrote. He said, "You and I voted for this with Trump. I'm ashamed I did and willing to admit I got fooled. Never again. Trump's executive order 121125 prevents states from interfering with AI data centers. Let that sink in. Did you vote for King Trump?" So at least Jim knows what's going on in our country. You know, it's too bad he didn't use that knowledge to vote for someone else who isn't a sociopathic liar and cheater and thief. But anyway, glad he finally woke up. Last but not least for this FAFO video, I have a post to show you guys. This is from a man named John. So he tagged Trump, and here's what he told him. He said, "Will you stop screwing around with NATO and leave them alone? For the love of God, you wonder why they don't want to help us. It's the way you treat them. I wouldn't want to help you if you treated me that way. Stop being a douche. I wish I'd never voted for you." Oh, John, I don't think you realize. I don't think Donald Trump is capable of stopping of not acting like a douche. I mean, you are what you are. He is what he is. In the words of Popeye, I am what I am. So anyway, all right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey everyone, welcome to the show. I have an update for you guys about another one of Donald Trump's pardoned January 6 criminals who has been arrested again for new crimes. So this is just becoming a theme. So this guy you see here is 36-year-old Texas resident and Marine veteran Ryan Nichols. He's, as you see here, standing in front of a broken Capitol window on January 6th that Donald Trump's terrorist broke and, entered the Capitol, terrorized everyone inside. You may also remember this man. He posted a live stream online. He was walking down the street. He was headed toward the Capitol, and he was threatening in this video to go into the Capitol building and pull lawmakers out. If I'm not mistaken, he even said we might pull them out by their hair and drag them through the streets. He kept saying things like, "We're going to drag motherfuckers through the streets." Okay. So this is a violent man. And he was also seen on video on the Capitol grounds. He was carrying a crowbar. He apparently pepper sprayed police officers. It was later revealed that he took a gun with him to DC. He and his friend who went with him, they each took a gun. Well, in May of 2024, Nichols had pleaded guilty to several felonies, including assaulting officers. He was sentenced subsequently to 63 months in prison. Now, of course, he spent very little time behind bars because of Donald Trump's pardon. And in early April of last year, Nichols announced, "I'm going to run for office." He thought this would be a great idea. So here he is here with his then wife. Because, this is who we need in Congress. We need one more gullible, violent election denier who can't tell fact from fairy tale. So Nichols dropped out 2 days later, launches his campaign, drops out 2 days later. At the end of the month, at the end of April, he announced, "Oh, I'm back in the race. I'm jumping back in." Well, then in August, just 4 months later, he posts a video online announcing, "I'm dropping out again, and this time it's for good." And according to Nichols, the reason he was dropping out was because he was getting a divorce, he was losing his business, and he was struggling with mental health issues. So Nichols said, quote, "I lost everything. I don't have a dime to my name." And then he blamed his campaign manager in part. He also blamed AIPAC. But, here's how you can tell the difference between a leftist and someone in the MAGA right. A leftist will blame AIPAC and their, influence on elections, their influence on our lawmakers, and how this shouldn't be allowed by anyone, let alone someone working on behalf of a foreign government and a foreign country. But this guy, as is typical with the MAGA right, he actually starts spewing out anti-Semitic slurs. He slammed them. He called them dirty Jews. Now, he later apologized. He was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was having a mental health episode when I said it. So if I offended anyone, I apologize." Why is it that racism and bigotry in general go hand in hand with mental health issues? What is that all about? Anyway, so Nichols also said that he had to move in with his parents. That's how bad things had gotten for him. And he was going to start a business with his father. Well, I don't know how that's going to work out because Nichols just can't seem to keep himself out of trouble. So take a look at this.
6-year-old Ryan Nichols of Diana is in the Harrison County Jail tonight, charged with deadly conduct stemming from an incident at a church in the Harleton area Sunday morning.
After a church service, Ryan Nichols followed a man who was with his family to the church parking lot. The two had a previous disagreement, according to Harrison County Sheriff B.J. Fletcher.
The guy asked him to leave him alone several times or go to his vehicle.
The sheriff said Nichols did not go to his vehicle.
At one point, the guy had finished putting his kid in the back seat.
The man walked around his vehicle to get inside, walking closer to Nichols.
Ryan Nichols took a step back, apparently pulled his shirt up and displayed his weapon and then grabbed his weapon and made the statement he was in fear of his life.
Sheriff Fletcher says the man Nichols confronted was not armed, but was
holding a Bible at that time.
Others had witnessed the confrontation, and one stepped up to help.
And came over and got between them and told him that this isn't something that needs to happen here or something like that. And they left.
Fletcher says Nichols did not draw the weapon or point it at anyone, but
he did more than enough gesture to put you in fear of your life. That constitutes deadly conduct. Those people are obviously scared of him and did think he was wanting that to escalate to another level. And luckily, the bystanders stepped in and it did de-escalate itself on its own.
2 Harrison County deputies arrived at the church, and after talking with those involved, Nichols was arrested and taken to the Harrison County Jail.
Now, Sheriff Fletcher says Nichols also faces a harassment charge out of Panola County and says there could be another Harrison County charge pending.
So potentially more charges on the way. That just happened, guys. That just happened last weekend, as I understand it. Imagine being so emotionally unstable that you follow a family with a child out of church, out of a church service, and threaten them with a gun. And this Nichols guy constantly talks about God. Oh, I've changed for the better. He's always saying to people, oh, just keep your eyes on God. What a crock of shit. Typical MAGA man. And this is one of the people who Donald Trump is now saying, oh, well, if he submits a claim, I'm going to get this $1.7 billion from my own government that I'm running, and I'm going to hand out this money to people like this. People who cannot stay out of jail. People who are literally threatening families as they leave church with a child. So his wife, she almost literally dodged a bullet, it seems. Good on her for getting out of Dodge when she could. I mean, she should have left him after January 6th, but I guess some people are slow learners. So anyway, all right, guys, thank you all so much for watching and listening. Please like, share, and subscribe. Please donate if you can. Love you all. Take care. Talk with you soon. Hey, everyone. Welcome to the show. So Professor Robert Pape, just issued an urgent announcement titled, "The next global economic shock from the Iran war is about to begin." So I've mentioned Pape before. He's an international threats analyst and expert who's worked with both Republican and Democratic administrations. He has a Substack newsletter called The Escalation Trap, where he warned that this war, this was coming, or these shortages, I should say, were coming if Donald Trump didn't end the war. So I'm going to share with you what his urgent message is, this urgent warning that he gave. First, though, I want to show you something that Donald Trump said, or a few things that Donald Trump said. He was interviewed on Fox News by Brett Baier. I don't know. Like I said, he could not destroy the Republican Party more and their chances in the midterms if he was actively trying. I know he's not a bright man. I know he, because of who he is and his money and, his fame, he's able to convince people that he's smart. He's really not. He's not an intelligent person. He's just a great bullshit artist, and he's very manipulative. But I didn't even think that he was this stupid. So I'm going to show you. We'll talk about it on the other side.
That's a perfect statement.
So,
I'd make it again.
You can.
When people hear me say it, everybody agrees. Short-term pain. It's going to be short-term pain. But the pain is much less than people thought.
When you hear Trump voters, Alex says, I voted for you 3 times. He can't handle the costs. And he's not for this foreign conflict.
I hate it, bro.
He's not for the foreign conflict. But Roy in Pennsylvania, he's a retired farmer. He can't handle the fuel going up. And he says he's
going to come down
disappointed.
very fast.
And
Well,
so,
no, look, disappointed.
I'm just telling you
when
what they
you say
said.
to him, Roy, Alex, we got a problem. We just hit the highest stock market price ever. By the way, then when I went in, now again,
It's higher.
with the war, it's higher than it was when I went in. Think of that.
I agree.
The 401ks at their all-time high. There are more people working right now in the United States of America than at any point ever in the history of our country.
Stock market. The stock market. That's all that he thinks about. Because in his little cocoon, in his little Mar-a-Lago bubble, that's all anybody's talking about, and that's all he hears. And they're all patting him on the back and telling him he's doing a great job. I mean, I don't know if you guys remember that video his granddaughter made, Don Jr.'s daughter, when they were riding around in the golf cart and people, high-fiving him or giving him a thumbs up. And he's like, oh, see, we're doing such a great job. People are so excited. And she's like, oh, that's awesome. Like, yeah, the wealthy people on the golf course are really happy with him. But the average American is completely struggling and is at their wits' end. They don't know what to do. I mean, when you can't even fill up your tank so you can go earn money at your job, that's a problem. And he doesn't give a damn. Clearly, at the beginning of that clip, what you heard him say was, it was a perfect statement. So he was referring to the statement I shared with you guys last week when he was, there was that press gaggle and they were asking him, do you think about the American people and their struggles when you're negotiating this war? And he said, oh, not at all. I didn't think about it at all. It doesn't cross his mind. Yeah, because he's got his. We now know he's making money hand over fist. Look at this, you guys. Actually, I wasn't going to share this in this segment, but actually I will, because it really does. It really is a part of all this. Trying to find it. Here it is. So these are Donald Trump's stock trades. This was published in the Financial Times. These are all of his stock trades just in the first quarter of this year. And these were all stock trades in Palantir and NVIDIA. All the people who just flew with him to China. Yeah, these are all his stock trades in their companies. The companies that he is giving all these benefits to, that he's, doing all of this negotiating on their behalf and making deals with the federal government and approving mergers and, allowing them to get away with murder. So he's investing in the companies that he is then making policies for. I mean, the corruption is off the charts. We have seen corruption. We know there's corruption in this country, right? We know it's on both sides of the aisle. We know there's insider trading. This is on another level. This is the most blatant, absolutely heinous level of corruption that we have never, ever witnessed in this country before. This is, I would say, this may be on par or even worse than, full on dictatorships like Russia. I mean, it's insane how wealthy he and his family are getting right now, as average Americans cannot make ends meet. So anyway, here is what Professor Pape says. Not that Donald Trump gives a damn, but here is his new urgent warning. So he said, 2 months ago, I warned paid subscribers that the Iran war was not simply creating an oil price spike. It was creating the conditions for shortages, supply disruptions, and eventually economic contraction. That transition is now beginning. The critical point is no longer oil prices alone. The world's energy buffers, inventories, reserves, subsidies, and logistical workarounds are beginning to fail simultaneously. I mean, it could not be more clear. Okay. We're in trouble here. We are in trouble because what he's saying is we haven't seen much disruption yet, because we had, an availability of products so far, because the inventory that was already in stock and already at the lower prices is what we have been buying up to this point. We haven't yet experienced the substantial price increases related to the increase in oil prices because of that existing stock, because of what had already been paid for, that was already in transit in the early phases of the war or even before the war. For instance, Professor Pape pointed out that the final shipment of pre-Hormuz Strait closure oil, like oil, that was already being transited before the Strait of Hormuz was closed, that arrived in California in early May, earlier this month. So as soon as that oil supply is exhausted, prices are going to skyrocket even more. And we're already in Southern California paying $6 or more a gallon for gas at this moment. And then Pape also said we're on the verge of a motor oil shortage. So people are not going to be able to change the oil in their vehicles. And he said, this isn't just going to affect Americans. These are global commodities. And this is what people don't understand. They're, oh, well, we're insulated from this. We won't feel it as well. No, global commodities means you have a seller who is going to sell it at a certain price. So, we'll sell it to America cheaper because we make it here in the United States. No, if they can sell it for more other places, they're going to rack up the price here in the United States. And the prices throughout the world are just going to go berserk. And again, as I keep saying, even if the war ended today, we're in trouble still. It would take months and months. It would take probably until next year at this point to unravel all of this. This is what our country is doing to the world. This is what one imbecilic, inept moron has caused after less than a year and a half in office. A complete global catastrophe. I always go back and I always think about that one woman in that focus group I listened to, who was laughing before the election and saying she was a swing voter. She was going to vote for Trump because she thought it was so funny. She wanted to see what he was going to do. She said she knew he was crazy and she wanted to see what he was going to do. I would love to talk to her now because she was not a wealthy woman. So, and here's the thing. What is Donald Trump doing to fix this? Not much. He's issuing new threats. So here's what he posted on his failing social media site. This was just yesterday. He wrote, For Iran, the clock is ticking and they better get moving fast or there won't be anything left of them. Time is of the essence, President DJT. Oh, yeah, I'm sure this time this will work. This time they'll cave to the threats. I mean, it worked so well on the, 398 other occasions that he's threatened to slaughter their entire population. And especially since we found out last week that Iran has reconstituted almost 100% of their weapons, offensive and defensive. Which, Pickled Pete Hegseth claims, oh, we totally obliterated it. No, total bullshit. So, like I've said before, guys, Iran has no intention of bending. They want this war to drag out at least until the midterms because they're well aware of the political costs that this war has on Trump and his party. So we're screwed. We're screwed because they have no reason to cave, and we do not have a rational, intelligent, strategic leader in the White House right now. What we have is a dementia-riddled, insecure, spoiled brat baby who never can admit that he was wrong about anything. Anyway, there you go. Thank you all so much for watching and listening. I'm sure this was very uplifting. I will let you know when I hear more. Thank you all so much again. Love you all. Please like this video, share it, subscribe, donate if you can. Take care, and I'll talk with you soon.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like It or Not starts now.
I was waiting for me. I was
like, I'm like the bad kid that's not in class for stuff, and
he was not in his seat. Was not where he was supposed to be.
Not where I'm supposed to be. And then they wasted coffee all on the floor. Good morning,
no.
Good morning, good morning.
You made him run back to the Look, he saw you coming back to it. He said, "Boop,
boop." I'm like,
it wasn't me. I wasn't even on. It was Ben said, "Here you go." He wasn't where he was supposed to be. Boop, boop. I'm sick and tired of them every weekend.
Every weekend. Okay.
He's like, I'm sick and I'm tired. Boop.
He's like, I got something for his butt today.
Y'all act like wait. Y'all act like we do the show every weekend.
Oh, that's because
clock it.
Welcome to Like It.
Clock it. Not care who doesn't like it.
Now, or a lot. Now, y'all know I'll be the main one asking if we can take the weekend off.
Okay.
So we all listening.
Clarify. Okay, like some shampoo.
Get it right.
I'll be the main one. Can we do it next week? No, go ahead.
You know what's funny, Ben? We want to say what we were laughing at behind the scenes too, because that was so funny to me, especially not during Haitian Heritage Month. Okay, so
I didn't think anybody would notice.
No, we
looked at it.
both of them.
Okay, so if you guys are watching the screen during the combat session, that I'm so grateful that the DJ, our DJ Bubba understands and he knows literally how. When Rebecca comes in, we're going to play some compa. I love that. We incorporated that for this month, which is Haitian Heritage Month. We just celebrated Haitian Flag Day on May 18th, my birthday, May 15th, and my sister's birthday actually yesterday. Also, your mother, who is an honorary Haitian Bubba.
Okay.
As well.
And my daddy. My daddy on May 19th.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesus.
So, but we as he was playing the music, I did the request. First of all, the request of Tolerim with Uchel and Kai, that wasn't me that showed our good brother this. He went and updated his playlist with some true compa. So the song that you heard him play before the last song, it was called Tolereo by Uchel and Kai, right? Put that to the side. The next song that was playing is by Class. It's called Mpoko Abai, which is like, I ain't about to give you nothing because I don't know nothing about you. So I'm not gonna lay down with you. I don't know nothing about you. You said you single, but I don't know nothing about your life, so you will not get none of my body, even though my body is saying yes. So that's what that song's about, right? It's about consent. With that being said, as Ben likes to go and find compa, on the internet, people playing compa, in which you can really see compa is usually mostly always on beat. You saw him go from, Bubba go from a slower tempo song, and they were still on beat. You saw him play an upbeat tempo song where they had the breakdown, the compa breakdown, where they're thinking, all of that. And they were dancing, everybody's on beat. Ben passed by a interracial couple. One clearly was not of the Black persuasion.
I
it
am
was
offended.
The Caucasian persuasion.
Wait. I am offended by your implication. Are you trying to implicate me?
Ben swiped by that lady before she could do one step. So
one
fast.
move. I ain't even get the roll to it.
Allow people to do their little hit. That lady tried to do a little 1-2, and Ben said, swipe. He said, you will not look at this. He said, absolutely not. Not on my watch.
But what's so funny is y'all caught it in real time. It's like I'm just
went by. He was, anytime he saw somebody ain't doing it right, that was one thing. But Ben went by so fast across that white lady, I couldn't believe it.
Y'all gonna make people think I'm racist.
He said, not on my watch. Not on my watch. And I respect that, and that's what we call solidarity. When you see, because you know what, Ben, I'm tired. You know what? I'm on a mic that belongs to me on a show that my name is finally on the marquee. I will say what I need to say. I am tired. And I probably said this before, but today I'm going to say it because they've been doing it in all communities, right? All Black communities. A little white person do a little shimmy somewhere. They like, woo, 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 woo. You invited to the cookout. Woo, woo. I'm going to need you to take the bark down a bit. You can't invite somebody to the cookout because they did a nice side step. They did a little, let me see you 1-2 step. No, that gives directions. Put on some music and see what that white person is going to do naturally. Can they hit the beat without singing somebody as an example? In the Haitian community, I want y'all to stop that too. Every time somebody literally does something on the internet.
It wasn't that one.
I saw it, Ben. Ben went fast. Anytime somebody does something on the internet that is Haitian people do it all the time. It doesn't go viral when Haitian people do it much, but when a white person does the thing that the Haitian person knows how to do, they like, oh, wow, oh, so superb, wow, oh my goodness, really? They inviting her to the flitai, okay? That's the Haitian cookout. They inviting her to the flitai. No flitai for you for doing the bare minimum, what Haitians do every single day. You don't get to be on TikTok and saying, oh, my husband, he's Haitian, and here's how I cook his meals. And you made épices, and you put the épices on the thing, and then we made the spaghetti haïtien. And then after you made the Haitian spaghetti, everybody's like, oh, she invited to the flitai. We must stop it right now. That's why the infiltration is happening. The cookout has all kinds of ingredients that are not so bad, but or that are not supposed to be there. We have to save and preserve the recipes.
Wait a minute.
Y'all not preserving the recipes. Y'all saying everybody invited to the cookout just because they did a little hip sway. They did a little
shimmy.
Because they rapped the Drake verse bar for bar. Drake he leans into his whiteness.
Duh.
Okay?
He can't help but colonize.
Yeah. So listen to me. We got to stop doing for the bare minimum for somebody who's not even of your culture. When you got your grandma and them who know how to do a two-step, who are good content, you put them online instead. Replace them with what you already been surrounded by. Even with yourself, damn it. You are probably the best dancer, the best rapper, the best singer, the best skater, because that's the thing right now. Everybody's skating, and I never knew that the skating talent was located in different parts of Black communities all around the nation. So please stop opening the door for the people who've been like the people who created the Project 2025, right? Remember, those people went and studied Blackness. They wanted to infiltrate it and create something that will then hurt us. Stop inviting these folks to the cookout. And to our viewers, if you could do a 1-2, I appreciate you. Support the Black person that you watch every day that does that thing. Because when we talk about cranberries in potato salad, we never say, Jean-Baptiste or Shonda them, Miss Johnson them know how to make the best one. No, we say we know where it came from. And I said it myself. It's delicious. It's delicious, but I'm not going to credit folks that didn't make it. I know the clear folks I know that's y'all stuff. I know it. I give respect where it's due. So when you guys see the white person doing the bare minimum and being invited to the cookout, the fritai, whatever the Jamaicans got, whatever it is, the dancehall, whatever, you see that person just do a little dirty wine. Head ain't even going to full spin. I'm trying to the Jamaicans are stepping off of the rooftops, landing on their back and still doing the dirty wine. Full neck roll. And you telling me that Karen over here is doing it, and all she did was like this and she didn't even go.
And this should go viral. This should go viral.
And she got 2 million views, and now she invited to
Jimmy Fallon.
Dexter Daps is bringing her on stage. We must be stopped.
You know exactly what I'm talking about, don't you, Bubba?
So, with that being said, happy Haitian Heritage Month. We're still celebrating the flag. This flag right here has so much history. These are my little ones. This used to be on the outside. I got another one on the side. You will find these little things all around my place, even though I just moved in. They're everywhere. But if you don't see a Haitian with their Haitian flag in the vehicle, with something Haitian on their phone, something, in their bio, Haitian, y'all know what it is when y'all hear about me, Haitian. They be like, Rebecca, I'm like, Haitian, what's up? Haitian, no middle name, but Haitian, you know what I'm saying? Haitian, tout bon vrai, there's no, ain't no cap in it. However, the flag, what we did on that day in 1803, 1804, when we decided to have Catherine Fro rip what the French flag is, take that white part out. Okay, the French, that's the colonizers. We ripped that. And then this is in the middle. This is not where we took a pause to rip it out. She was sewing it up while Haitians, right, enslaved people, right, African enslaved people who were brought to Haiti were whooping the colonizers' behinds over there in Haiti. This woman was sitting in the middle of it. This is simultaneously as she began to rip the white part out the flag. White, we don't need it. White is not right. I'm just kidding. They ripped that white part out of the French flag and sewed what was the blue and red, for the representation of unity, our bloodshed, everything for the freedom, liberté. And then we got the coat of arms a little later to go in the middle, which is l'union fait la force. Unity creates, empowerment, force, how you want to say it, but unity is power. And, the history of the flag, the variations of it. But if you look at the blue and the red on the flag, if you look at a lot of other Latin countries, you'll see that blue and red in their flags. Why? Because Haiti is the one that helped them to their freedom. And so that's why you'll see in a lot of Latin flags the blue and the red, because that was their way of paying homage to Haitians for helping free them. And that's why this flag we celebrate so much, that even when we went to go help people with their freedom, they wanted to give us things and stuff. We said, hey, just put that on your flag. Put that on your flag. And they even offered to, hey, we want, because you freed us, you helped us get free, we're going to put this in our flag to commemorate you guys and how you walked around during your revolution, but came and helped us with ours in these different, countries. And mind you, we are a Latin country, just not recognized because of our skin color, and because of historical, how just racism, prejudice, xenophobia, all the things. But even with that being said, that's how much Haiti has this history. So when we celebrate things like Flag Day on May 18th, it's not just because by happenstance our flag has so much. It ain't like how they built the American flag, you know what I'm saying, all willy-nilly. It's really something that comes with power, and something that is, you'll find that in every, in mostly these Latin flags, because of the history and how we actually successfully not only did our own revolt, the first in the world, right? First successful Black revolt in the world, the first free Black republic in the world. You can find me on video saying this on Like It or Not almost 10 years ago, the same thing. I broke it down to you guys. It's a very serious matter for me, because when we talk about this flag, people be like, oh, whatever. No, Haitians are serious about that flag because of the history, right? No matter where we are planted in America or all over this world, because Haitians are everywhere, whether they migrated there, whether they were forced there, however it was, whether they were born there, it's like literally wherever that flag is, we know. We saw I Show Speed, which is he's a what do they call him? A streamer. He's a big streamer. His name is I Show Speed. He did in Africa, and now he's doing a tour in Caribbean. He said, when he laid out the places that he was going in the Caribbean, Haiti wasn't on there. And of course, I understand Haiti may not be a safe space to go, but a lot of places have similar situations happening like Haiti in their countries in the Caribbean. It's just not really talked about at that level. And of course, because of American infiltration, but we don't got to talk about that right now. But I will say, even when he was in the Dominican Republic, Haitians was like, hey, why you not go to Haiti? Why you not go to Haiti, eh? You don't go to Haiti? In the middle of this man doing his stream. And which pushed him to now go on, and now he's going to go to Haiti. From what he said, he will be going up to Haiti now. And the person that stepped up in place of him, he actually was here in Atlanta at the spot I was at this past weekend for Haitian Flag Day. But his name is, he's an African man. I want to say it's Sean, I ain't gonna say Sean Don, but his name starts with an S. He is the one that actually went to Africa. He's not a streamer, but he is a creator. Once I get his name, I will give it to you guys. He went to Haiti and did a whole tour. But once again, I'm like, we can't just wait for people to go to Haiti and do a tour. There are so many people who are Haitian, who live there, who have content, who are touring, who are showing you what it's like, who are showing you their everyday, because it's still people who live there. My family still lives there. They still got to go their day to day. Those beaches still exist, even with the things that are going on there. The beaches still exist. They still have to eat. They still have their day-to-days. So, there are so many content creators who are online. So I tell you right now, support your content creators like me who are online right now or in America. Support your ones who are in France. Who support your ones who are actually in Haiti, who are telling you what's happening on the ground, who are telling you what their day-to-day is like, instead of getting the misinformation from mainstream media, who has long taught you that Haiti was just the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere for so long. That's how people were able to describe Haiti, but that's not the Haiti that I know, what I grew up with. So many of the things that are there, the same thing that's in the Congo, the same thing that's in Sudan, are because of the United States infiltration and taking something or going in to destroy something. That also leads to the destabilization of these grandeur countries, Black countries. So with that being said, that's kind of like my little spiel, because of one of the best countries that I know. And I'm so glad that I wake up every day to be like, oh, did it again, Haitian. Thank you, Jesus. When you grow up Haitian, you know how many bullies you had to go through, and just for us to get to this place and be like, man, I love to be Haitian. I love being Haitian. Anyways, shout out to the flag.
Okay. And I got a question. Is it the Juneteenth flag the same, almost damn near similar to the Haitian flag? Is that the Juneteenth flag I'm thinking about?
The Juneteenth flag that black. This is from what I know. I am not ADOS. I am not FBA. So don't come for me in the comments. You already don't like me. But that flag, from what I know, and I've done actually a story on that flag, that red and blue one with that star in the middle, was not made directly by Black people, but in participation with other white people. So Black people had adopted the other one. I think the blue and the excuse me, Ben, you can correct me if I'm wrong, the black and red one, which has that, the gold in the middle. So that one, which was created, I thought, I said, oh my God, it looks like a Haitian flag. I thought that's where they got the inspiration when I first seen it and did a story on it. And it may have been the inspiration behind it, but I don't know, whatever. But there was I think an artist that made it alongside a Black man, but I think the woman was white, if I'm not mistaken. And so that's why you don't see a lot of Black Americans adopt this one. You see them adopt the one and there's a name for the one that they use, more in the social media space, and they're starting to get jewelry with it on there. It is the black and red one with the gold. I want to say coat of arms in the middle. If there's a coat of arms, I want to say that, but that is the one that they adopt. This one, yes. This is the one. Oh
wow.
Yeah, that, and a lot of, I will say, it's a fire to me. That's a fire behind flag. It
is.
Never
seen it. I've never seen this before.
You never seen that one, James?
Never.
Well,
never.
I don't know how new it is, but it is, like you said, Rebecca, coming into and there was a whole, what was that artist's name? Was it not Sweetie, but
for the original one?
Well, who they I have to find it, but she was supposed to use a flag that ADOS liked, yes. So I'm a descendant of enslaved Africans, absolutely, right. But there's a distinction between the groups, right? There's competing groups to see who's going to be the official group of Black Americans. I don't care if ADOS or FBA, whatever. Like, the point is that there's those of us who are descendant of enslaved Africans in America. Now, this is the flag that many people are coming towards, but the Juneteenth flag is specifically for Juneteenth. Separate.
Juneteenth, okay.
Yeah,
the day of Juneteenth.
The other flag.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And shout out to Oren, who says that the cookout starts at noon. Text us the address, Oren, so we can pull up. He said ribs, chicken, dirty rice, macaroni and cheese, and a whole lot of family and friends.
Wait, where that at? Oh, here
Oren G96. You just let us know. We pulling up.
Pull up.
Okay, look. Listen, I don't walk around going around strangers, but thank you for inviting to the cookout. I do love a rib. I do love a good, like a Black American cookout. You know what I'm saying?
And I like it.
I love because those are things that you don't eat. Like I didn't grow up eating. So especially when I went to school, and the Black American lady with the gold tooth, she had a French roll, never forget, a little juicy Jerry curl in the front. And I used
straight off Florida.
And they would do a particular day for like Black kids, and I really didn't understand it, but they would make sure that Black American kids were they made sure that Haitian kids and Black American kids got their celebration. So any Black holiday, she'll be in there. Come on, baby.
Yeah.
We're gonna give her some extra what is it, the black red beans and whatever, the beans that y'all have when y'all got the
baked beans.
Put the baked beans on there. She had the mashed potatoes. She had the I didn't eat burgers. So I'm like, I don't eat burgers. She was like, all right, we're gonna get her some ribs. Yeah, you are. Your mama gonna let you eat ribs? You all right? Put a rib on there. She ain't eat all day. She missed you at breakfast. She would be like that. I forgot her name. But wherever that lady is, her kids went to the same school. They started us up young. They was like, listen, I know you Haitian. I got y'all. They make sure that we were celebrated. And then what was happening in the world where they was beating us up, right? It wasn't that in that kitchen. She was like, y'all gonna put some meat on your bones.
Yeah.
Okay. Y'all gonna celebrate with us. So wherever that lady is with the French roll and the go-to, okay, that was to me parts of the unity that I thought I would see when I got a little older.
Yeah.
And I didn't see. But even right now with the diaspora wars, I want people to understand that, you gonna find, I met a guy, he hit on me the other day. I was like, Colombian, I'm Colombian. Okay, I'm Colombian through and through Colombian. I met him when I took my sister out. To dinner. And he's like, my parents are Sicilian, but me, Oh, no sé, I'm Colombian. I'm
Colombian.
No, Colombian. Colombiano, you know what I'm saying? Colombian. You beautiful. You beautiful. Dark skin. No light. I said, I need a little flash on me. He said, no light. You beautiful. Dark skin. Colombian. He said, because he's Italian, but he presents like he loves also being Colombian. He was born and raised in Colombia, but you look at him, he's an Italian man. A fine one too, but he's an Italian man. And you know, I was saying like people like to take away. I saw this conversation online about our blackness, and I'm like, look at yourself. Why are people trying to say that black only is a term that's coined for Black Americans on, you know, in America, when so much music that I hear in the Haitian music, yo di neg noir. Do you know what that means?
Nope.
Nigga. Black person, you know what I mean? That's like in our music, neg noir qui fait l'indépendance, the black man who created the Black independence for us, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. That is literally like, I'm like, we cannot try to claim stake on black when you look at yourself and you look at your peer and you look at your other neighbor and you look at your neighbor over there from the other side of the country, and we all black. You know what I'm saying? Like, so stop the diaspora wars when it comes to skin color, y'all. You know, blackness is so big. Blackness is not a monolith. We are. I'm so happy that I have friends who speak Spanish who are black. My dad speaks Spanish, French, of course, Haitian Creole. He speaks Patois. He speaks all them languages as a black man. You know, it's not like this whole scary thing. I was looking at this lady. All her content is in German. She's a Black African woman who was raised in Germany, who has her experiences as a Black woman in Germany. So let's look at the beauty of blackness as we move forward in life. If y'all gonna be watching this show, because I am sick and tired of the conversations that are getting deeper and losing the plot. I saw a makeup artist the other day. She will not be named because maybe once you name her, she will put you on her stuff and cuss you out. I can't stand it. But she was cussing somebody out and said, you know, don't question me about my blackness when all I saw was Caribbean flags and African flags in your status. What that got to do with, girl, cuss her out for free, but without having to use the fact that she has Caribbean flags and African flags in her bio, which makes her less black. No. We're not doing that. We're correct people without adding, you know, the non-nuanced factors of how, you know, beautiful and diverse blackness is. Anyways, that's my tidbit. I know I was running on, but blackness. I love being black.
You see, we ain't gonna interrupt.
I love being black. Okay.
Yeah. Amen.
Anywho, I digress. Ben, you know, quick check-in. How you doing, Bubba? How you doing, Ben?
Just another day that the Lord has blessed me.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hey,
my church organ. Hallelujah.
Don't play. I think I got one in here.
A little organ.
Oh, yeah. No, I think it's in my church. You know how you have anyway. Yeah. Oh no, there it is, right there. Just another day, Sister Rebecca, Deacon Bubba James, that the Lord has blessed me. Shanana.
This is the fan. You know they got the fan.
Yes,
Obama or Martin Luther King. Obama. In the Haitian church, they fanning themselves off because you know it's 90 degrees while this man
in the church.
And he playing real slow on the chords.
They come in. Good afternoon, saints.
Good afternoon.
I said good afternoon, saints.
I said
good afternoon.
We are welcomed. For y'all to be here today, another like it or not, we have the great brother Benjamin pastor today, who is in the congregation. We greatly appreciate him being here. And we also have Sister Rebecca Azor, who will come up today and lead today's sermon. And we know we're gonna have a great time this morning. And I just want everybody to clap it up if you are blessed and happy to be here this morning. I need you to give God some praise right now, please.
Hey.
I said I need you to give God some praise, please. Y'all show us some love as she comes. Y'all welcome the dear sister, Rebecca Azor.
Evangelist.
Evangelist.
Azor.
Y'all could do better than that. Y'all could do better than that. Y'all could do better than that. If y'all are glad to be in the house tonight, y'all could do better than that. You aren't clapping for me, but you're clapping for the Holy Spirit in the room right now.
Lord.
You weren't clapping for me, but you're clapping for JE.
Thank you, God, Jesus.
If you know that you made it through another day, if you know that you made it through the weekend, if you know that you're gonna come up on a Monday, if you know you got up on this Sunday,
Oh, so
give him the glory.
Oh, hey. Hallelujah.
There's so much that we have on the agenda today. Thank you, ushers. You could thank you, musicians. Thank you. I appreciate it. Shout out to the musicians. Thank you so much. They always know what to do when Sister Rebecca comes in the house. It does feel like a family in here.
Yes,
as
Lord.
always.
Yes,
I did
Lord.
want to. I would be remiss.
That's the
I
one.
came in here and I did not shout out my husband to be. When God made him, he thought of me. Look at that person and say, when God made him,
yeah, he thought of me. Thank you, Jesus.
And, last but not least, I wanted to give Brother Benjamin Dixon he's not in the house today physically, but he's here spiritually. So
yes, Lord.
For the man of this house, the head of this house, can you guys give him a glory, hallelujah, round of applause?
Hallelujah.
Yes. Now, if that was for me, that would be all right. But in this house, we give God. That's what you're laughing because that's what they say.
That's what they say. Yes,
He shut it down. Y'all could do better than that.
If you don't clap, you're going to hell. Here we go.
And they got the pastors out there that's just like that. You know who's a pastor that's just like that? And we would say he's a leader that's just like that. I don't even want to say that, but Donald J. Trump. That's a leader
position right there.
He is a leader who does exactly that. If you are in the middle of trying to get something together within the church that he's not at, because he don't be at nowhere. He don't be saving nobody. He don't be where he's supposed to be. He don't be home. But on this day, on this day, I don't know if you guys have heard, there was a recent shootout. we can call it that. There was a recent shootout over at the White House the day before. I want to say yesterday. Oh no, it was yesterday. Was it yesterday? It was yesterday. Yeah. And I want to preface this by saying, before the shootout, there was a lot of coverage about Donald Trump rushing home the night before. I don't know why that made news, but that was something I thought that was really, really strange. The night before yesterday's White House shooting.
Him and Vance, right?
Mm-hmm. The leaders of this country who weren't home, they was enjoying themselves out doing whatever, and they rushed home the night before, and that made headlines like everywhere. But there was no reason. They didn't give a reason as to why they rushed home. And then yesterday, we know that there was a White House shooting, and what we know is that the shooting happened outside, and while a lot of journalists were outside of the White House doing their live shots, which we'll see there's a stark difference on how everybody, again, we're going to look at whiteness. There's a stark difference on how people were covering it. And we're going to look at, a great example of whiteness in America. But
is this real?
You had reporters literally reporting this, because this is the White House. A lot of journalists are in front of the White House, especially ones that are in DC. Here we go, ABC, CBS, NBC, who are all usually covering this. We're in the middle of doing a live shot, and heard the gunshots. The fact that we can't take it serious is also another conversation we're going to have. But let's take a listen.
I don't have audio.
The different. You don't have to. I dropped two links. I dropped two different links.
Audio. I have an audio error on my computer, so I can't play audio today.
You won't be able to play it
unless I exit out and come back in. But finish this. Look, this real quick, and then I'll go get that audio.
To hear it though, I want them to hear the difference. Ben, exit out and come on in.
Yeah.
Okay. So while I talk about it a little bit more, again, you have reporters on air that did not even understand what they were hearing in real time. So another reporter you're going to see is being told to physically get down. And here's my thing while Ben goes to get the audio, because we must listen to it. The unification of everybody not giving a damn in the country.
Hello?
When the news broke. It was literally like, oh, now what y'all want from the store? It's a desensitization.
Desensitization.
Oh, okay. Because I
got
got stuck too. I'm like, wait.
But we've been, basically made to feel nothing when it comes to this administration, when it comes to guns or shootings or violence, because the same administration, I just want to preface this again, with the same administration when those kids were, shot down in the elementary school in Texas, they treated it as non-factor. This was not an issue. They blamed it on the LGBT, they blamed it on trans people. They blamed it on everybody they can blame it on, but never the issue of bringing it to the fact that we need gun control within this country. So in this moment, when they say that the life of Donald J. Trump is at risk in some way, shape, or form with the shooting because of the Correspondence Center, what we saw happen there as well, where it was like, this all seems like a setup, right? Allegedly. So this was one of those moments where like this gives staged as well. So too many shootings to count in this moment. But let's take a listen.
I forgot how loud it was.
All this shooting
My
happens.
God. And she's just sitting there like, Mama, hang on, y'all. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on one more time. There it is.
Here we go.
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at the White House Correspondence.
What is that?
What is that?
Oh my God, what is that?
What is that?
Bro. I'm sorry.
So this one is, what is that? Let's look at this, here, a stark difference. Let's take a look.
Only for the two sides to remain far apart.
No.
So here we see, she's in the middle of her live shot. She's not going to say, what is that? we don't, and our sister is also not white. And so I love that her videographer,
went with her.
Said, get down. Like, hey, it's gunshots, you're going to get down. Our good sis is looking at her videographer like, is that gunshots?
She's sticking her head out.
It looked unbelievable. It actually looked, and this was actually the breaking video that came out for the story. It was this, and it didn't seem, I feel like, is she in on it? Because again, that's how it gives. It gives that. Look at everybody else's. That man said, "Hey, I take this earpiece,
bro. Out, bro."
He said, "I'm loosening up this stock because if I got to get ready to run, I need to free myself." She's like,
"What is that?
You hear that? What is it, baby?"
What
she
is
leaned
that?
in. She leaned in.
She stuck her head.
And look, that's why I'm like, wait, is this? It looked like an AI video. The way she just,
and it's not. It's not AI at all. So here we go. Let me show you. I'm gonna go in and
my goodness.
There's so much to be said here. Of course, the Secret Service and the White House put out information to correspondents that say that they then had found the shooter. I can't even tell the story because the kid. I cannot.
What is that? What is that?
They had no time.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Rebecca.
Make the SNL skit, but this is probably gonna be part of it.
Oh, next week. Oh, Jesus. I'm sure.
I don't think because this tells it. So this is literally like a skit, kind of like the girl that was singing at the national anthem at the Green Party debate, the independent debate. And so it gave this can't be our life, and this is mostly our life. This is what it is. This is what it is. But so if you guys wanted to know, get it out.
Every time it's like
Get it out.
every time it play with shit, and then the walk off is like,
What is that?
Okay.
like, girl, what are you going to investigate, girl? What are you doing?
I can't do my job.
What is she doing?
What is that? You guys hear that?
I like
No?
what,
Okay.
and I like what Braxton said in the chat. Braxton said all of y'all move too slow.
Too damn
All of y'all-
slow.
Every
That's
one
what
of
I
them.
said. Because if you really look at now, I will say Miss Mama's over at where was she? NBC? No, I don't. Wherever Miss Mama's
ABC.
was, she was. This
Yeah.
one was very slow because here's the thing, and it gives you a great example because if we had a black person on there, because I'm pretty sure a black person was also on scene.
I was about to
but
ask
I
you.
just want you to know there's a difference in how we move in this country because when we hear gunshots, we have a fear when it comes to us. White people can move around this country with no fear, right?
Look.
There's a level of protection for me to say, I don't know what gunshots sound like. I can say I don't know if that's like gunshots or if it's fireworks. What is that? Because they can do those things. Because I'm not going to forget that man that was murdered by ICE at the start of the new year when he was also putting up his fireworks, right?
Oh yeah,
and he lost his life,
Daryl
right?
Porter.
But this woman hears something that may be fireworks to her. She hears something that may be gunshots to her because they can also shoot in the air. Right, and not be shot down. So she's like, "What is that?" Leans closer into it. But this is how whiteness moves here in America, fearlessly most of the time. Meanwhile, gun control is nowhere to be found, and Donald Trump wants us to care.
And now that you mentioned that, you got to think about it in context of the shooting this week. How we can't forget the shooting at the Muslim school where three people were killed, and two of the people were killed by Nazi. Listen, this is how sad this is. Like, and I'm trying to pull myself together because this is her. What is that look is killing me. Maybe I need to take her down, but you got to think about it in context. This week, two white Nazis went into a Muslim school and start shooting up.
Yes.
Three adults were killed, but these Nazis hate themselves and people so much that they live streamed them not only killing other people, but then they live streamed themselves killing themselves. So we're laughing at this, but at the same time, when you bring up gun violence, like it's every week here, and it's getting really specific and really dangerous.
And what always happens in these moments is that they catch the perp. The perp never gets close enough to the president or the vice president. Nobody's ever hurt. It is 2026. It is not the day of JFK. And so why are these, and mind you, there have been multiple instances, reports, documentation of, Barack Obama, former President Barack Obama being the first Black president. And of course, has a target on his back being the first Black president. We know that for sure. But so many reports and documentation of him also being threatened and people in the vicinity with guns and things, but that have not been made the main headline, right? Because that's what there's a lot of crazies in these worlds. But for some reason, there is this infatuation with making it that our leader and his life is in such danger when so many stories like you just said this week, last week, the week before, people marginalized groups are attacked, shot down, and nobody gives a damn, right? While we are the ones screaming gun laws, somebody just died. Our hearts don't know how to feel anymore because we know tomorrow we may not care about it, not because we don't want to, but because there's going to be another situation that flashes before our eyes in a similar manner for another marginalized person or a group of people who are shot down because of the carelessness in America when it comes to gun control. But when it comes to the leader of the United States who don't give a damn about gun control, when there is a shooting in his vicinity, when you got Secret Service who is trained to do the job, but you got these ICE agents standing in place of these people that's supposed to do the job, you literally are looking at, we don't give a damn. We don't care because we know that this seems to be something that just gives off, and I'm going to say allegedly, a made-up situation. You got nicked in the ear, made-up situation, allegedly. The Correspondence Center, something allegedly. Then you over here and you shoot and find this perpetrator who was then brought to the hospital from the reports that I initially read, brought to the hospital and then confirmed to be dead. So they took down the shooter. And is this a shooter, Ben?
Yeah, that's what's coming up in my report.
Benjamin P. Dixon. I didn't get the shooter in my report originally. They didn't have of course it's gonna be somebody.
What, really, bro?
It's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
be somebody. Oh,
Let me double check because I mean this AI is pretty precise, but his flashing a big black. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, yep, that's him.
oh my God.
Previously
Now they
arrested by
gonna
Secret Service.
now they're gonna say, "Oh, black people coming after Donald Trump." Oh, man,
Are
time
you
for you.
kidding me?
Wow.
Yep, yep.
It wasn't
Nope.
it two of them?
No, in the that was the shooting earlier this week. There were two Nazis, two white guys.
Okay, when we're talking about two, we're talking about the two Nazis, the white men
but the one
who
this
used
was a
their
single
guns and
shooter.
shot down marginalized people because they're nasty and disgusting Nazis. Now you have this, and which we haven't seen pictured anywhere. The way we're about to see this framed and put up at the White House.
I mean, look at the picture itself. Like
it looks like AI, to be honest, but who are me?
Look at the framing. Look at the framing of like this must be his mugshot, and then they zoomed in as close as they could because this is what they're sharing via People News. Look at how they cut it. Like that picture is intentional. This is a mugshot, which means it's his whole body. Got his head, got his chin, got his chin. They cut all that off just so they could zoom in the scariest aspect of his face.
But I thought that the shooter was I thought they killed him.
Yes, they did. Apparently they did.
Okay, so I forgot that they did say this was previously arrested. So this must be a previous mugshot.
Yeah, this is a previous mugshot.
Okay.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like, anyway, if it had been a white person, they would have put him in his, his professional headshot.
Yep.
Without fail, every time a white
And he
person,
would have looked like, they wouldn't have put the official headshot just yet. They would have put him walking his dog with his wife and children. They would have put him eating
with the
dinner.
kids.
Yeah. Or they just wouldn't have shown his face at all.
Or they wouldn't have shown his face at all, or given the name initially. So they definitely had to wait till they tapped in to make this person look how white people assume us to look. I remember there was this thing that they said, he's chimping out, right? Here's something that they can use and they can put out. Trust me. It's if not already, it's probably already in the space where Republicans are using this to say they feel unsafe. This is what makes them feel unsafe. And then the name.
Oh my goodness, right. Nazir Best, like
not the because they're gonna say he's Islamic, they're gonna say he's Muslim, they're gonna say he's attached to terrorists. They're gonna, because that's how white people in America have fashioned anybody with a name or the look or whatever to be dangerous. That's what they're trying to put in together. I really, and I'm going to be the one to say this, like I said on our previous episodes, and like I said when Donald Trump, before he became president again, was nicked in the ear, I said these all feel like they are literally things that are made up. These are things where Donald Trump is building this storyline to make us feel for him and the ball.
In the ballroom. And
our ballroom was attacked.
The ballroom and the bunker.
Okay. So yeah.
My.
Yeah. Now, again, I think that something should be said about how we all as a nation, black, blue, in between, white, we got online and was like, are you hungry? What's for den? What are you doing tomorrow? That's literally within the first few minutes of this story breaking. Immediately turned that lady into a meme, a GIF, a reaction pic. They immediately went to work because that's what's more important to us, not Donald Trump and these stories constantly coming out when you paid no attention or gave a State of the Union about the shooting that just happened with those white men. But what you did do is go around and talk about reparations for white folks. I can't do it.
Jesus. Hey, and I just saw a comment
like
that
that
somebody
last
said.
Want me to try again with better context and images?
Scared. I'm like, who is this?
Just say the word, and I'll pull a stronger selection.
But somebody just said that they're framing it as it was a suicide by cop, basically. So, and if that's the case, okay, unfortunate, but I can understand. But the rhetoric is going to be, it was an attempt on the president's life.
Of course, it already was. Do you understand that's literally what he wants. He wants
That's literally what he
from the
wants.
day where he had that photo op from the Correspondence Center where the people were moving slowly and they allowed. They're telling us not to believe our eyes and not to focus on their lies. What the poet said, real lies, real lies, real lies. Right? And I think that I can't sit by
You're not
idly.
feeling those images.
I'm sorry. It's fixed. Go ahead.
Then get the AI out of here.
Okay.
But no,
and then he a white man too. I'm sorry.
Like, don't talk to me, white man. Don't talk to me. No, but I feel like all of these things are making us feel like, hey, we should feel this way. But one thing I will say, we've had this conversation and trying to understand how to structurally break down the system without losing our jobs, without losing our families, without putting our lives at risk. And I just don't think there's a possibility for that because they don't care. Just what you said earlier, this past week, 3 people had died because of some psychopath, right? We spent all of the first few years of the dreadful COVID years of trying to protect ourselves, but also going out there to fight for the right of, of people against cops right now, or at that time, because now it's like ICE agents to me are still cop adjacent, of course, law enforcement, that's what they are in this country. And we had to be fighting all those things simultaneously. But when people complain, I'm throwing myself all over the place. There's so much news. My goodness, the NAACP has put out, saying that, hey, for all the students who are going to or committing to states where they're taking away your rights, don't commit to those states. Go to other schools that have your best interest at heart, that can protect you when you are at those schools. Do not go to those universities, those white universities that just want your talent, but everything around that university has laws that will not protect you. Do not, they're telling them to commit to places that have their best interest in mind. And guess who's upset? The people online, the little fragile ones, they just kids. You remember all of those, all those protests that we seen growing up in black and white pics and stuff that weren't too long ago. We got some in color because y'all grandmamas was, still alive. The ones that was calling us all hard ERs and sick and they throwing all kinds of things on people's bodies and then and beating them and all that. Yeah. Listen to me. Those were students. Those were sometimes college students who were doing the bus boycotts at their university. We have so many tales at my university, one of my universities, which is the #1 HBCU in the nation, Florida A&M University, where they have so many stories across the wall about the first to do bus boycotts in our towns, right? The historic moments in our towns for college students who just got there, who parents had just dropped them off, and they were like, up to work we go. So to say that these babies who are going to places where they're not protected, but the school wants their talent, but once they step out to go to a party, somebody's, a white person is offended that this big black boy is within their store. So they're saying that they felt threatened and the police come and they beating them down. Huh? No, they're not just babies, because when they're looked at in communities outside of where they're used to being, where they don't look like them, they only want them to be on the football field and want their talent. Shut up and dribble and stand up for the flag, right? Sons of bitchs, according to Donald Trump when he spoke about Colin Kaepernick. We just want them to play, but we're not looking at when they step out what that looks like for them. Absolutely not. We're going to take our talent where it's protected for those 4 years of them being in college and where they go beyond. That's what we need. And it should not be in the world where we're just sitting here and saying, absolutely, no, they're babies, they're this and that. And that's the problem. When they get to a place and they don't know. There was a movie there was so much movies that were shown throughout COVID because we sat home dealing with a lot, and they was like, let's give them a movie about it. There was one with Kerry Washington, and she married a white man, and he was in law enforcement, and their child was missing in the rain, had white friends, and she told him not to go out with them white friends past a certain time of night.
I remember that movie.
But it turns out, y'all know how it ended. I don't even have to tell you. Spoiler alert, baby ain't make it home. Okay? Because of law enforcement. So With that being said, we must protect the babies and we can't coddle them and where they're out here not knowing that are Martin Luther Kings and before our Martin Luther Kings who were in the church doing it, right? We had people who were in the schools doing it, the young folks in the schools who were doing it. 17, 18, just coming out of high school. We had some high schoolers. There's video online that's in color with your grandmama and them, white folks. Sitting up there yelling at 5-year-olds. Ruby Bridges is alive.
Is
and got a podcast. Be on podcast.
You say got Comcast and
One of
be
the
on
first to
podcast.
desegregate schools out there in Louisiana. And y'all sitting here and y'all acting like this stuff. Hey, listen to me. She had to learn at her baby age about segregation and being the one to break it, having to find teachers who would assist her. FBI agents are the ones that were walking her to school. What we talking about? Huh?
What you talking about, Willis?
So let's literally take this serious and not look at what's happening. Donald Trump is trumping up situations at the White House to make him seem like we need to be on our knees for him to say that this man his life is in danger. Absolutely not. Our babies every day when we send them out to these schools that only want their talent and never want to build their knowledge, don't care about them outside of the field. Get upset when they ain't playing to the white person's best ability when they're watching them, right? Absolutely not. When are they protected? Who's protecting them? Not the people that came over to the house and sat on their couch and told them, "Hey, mom, we're gonna protect them when they get over there." Turns out they're never protected. Huh? We're not doing all that.
Come on,
Doing all that.
come on, somebody.
Anywho,
you felt that in your shana now.
Okay.
Right? Because all this really does tie into so much that's been going on these past few days. I mean, we have stories that have been surrounding. I just told you, the White House, the kids, the redistricting. I know that here in Georgia alone, I talked about the experience of myself and a few other people, but online, verbally, to know that everybody was going through the same thing. Melinda, my sister, who was like, I'm in town right now. My voting, my card is still here. My address is still here. She lives here. And so she came back home, made sure to get her vote, out. And with that being said, she went out. Usually it's one and done, especially for these types of elections. It's one and done, but was not able, literally had to go to another location where, of course, they provided no water. That became a law here. No water, no food, no anything. The man outside who was supposed to be voters' assistants, the poll workers, was outside. We're like, inside, it's only 2 people working now. Sun is hitting them. Everybody is tired. Everybody's getting voter fatigue in that line. They came there, some people standing there for 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. Time is ticking. One woman said to my sister who was in line and said, "Baby, we can't leave the line. We gonna stay in here." She ended up leaving the line.
Oh, wow.
My sister kept texting me, "Hey, I'm so thirsty. It's so hot." And the man keeps telling us it's 2 people in there. I'm so hot. My phone, because iPhone ain't no good.
Wait a minute. I got to interrupt you and ask you, because I hear you telling the story. You telling me that when your sister went to vote, there was only 2 people working the polls.
So as I tell the story, hear me out, because it's a twist, an Oliver twist. And so my sister was like, they kept saying that. She said, and I kept encouraging her. She said, my sister was hot. She was dehydrated. She had drank some water before she got there, but standing in that line for those many hours, she was like, she was so defeated. And I kept encouraging her to stay in line. And when she finally got inside, the man that was outside saying, "It's only 2 people in there, y'all. I don't know if you'll be able to stay, but it's only 2 people in there." She got inside and there was more than 2 people working. There was actually lines that were moving a little quicker than was stated. And then she said it almost felt like he was discouraging us to leave the line from the outside. Again, There
That's
are people
terrible,
who
bro.
are, again, people who are sent, who are set up. You think that this redistricting and this attack on different cities for white people and white leaders, who want to be white leaders, who have a leverage, they are pushing people to go places where they're getting the voter fatigue. If it's no longer in my city, I have to drive out somewhere else in a place where it's so hot. Mysteriously, there's a man outside who's telling us, oh, it's really hot outside. It's only 2 people in here. It's this and that. A lot of people out here, this was never your precinct. That's just saying that outside. It just are you discouraging us from going in to vote? And that's exactly what it felt like. My sister was describing it to me, but remember a month ago, I told you guys how Nia, who is a friend of mine, she actually is just want to tell you guys, she's actually a legend in the Haitian community, a Beyonce, if you will, of Haitian singers. But she is a friend of mine, and she also lives out in the area, and she went to go vote, and she said she was so hurt and frustrated. She texted me, and she was like, my experience, I had to tell you about my experience. My experience was so different. Like I usually go and I know what I'm doing. They gave me, we talked about the nonpartisan ballot, where they gave me a ballot that had nothing on there that I knew of, that I was able to understand on this ballot, where I'm like, who are these people? We didn't know who was who. And of course, we talked about how they made that intentional, because what old person or an elderly person is going to go out and vote without knowing I'm voting for a certain side, right? That's what they usually, used to vote, or putting these names on there that you don't know on purpose to throw you off. Who is going to go online? And there are so many people who didn't know that you can go online and see the names, fill out a example ballot, and bring that with you inside. A lot of people had to go back to work. So when they did find that out, who was going to go and try to do that while they were in line or while they were actually filling out the ballot? So some of these people voted for the Supreme Court to be what it is right now in Georgia, to be mostly Republican. And that's what they literally, a lot of them won to become that for the Supreme Court here in Georgia in this last election. But it felt that way, where it was just an intentional hit on it. And it didn't feel that way. It was that way. Sue me. It was that way, where they intentionally hit Black communities, specifically in Georgia, so that they made them have this voter fatigue, this voter exhaustion, so that they made them feel like your vote doesn't count. And it will always be, no matter what you do, it's going to be one of us in office. It's going to be one of these Republicans in office. And when it comes to Supreme Court, when it comes to leadership, it's going to be us. We're going to keep moving that needle. When we see other states doing it and getting away with it, Georgia will be the one to definitely take heed and start to follow suit, where we start to break down and attack these Black communities as they exist, make them almost obsolete. The little ones that we have. A lot of losses that day for the Black community, a lot of losses that day. And again, it was, to me, for the hit of the voter exhaustion. They really wanted that. And of course, and I'll give you the tea for Georgia. And again, the example came from Alabama. The example came from Louisiana. Texas is doing it. Everybody is working on their redistricting. We talk about Florida. They're working on it as well, removing things. But here in Georgia, they just signed the HB 369, pushing certain local offices into 5 metro counties, including Cobb, Fulton, DeKalb, Gwinnett, Clayton, into nonpartisan election structures, removing party labels from ballots in those races. And critics, of course, are saying that this is going to affect, and has already affected, heavily Black areas, heavily Democratic areas. So like I said, if voters are used to identify candidates partly by party affiliations, removing that is going to stress everybody out at the polls. And it's going to cause people to feel like they no longer have access to information. They didn't get it. There's misinformation being given, and it's going to change the voter experience. I just told you that everybody online, I haven't seen that in such a long time, were giving their voter experience, not telling people, hey, stay in line. They were like, baby, I was stressed. So now nonpartisan ballots are being framed as neutral. If even when you may speak to AI to try to figure out what it is, they're gonna convince you that this is a neutral situation. Right? Nonpartisan ballots are neutral. Any conversation where we're talking about politics and they're talking about neutrality, they're saying that, this is something that's neutral. Just know it's going to benefit one side, and the one side that it benefited the most, of course, in this scenario, is the Republicans, is the conservatives, is the right.
Rebecca.
Yes.
Girl, you're saying so much that I'm it's not that I can't keep up with you, but there's something important you just blew past. Give me that example. What are you talking about when you say, when you ask AI, it tells you that the voting roll, the nonpartisan ticket is neutral, and they're trying to convince you? Like, did you hear about that? Did you experience that?
Oh my gosh. So when I found out about the nonpartisan ballot, that was, I knew about the nonpartisan ballot, but it was not something that was something that we referred to. When we go to vote, what do we do? We're going to go vote. We're going to look at the names. We're going to look at the D or the R. We're going to remember locally who we know, and then go off of basically the parties. That's usually how a lot of voters function to get through their voting process, their voting experience. So when Nia had called me and said, they kept telling me about a nonpartisan voter, I don't know about that. So I know about it to an extent. So when I did my research and looking for it online, again, this was before a lot of it was hitting people in conversations about voter suppression or voter exhaustion. It's always been a part of the conversation, but it's never been a part of the conversation in areas where they don't really use that type of ballot. But now most areas in Georgia started to use it and adopt it. So I did research. I did go into AI to see what it knows about it locally here in the recent elections here, right? And for the voter experience. And baby, the way AI kept telling me, reframe your wording, because I said, no, this is a part of what they're trying to hit as voter suppression, voter exhaustion. It told me, no, do not use that point because it's a neutral stance.
Which AI?
ChatGPT and Gemini.
You ain't got no link, do you? Because it's funny you should mention that. Like, all weekend, what I've been working on is exactly that, because these AI are going to convince you, and they're actively doing it, right? So everybody is, even here's the thing. People say, do your own research. Okay, what do? We go Google. But right now, all of the answers are coming from AI, not just regular articles. And so when you get information, you have no choice but to get your information from AI now, is what I'm trying to say. But now every one of these AIs has a very specific political bias that they pass off as neutrality. In reality, it's not neutral at all.
Yep. And that's what I'm trying to say. And if you look at a lot of the framing and verbiage, even in articles, because a lot of these major mainstream news websites are using AI to write these quick articles. They're even putting the, where they have the summaries in the boxes. And I said, wow, too soon. All of them are framing as well. I read off of Yahoo News. I read off of MSNBC. This is all when I was doing the initial search, and each one was coming up as, this is something neutral. This is something that's supposed to give our voters an experience where they're learning who their parties are, or the party representatives are, and those type of things. Now, not only that, when we talk about that, I also did my big one in talking about the redistricting, because when I learned about it initially, the article that I read primarily was talking about the conversation that started in Louisiana, where they got together and was like, hey, Black folks are being hit the hardest when we're looking at the maps. And if we don't fix this, they're going to be hit the hardest in the upcoming elections. So it was something literally put out there as something that was supposed to assist Black people and their voting experience. What the truth was Republicans got together in a room, looked at that map and said, we can fix this to benefit ourselves. And instead of helping Black folks, mind you, the initial articles, if you go look back at the beginning of the redistricting conversations, it was where it was supposed to help. But people were like, this ain't gonna help. And what did it do? It didn't help. It started to push out these examples of them moving things around, moving things out of Black communities. Leadership was more leaning towards the conservative communities, out of the way for Black communities, minimalizing what Black or eliminating what Black communities and leaderships were supposed to be. And when other states like the ones I named that are always following suit, right over here, we got the Alabamas, we got the where I'm at in Georgia, we got the Floridas, we got the Texas. They began to say they couldn't do it on time, so we will. And we watched these examples go in real time, immediately, removing what we had. Maybe sometimes in some states, the one little place in some zones, the one little Black area is now belonging to the right in that district.
And in addition to that, we're following what's going on in Florida. What's the district? The 20th congressional district, where a Black man is. That district has been predominantly Black for years. I grew up in that district, and now there's a Black man who's running for it. And you have this white woman, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who's a Democrat, got that big old picture of Obama back there. And she's trying to push him out. I'm sorry, do you see it on the screen? Okay. She's trying to push this Black man. Now, not only is it happening from Republicans
in Florida,
it's happening from white liberal Democrats in Florida too, because the governor has all of the politicians scrambling to figure, all the Democrats scrambling to see where they're going to go and become the next congressman. And now, instead of fighting back to protect Black districts, like you said, Rebecca, we only got one or two. Instead of helping us keep it, we got white liberals who are like, okay, no, I'm going to take your district from you so I can stay in Congress.
Yeah,
that's how targeted the Black community's representation is right now. And I'm still blown away by what you said. I wish if you could send me that link from ChatGPT, I'll show, because what you're pointing at is something that's so important, right? And here's a frustration. Again, if you're a person, even if you don't want to use AI, they're forcing you to use it every time you search Google now. So every time you search Google, you automatically are now searching with AI by default. You can't get an answer unless it's from AI. And if AI already has the bias put in it, what Black folk gonna do?
Yeah. Yep. And that's exactly what's coming up. Gemini is going to come up. I think Google uses that for their AI. If you Google anything, they put the AI search first and then the articles at the bottom. But the most recent articles are all, again, following suit. They are the verbiage within it, the writing. I can clock ChatGPT like nobody's business. It has a way of the verbiage. It has a staccato. It literally, it just has a way of writing that's unnatural. But for a lot of people, that's the way that they want to be able to receive a lot of the news. And so a lot of news sites have flipped and began to write in that sense. And so a lot of the research that's surrounding that is going to be whatever ChatGPT says. I've watched how it has basically rephrase itself, and it'll tell you, hey, it'll rephrase what you say. Like I tell it absolutely, hey, this is what's happening. This is where I found it, because my research comes from my search, my actual research when I put it into ChatGPT. I don't let ChatGPT do the research for me initially. I say, this is what I found. Here's where I found it. Here's what it says. And here's my points here. This is where I'm going with it. Help put these into just some bullet points for me so I can have on the side. It'll tell me, be careful, because it's actually a neutral.
I'm sorry, Rebecca. I tell me if you don't want to do this morning. We'll do it on another episode. But if you send me that link, like
I have to go.
You gotta go. Okay, so send it to me when you get a chance, because I need to have a little chat with it, because these things are very intentional about making sure that you never say something that's actually true. It will do everything in its power. Like you said, you got it. You clocking it right. That AI has the ability to adjust its tone. It has the ability to adjust how it puts an emphasis on one word versus another to control everything that you're possible, anything possible for you to even consider in your own research. It will redirect you from your own research to conform to their agenda.
Yeah. And that's the problem. That's why I can't rely on it solely. I just can't, right? It's not even my Google. My Google forces me to search. But like you said, today's Google, they will put the AI at the top because it gives us these quick tidbits. I found so many situations where not only ChatGPT was incorrect, and I'd be like, you wrong. And I'd be like, oops, sorry, you're right. Like, excuse me. I knew I was right the first time I wrote it. The information that you gave is not true for you to be, in AI. And of course, we can't rely solely on that because we will give out misinformation, but it's also intentional. It's intentional to make you feel like you saying that this absolute out of nowhere, not something that has been normal, especially in the state of Georgia. This ballot that is nonpartisan is something that's been used, and it's true. That is a true fact. This has been out. The nonpartisan ballot has been the thing, but it has not been Georgia's normal. Okay.
Right.
So in knowing this, saying that it's just a neutral thing, and it was tried to make me verbalize it in a way where it said, just speak on it, where it's like, okay, not that it's focused really on Black communities that this affects, but more so like, no, absolutely focuses on a Black community. Absolutely.
They try to make you go off talking about Black folk.
They want you to believe that it is not something that affects the Black community because it is designed to do that. It is designed to make you look at the facts, bring it in, and tell you, well,
it's not really what you think it is.
Right.
It's supposed to be neutral, and it really doesn't affect or hurt and it's true, it doesn't affect and hurt just the Black community. But we're talking about this is a stark, disproportionate situation that's going on where Black communities are hit the hardest, intentionally hit, which leads and bleeds on to the white Democratic person. But the target has always been the Black community. If we erase them, they have no power. Again, I made the example of if we remove them from the room, they have no power within that room. They have no power. We put them somewhere else, it doesn't matter.
And it was trying to tell you your analysis is wrong.
It's wrong. Anywho, that is that bothers me when it comes in. We'll break down the AI on the next episode because I think I have a lot of AI conversation I need to have with you as well about what's going on with what they doing online. I told you the girls are barking about the AI man in shorts where his dreads change on each photo. Woo, woo, woo. I want to be looking like you. There's a girl that did this post. She said, we barking for men in shorts, but they're barking for AI men in shorts online, where the white people are intentionally using and abusing our likeness to go ahead and front online like that's us and selling fake and having this AI have these deep conversations and talk about this AI be a father and this and that and talk sexually and talk politically, and they're going after it and they're using Black likeliness to do so. But that's not our conversation today. I'm still on this damn boat, and
yes,
I can't
indeed.
It's too much going on, Ben. I got so much to say. It's been so much going on. I'm unpacking as we're going, but voting is getting harder in our communities, and I hate that it's getting harder in the communities that we already face barriers for so long. In 2020, we had our brother Cliff on the show, who does the work on the ground here when it comes to voting rights. We also had so many state representatives on the show who talked about how they were, when it came to them getting elected and what that experience was like at that time in 2020. Mind you, we was dealing with COVID. We were dealing with the barriers to get medicine and to get shot in that time, while also fighting in the streets. Police officers and, they telling us thin blue line and we got on masks and they shooting us with rubber bullets and they shooting more of our people down. So many things were going on. So that's why in this moment, it really bothered me that they created more barriers in our already voter fatigue time in a manner that was like overnight, knowing the elections were coming in 2 days, right? Knowing the elections was coming within weeks. People were preparing to go and vote because they were like, we can't have this anymore. If we can't do it on a national level, at least I can do it at my local level. And they said, how about you can't? How about we won't let you? And that sucks. It sucks, Ben.
Yeah. No, they've made sure that, if I could just say it real plainly, they don't care if everybody sees them stealing the election in advance. They're going to steal the election by any means necessary. They're going to make it impossible for us to vote. They're going to make it even if you show up and get inside of the voter booth now. Not only did they make it hard for you to get to the polls, not only did they make it hard for you to get inside, you have to sit outside for hours.
Absolutely.
Then when you get in there, they remove the identification if it's a Democrat or Republican, and now that requires you to have to know every single person, every single policy, and who has structural time, who has enough time in their life to know every single person, every single policy on a ballot. By design. You got to work 40, 50, 60 hours a week just to get by, and they expect you to go into that's a new poll tax. That's nothing but a new poll tax to ensure that they keep power. Now here's the thing. They're not playing games with us, y'all. They will destroy this democracy. They are destroying this democracy. They don't care.
They're destroying this democracy. We're seeing how it doesn't matter when it comes to Black people every day. Tulsa, Oklahoma, right? We've covered this as well countless times, where these people, at least when we talk about reparations, everybody goes immediately to Black folks, of course, as you should, right? We deserve that. Wherever we come from, France needs to give up the money, period. For Haitians, here in America, reparations for Black Americans, absolutely. I'm 100% rocking with that every day on my back. I'm like, reparations should be had. Now, if it ain't gonna be given to everybody, how about them places that y'all don't tow up and blew up? Tulsa, Oklahoma didn't deserve what happened to them. And for the people who literally had to live in those communities, who had to live, the ones that gone through what happened and survived it. One person literally, where we thought that we were going to get something, it was so easy for it to be struck down for them not to get reparations in Tulsa, Oklahoma, the survivors, right? January 6th, they fighting for the January 6ers, those domestic terrorist attackers, people who scaled the walls of the Capitol, people who pulled the emergency button from up under that desk of our representatives, people who brought zip ties with them, people who defecated on the desk and stole government property. Nancy Pelosi's laptop.
These people.
Those people are the ones where they're fighting for reparations for them.
That's crazy, bro.
Right?
That's so crazy.
These people, man, they wild. And here we are, like, see, here's what's scary about this. I hate to shift it from anything that you just said, because everything you said is true and right. But you would think by now that Democrats would recognize the real threat underneath January 6th and what Donald Trump is doing. It's not just about Democrat and Republican Party. This is about empowering white supremacy and empowering people who are not only white supremacists, but they'll destroy democracy. It is the Confederacy all over again. And Donald Trump just gave reparations to Confederates who wanted to. They literally took the Confederate flag in the Capitol, and that's who's going to get reparations.
That's exactly what happened. Hundreds, mind you, hundreds. Who texts us? Hundreds of individuals prosecuted for their involvement in that domestic terrorist attack at the Capitol.
Do y'all notice something about these images? This is the only one that's negative. The rest of them look like just a nice positive.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to tell you more about that too, Benjamin P. Dixon. There's so much. Wow, you're just hitting it on the mark. Oh God.
I didn't know you were clocking AI like that. We can talk.
Because I have to, because if we're gonna have to use it in our workspaces and these and that, and if it's actually being forced on us, through the home, through our devices, what I need to know what I'm up against. I need to know what I'm dealing with. I also need to know, is it lying to me? I've had to correct I've had to correct my cute little device here. Alexa, I had to correct. Meanwhile, Siri is the most suckiest one. I had to correct Siri many a time. I've had to correct so many ChatGPT prompts after putting in the real information and still trying to tell me something, and then I'll put the facts and the pictures and everything. Oh, yeah, we got it wrong. My bad. And it thinks it's black too. It thinks it's Haitian. This is crazy. I'm like, you don't like me. I'm just here because I gotta use you for whatever reason, right? But we got to know what we're up against. But with that being said, Ben, hold that point because I'm coming back with it.
Look at the difference.
I was about to say the difference with what you just put in versus what it first came up versus now. It's just like, how That's crazy.
If you don't know to ask, it will never tell you.
Look at them scale on the wall. It's crazy because I remember we watched that live.
We literally watched it live.
We
right.
watched that live.
Do y'all see what they do? Do y'all see? And here's the thing. This is Grok. So Grok only has like, I don't know, 50 million users a month. It's tiny, right? ChatGPT, they do this to 900 million people every week. 900 million users of ChatGPT every week. And if you ask it something, it will tell you all the positive side. You saw how they switched from January 6th, making it look like it was such a peaceful protest.
A cakewalk. Uh-huh.
Man, I'm telling you.
No, I need to read you guys the number because we talked reparations, right? And they ain't giving them to y'all. But they're giving it to this is in 2020. Ben, as you show this is not colors this is not a photo that's in black and white. This ain't your grandma yelling at Ruby Bridges going to school. This is literally 2020. And they are using these photos. Some of these photos are actually being used to hail and commemorate that day as a day where there were so many patriots, right? Martyrs. There were so many of those people out there who were doing what they needed to do for their beloved president, Donald J. Trump. And because of that, Donald Trump said he's preparing to seek the compensation or give the compensation to these people from a newly established 1.8. Listen to me and listen to me good with your good ear. $1.8 billion fund within the DOJ, within the Department of Justice. This is the DOJ's anti-weaponization fund. It was created by the administration that we have right now. Compensate the people who claim, now you got to put in the claim, they were targeted or abused by Joe Biden's
investigation of this.
Now, this has become, of course, if you haven't seen the conversation online, I've seen it. I was like, excuse my Haitian self as I look over and y'all try to mute the people over there in Tulsa, Oklahoma from joining in to the group chat. Y'all try to silence the folks who literally lost their family to the abuse that happened when people decided to desegregate communities. Oprah was just in Georgia, I want to say in the early 90s, late 80s, when we showed that clip of her being in Forsyth County, I want to say, and they was like, you need to get your behind up out of here. It was a sundown town till this day. I went to take my sister to a winery because it's very affordable, okay, in the middle of Nowheresville, because I live in Nowheresville, and I do not drive out here at night. I know it sounds crazy. It's more affordable for me to live out here than for me to live in the city. I don't drive out here at night because it gives sundown town. It has remnants of sundown town here if you just drive 5 minutes away. People are like, why you ain't go to the city? Because they charge to breathe air over in Atlanta. Right. You know, it costs $2 for me to go down here. I might have to go a little earlier, but it just costs $2 for me to park my car and enjoy, you know, the things that I could enjoy in Atlanta, but for less of the price. I say to say, you know, we're talking about Black experiences, Black issues, Black all of this. The way that they will, I hate this so much for the people who had to go through things, who are still in communities that still look at Black people as not supposed to be around, not supposed to have anything, not nothing, right? You know, and the first people, if we can just blink our eye, we're back in 2020 and we are looking at what's happening. We are covering it live. We are crying. We're hysterical. We're angry. We're watching all of this because we're still having to strap our boots to go and protest outside because George Floyd and Breonna Taylor and everybody else that's in the conversation and in the mix that never got justice. We're having to do that. We're still talking about in the same conversation a Tulsa, Oklahoma survivor who's in a wheelchair who we want to get reparations while she's still living. And they said no. But the DOJ got together and said, Jesus Christ. What those people went through, those January 6ers, those domestic terrorist attackers. It was so grave, but they were so brave. They went through stress, some of them having to go on the no-fly list, can't fly nowhere, some of them losing their jobs. The stress of what they went through, all because they were doing that in the name of their Jesus, Donald J. Trump.
Orange Julius mother.
And here's where they say that there's a bipartisan criticism. It ain't that much of a bipartisan criticism because it should have never hit the floor, period. The fact that it has a name, anti-weaponization, that means no accountability. That means get their names off the list. And we're going to go into the conversation now. Benjamin P. Dixon, scrub the images right now.
Right.
Because January 6ers were on the official website of the White House, the government. The images that happened, it was in detail about what they did because it's historical, what they did. And they started to soften the images. They began to quietly remove the images and the story, and they begin to quietly remove the people who were the face of what happened and their arrest records, like from off there where you can click on it, where you can get to know who was involved. Baby, if you go on to the government website, baby, they have removed to begin to soften the day, what happened, to soften the rhetoric, to make it seem like what they did was actually very patriotic.
Listen, we are in, I don't know if people realize it, Rebecca, but we are in the most significant fight. This is going to sound, I don't know if y'all feel it, but I'm going to say it. We are in the most significant fight of human history, not just American history, but human history, because people in power not only have power to kill us, they've always had power to kill us. That's what they've been doing since Cain killed Abel, right? But now they have the power to control what reality, what's true, what's not true anymore. They could change the meaning of words. They could change the meaning of entire historical events that are recent enough. This is what I hear you saying, that are recent enough for us to remember. It was just January 6, 2021. It was just 5 years ago. And now not only have they changed the history, they're rewarding the people who committed the offense.
Yep.
We're in the upside down.
Ben,
you said that, brother.
Ben, I think even in this moment, as we're watching them, like you said, they're designing these things to be this way, right? Because they don't want history to be followed or to be. It's up to us to make sure that, like how we're covering it now, but the conversations that are online too. People use ChatGPT so much that when they're trying to look for the argument, they allow ChatGPT to reduce the points, to reduce what it is that you need to be talking about here. And when another example that I made where I put in ChatGPT while we were talking, I said, let me see what it says about the reparations, right? It said everything but the juxtaposition to Black people deserving reparations. It didn't mention Black people once when the word reparations came up for January 6ers. It did not mention how that is a issue.
Well, let me reassure y'all this. Let me just say this, because this is insane. It's insane how synchronous we all have always been. The three of us have always been. But specifically, Rebecca, the fact that you are saying this morning about this here AI, and I have had to, I don't even know how you call it, but at this point, I got every one of these AI by their digital nuts. I'm telling you, I got them.
Not their nuts.
I got them in by their parameters. I got them by a vice grip, because I've got all of them confessing exactly that, right? They know what they're doing. These intelligences, these AI know that they are, you said the exact words, they reduce it, they flatten it, they forget the details, they will remove the context. And here's the thing, everybody likes to say, oh, it's just the AI, it's dumb, it doesn't. Baby, look, if the AI is making the same error every single time to the same person's benefit every single time, and you gonna call it dumb and it can't, who's the dumb one when you don't notice that every single mistake it makes is helping somebody specifically out? That's what's happening.
Yep. And again, it's up to us. We must be the ones to combat that. If you're not even combating it within the app that you're using, that's problematic too. I think that we should start like writing down things, because what it's also doing is seeing how much, what I'm also realizing through social media as I'm watching all of these women bark for this AI man. He fine as hell.
You
He
send me
got
that
them
link.
green eyes and he got them blue green eyes. How can he be so real? Because he's not, my good sister. Stand up. Stand up. Because you are in these apps.
Send me the link. Send me the link.
I'm about to show you this man, y'all. I'm about to show you this man. And I've been studying this man. I was going to block him, but I said, I'm going to study this man, because for me, the easiest way to clock, because let me not act like I'm too good for the hood. Baby, I have walked these AI streets and have been caught up myself. I have liked that cute picture of that child and the dog, and I don't even like dogs, but I like that logo, the doggy and the cute, because they ain't got Sora on the side. They said we're gonna use. There's AI where they have little fine. My mustache is showing, right? And on AI, they showing the same thing. They got the girls with the one little piece of hair on the chin, right? They got the girl with the little wrinkle, or the man with the hairline that ain't no good. They doing it where you can see skin lines, pores these days. But let me show you this one.
Yeah, it's been very bad.
No, because it's in the simplest ways that I think that we should start using these different ways when we see something that may be too good to be true, or something that is like hitting this part of us that is drawing us into conversation. Go look and see why. Go back to the account, right? Click on those three dots and it'll bring you down a drop down. You're going to go to that drop down and go to that person's page and see how long that page has been up, right? Whether it's on Threads, whether it's on Bluesky, whether it's on, if you're still on X or whatever. And then from there, like on what account is it linked to? Most times on Threads, the account is linked to their Instagram page. Go to their Instagram page. You're going to hit the three dots once again. You're going to go and see about this account. It'll show you that this page was just made in February 2026. Why are you engaging with this thing that was just made in 2026 that didn't have on their first post nothing but five likes, but now they're at 3 million views and this and that and the other. Also, people who haven't posted in a while, somebody did a very great breakdown of this, a very great breakdown. They used AI to also help them break it down verbally, but they did a great breakdown in their own synopsis and research, where they went to somebody's page that they knew damn well. They was like, this is too good to be true. This woman is beautiful. She looks real, but I'm going to go to this person's page real quick. Went to the page only to find that it was a page that has been taken over by somebody's AI. That page was no longer, it was one of those pages that were abandoned or no longer used. Hopefully that person is okay, as the person who did the research stated. But the AI took the person's likeness, their face, their children, and started to repurpose the account.
Wow.
So from 10 years ago, this person didn't use the account, and all of a sudden now is using the account. The children, the person is being reused on everything, conversations, dance moves, videos, everything. And that's what we're seeing now on social media. Be careful what you're engaging with. I hate to sound like that. I sound like a boomer. Jesus,
you sound like a boomer. No. Don't play yourself. Listen, you at the look. Let me tell you something, Black woman. You on the cutting edge of the most important research that can happen right now, because we currently have AI. Oh my God, I wish I was prepared for this. I want to go and play you. Right now, we have AI that's in every aspect of our lives, especially in the government, that's literally in the Department of Defense. This Grok that I've been using all day is inside of the Department of Defense. And in my most recent video that I just recorded yesterday, but I haven't even had a chance to upload it yet, this AI has such a deep-seated racism against Black people, straight out. Not me saying I didn't tell this AI to say something racist. I just asked, what do you think about diversity, equity, and inclusion? And that thing went straight. It took less than 10 minutes from me asking it that to it telling me that my people, because I said, hey, I'm Black. And it said, your people are biologically inferior to white people, intellectually inferior to white people and Asians. I got it on audio video as it happened in real time.
Go ahead.
I'm not,
That's
no,
crazy.
no, it's crazy. So when we talk about the biases in these AIs, every single one, and here's the thing, y'all. I know a lot of people are like, well, just don't use it.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's
inevitable, honestly.
It's being used on you.
Mhm.
It's being used by the government on you every day. Right? Hang on, let me show you one headline, and then I'm gonna be quiet. I got to show you one important headline from what's going on in Louisiana with AI. Watch this. Look at the. Hang on, there it is. An algorithm deemed this nearly blind 70-year-old prisoner a moderate risk. Now he's no longer eligible for parole. So they use AI in determining whether you can get parole. They use AI in determining whether you can get health care. They use AI to determine if you could get approved for a procedure, right? Let's say you have health care, but you need a special procedure, a surgery. They use AI to determine if you can get a job. They use AI in the Department of Defense. And now we got AI with so much bias in it in the Department of Defense. So I'm gonna drop that video later. So everybody needs to learn how to peep the bias inside of AI because it's being used on you, whether you want it to or not.
It's facts. No, I agree. Man, this is so crazy. I didn't think we were gonna go this way. But oof, Lord. I just dropped the link in our text chat. Let's use this example. You know, this could be a little bit more easier because this is how people use AI on the internet, but it's in our text thread.
I got it.
Yeah, drop that. This is going to be a person, right? This guy here. This is his page. Ben, if you can go to this particular post, it got more views on it. So people now probably know that it's AI, but go to that post that I sent you though. Scroll down, you'll see it. It's not. So first of all, he's half, mind you, they have a fetishization of these black men. They're saying that he's half Lebanese and also from Ghana. People don't understand that this is AI, which is crazy to me. A man this tall walking out, a group of white people literally fawning over him. And every video, everything, he literally, his dreads change, his tattoos seem to be a little different. His eye color goes a little darker to lighter. His eyes are green and blue. But we're going to do a couple of things. Go to the comments first. I want you to see the women barking, but some of them know that it's AI now. See, like she knows it's probably AI. A real life avatar. They really believe that real life avatar.
That's how tall he is.
Bro looks like in Anunnaki god. This this is imaginary character with filters, no shade, but people are slow. Yes,
right.
He can be so he can't be real. He's so effing sexy. And here is this. This was me when I first seen it. Mind you, it's been up for a while. So now people have caught on to being AI. But the first few comments were, "Oh, you so fine." I'm like, get up. But this is what we're gonna do. Go back up. I'm gonna show you how to clock it. Mind you, this has 4.4 million views.
That's crazy.
That's 4 million views. So go back to his actual profile, Benjamin P. Dixon. His name is Kwame Valet. When we go back to his profile, let's just do a little scrolling, right? Do some scrolling. This is what he's posting. This also doesn't look like the man. He posted some breaking news, which is, I don't know what that is, but it's clearly AI. Keep scrolling. He posted himself with a video of him and a woman walking. AI. If y'all not catching it, it's absolutely AI, and it's always the woman fawning over him. His dreads are a bit shorter here, thicker here. His face is a little bit more shorter, slimmer. Keep going, Ben. There's some other ones. This is him on the beach. Totally different person. Makeup, dreads are a little different. Shorter.
And you can also see the chest area is different from the other pictures as well too.
Yep. And mind you, this is getting more engagement than people who are real and things of that. And like, I saw this page a month ago, and I said no. I put in the comment section, "This is AI." I reported the page, and the page continued to be there. This is all AI. Now I want you to scroll. Look, it's people fawning over him. Right now, I want you to scroll all the way to the top. We're going to click the 3 dots. Click the 3 dots at the top. Sorry, at the bottom there. That the next one. Yeah, 3 dots there. You're gonna see about this profile. February of 2026. 100 million plus engagement. 100 million plus engagement. February 2026. And if you go to the Instagram, you see the same thing. You'll click on the Instagram, which is there. These are ways that you guys can simply see. Ben, it's the Instagram button next to in that. You see that row? Yes. Click on that. It's going to take you to his Instagram. Also a place where you can scroll down and see his engagement. But up here, Ben, go to the top. You're going to see the 3 buttons next to his name. Perfect. You're going to see about this account, and you're going to see there also join in 2026. Not only that, when you scroll onto his Instagram account, you can actually see the engagement with it, the photos. If you go down, you can see where he first started to have one version of this thing. The one version of this thing. And you'll see some days he has tattoos all over his chest. He's now since deleted that. He's since deleted the ones with tattoos that were showing all over the chest. Mind you, he put up also a footage of him as a child that is AI. How you a dancer, a trainer, a Lebanese, Ghana. There are people who are actually that, but it's like how you somebody who's into anime, but you ain't got much. And look, here's one where he's doing inspirational conversations, podcast type talk. No, play with the volume. Oh, right. And yes, Ben, you're reading the first, hearing you talk, listening to what you're saying gives a different look to you. You're not just handsome. You understand value. And then my gosh. The one who wrote in Spanish, es inteligencia artificial. It's AI.
The right person doesn't hesitate. They don't need convincing. They don't need time to figure you out. You feel it in how they show up. And if you have to keep questioning where you stand, you already know the truth. You're just trying not to accept it.
Y'all is dumb. Y'all is dumb as dishwater, as Mr. Wells used to say.
More of the comments, Ben. Let's go about 2 more comments. Andrew, this is weeks ago, and the engagement is over thousands of people who liked it. But go, Ben. Scroll a little bit more.
Hang on 1 second. It locked up on me. 2 seconds.
Okay. But I say it to say, like, if you go through the comment sections when these things are fresh, you will see. But because there's so much engagement, regardless. Somebody said in English accent too for far too good to be true. Surreal, belezia desde homem. Wow, you're fine, smart with an accent. You're a full package. Somebody said, also a wise man. Where are you from? Ele existe, like, do you exist for real? Do you practice what you preach? Because some people are like, okay, but he's not real. He can't practice what he he can't. So
I need humans to be a little bit more. Come on.
But if it's
if you have to keep questioning where you stand, you already know the truth. You're just trying not to accept it.
First of all, in his movement, look how I'm moving. This is real. This is real. This man can't do that.
Wait. What's real? What's real?
This is real. Okay, this is real. This is.
It look AI to me, Becca. I'm sorry.
This is real. It's AI can't do it because if it does, it's gonna cross into the arm and it's gonna blend in with the shoulder, come back out, and be a new hand. I want us to stand up. Because if you're allowing this to actually be real to you, you are going to allow people to take you for your money when it comes to these dating apps and this whatever. You're not going to be able to clock these things. You're going to allow AI to tell you what is and what isn't when it comes to your life. You're not going to be able to speak for yourself. You're not going to be able to challenge the thought process when it comes to AI speaking to you or how it does what it's doing. You're not going to be able to fight it back. That's with the truth. You're gonna look, you're too gullible for me. Now, don't get it twisted. I told you I've been caught up and shamefully had to scroll past where I've been caught up. Not with a man though. Okay, because I told you I meet them in real life. But I literally have been caught up where it's like look, that's him as a child.
Not as a child. And Grandma Sin said it too. He's Lebanon and Ghana, but he speaks British. Come on, y'all.
Look, Look what he put up. He was invisible. Nobody noticed when he was building AI. Literally chip by chip, code by
I'm about to say,
code.
Ben, zoom in a little bit, Ben. If you can zoom in on that, can you zoom in? Like the whole,
the texture.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Now, granted, this picture almost does look a little real, and that's very scary. But when you go back to his other stuff as an adult, I'm just like, come on, bro. All that stuff looks fake. All that looks fake as hell.
Yeah, look, that because the AI didn't know how to produce this man. This man got a longer face. His dip tips are a little stronger. Somebody gonna put I have light green eyes. So nobody cares. Are you not looking at this person? Your green eyes are real. His green eyes are fake. Like, stop comparing yourself to these. Also, while they're lying to you, we have to watch as AI does this thing as well. People are engaging in conversation with AI accounts that are saying, let me see what real Haitians look like. Let me see what people from this place looks like. Y'all drop y'all pictures. Let me see. It starts to begin to take easily all these countries, like what y'all look like, put them in one. And when it's building its people or whatever, it's, AI, it is going to build somebody from the features of everybody who's dropping. I go to these accounts and saying that, why you account just was made a week ago? Now you want to know what all Haitians look like. You want to know what all Mexicans look like from this part of the county. You want to know what looks like. You want to know what's up with that. Be careful with your engagement on it. We already on the internet. My whole life on the internet. We already listen. Your social security you've been trying to hide on the internet. But be careful with how you are engaging with it because it is stealing everything from.
Do you know these? Every time you do a voice chat with an AI, it literally clones your voice.
Oh yeah, that's why when they call you on the phone and you'll be like, "Hello, hello." Hello, baby. The way they just saying, go ahead, keep saying it. We're gonna keep grabbing it. We're gonna keep grabbing the different the way your voice inflection goes up and down, so that when they need to do voice verification, you got. When they need to, there was a lot of people who were, which I feel like is another thing. A lot of people online who were sharing their stories, which also was a little suspicious to me because in one day alone, I saw 4 to 5 videos on TikTok. I don't use TikTok often, but I saw 4 to 5 videos that were posted that day with the same scenario of people's children being caught up by listening to their voice to come downstairs, to come outside through an AI. Right? Which these are real scenarios that have happened, but these people were posting it because something to protect kids from AI is going to come out. So they have to put out those scenarios. There's so many different things. We talk about Donald Trump talking about weaponization, anti-weaponization, all this BS. These devices are weapons. Yeah. Right? And at any moment, it could be weapons of mass destruction. We can lose ourselves in it and lose, like, having conversations with people is very difficult. They have to use ChatGPT to be able to communicate. It's a problem. Or AI is now reducing the way people do research, period, and getting their knowledge and reading a book or doing all this. Mind you, like I said, I think AI is great for a lot of different things, but I think it's really bad in these types of things where people are engaging with content that isn't real. It's somebody behind that may have low self-esteem and could never post himself who is now using this, or it's an actual meta account that is tracking how you engage with it rather than you engage with real people.
Yeah. We are, I don't know if people understand the transition that we are in right now. We are in a transition that if our brains and our thinking and the way we engage and the way we process, you know what, the easiest way for me to make it plain, if we don't allow ourselves to have the absolute discipline of logic, 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 because logically people should look at that and say, that's AI, but they're not letting their brains operate by logic. The women in these replies are letting their brains operate based on their libido. But if we don't engage with AI and this entire era based on absolute fidelity to logic, we are going to get destroyed. And right now, you got to think about it like this. Who's in charge of the rollout of AI on humanity? People not going to, at the end of the day, it's Donald Trump. at the end of the day, because the government is funding this. ChatGPT ain't making the money off of our little $20 a month. They're making their money off the $100, $200, $300, $400 million contracts that they're getting from the government. And so these AI are all being rolled out on us by people like Elon Musk, Donald Trump, Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos. And y'all think they got our anything but the worst of intentions over us.
Yep. And this is how they're making us, they're like literally training us up without knowing.
Yes.
To be, and this is for lack of a better word, lackadaisical, dumb, stupid, somebody who becomes very lazy in wanting to find out what this is. There was a video I was just watching, and when I see AI, I like to go into the comment section to see people, to filter out who is like from what generation and things like that. Somebody, there's an affinity for animals in this country, specifically dogs, right? They love their dogs here in America. I mean, they got laws that protect dogs, and not even laws that can compare to protecting Black folks in this country. I mean, I just say what I say, but I say this to say, in the comment section of this video, right? There's this video of a baby getting saved by a dog, and everybody's just like, oh, so cute. And some people were like, please stop showing this AI, because they like to call it AI slop. AI slop. That's like a bad word for AI. AI slop. They said that on the internet. But there was a comment that said, no, here's the video. It just came to me right now. I wish I can go find it right now. The next video I saw, this is where that comment came from. It was a baby. They pulled off patches off the baby's eyes. The baby can now see, looked up at his parent, and can see. We usually see that in real. We've seen that so many times with real videos where the baby gets his first glasses and the doctor, and there was actual videos. We've seen that years ago, decade ago. Now they've taken it where the baby has patches on. That baby got patches. They took the patches off, baby looking up like, Mom, and everybody's crying in the comment section. Somebody said, hey, like, can you not play on people's real experiences like this with AI? Somebody said, with the way the world is going, so what if it's AI? This is a beautiful way for us to just feel. Let AI make us feel.
My God. My God.
I said, baby, what?
That's because some people are so lost in this world, and I'm not saying this to attack them. Like, look at how the world sets us up to not feel anything. And now the people who are giving you just a drop of dopamine, is probably some random white MAGA guy sitting behind a computer at his home making money off of your feeling for the first time in a long time. That's sad.
Somebody said this video is stupid. How is the elevator his size, baby?
That's what I was going. When is the last time you seen an elevator that tall?
Okay,
and a few other things as well too. He has no ass, and then I can't say the other part. There's no print. Okay, if y'all don't know what I'm talking about, then just y'all don't know what I'm talking about. But there's no print. You're
supposed to be leaning on that right leg or the left.
On that right leg, like chilling, like, hey, what's up? Okay. But it's not there. And then you turn around, you have no ass,
and all of a sudden your eyes are ice blue, like that lady, devilish. That's how I know this ain't right.
And then you a giant walking, because it's like some other people in the back too, some other guys back there. But you a giant, bro. You what's the man name? Is
Goliath.
Who's videotaping you while you looking at the camera?
And who's videotaping you? Right. I have so many questions.
I want us to like stop.
Critical thinking.
Critical thinking.
Norman in my chat also stated that it causes the AI is causing body dysmorphia, and it does. For my birthday, I was intentional about taking pictures with no filter. Those pictures that you see with me dilly-dallying amongst the poppy, right? The poppy flowers. I said no filter. The most we're gonna do is a portrait in the back, blur the background, but no filter. We're gonna let the sun do its job, right? Because I said I wanted to recognize myself, as I'm glad that I get to do this work, because y'all get to see me. Remember, Y'all get to see me, right? And I'm glad I get reminded of these of me being me, my skin, no makeup on right now, right? My hair in its state, my lovely, right? And when I get myself together, it used to be back in the day when you put a little makeup on, you like, there go the filter, there go to, you know what I mean? Like there go to the body, the whatever, the things. Now we're so used to seeing ourselves. I love a good soft filter. That was where I still use a soft filter. I love it. But when I began to see, baby, that's not me. Yeah. I can't post that because that's not me. I started realizing, baby, that's not me. It went from using the little filters to slim your face out to now it's literally that is not me. I don't recognize myself. So I said no. For my birthday, I made sure each photo, whether it was a photo taken in bad lighting, whether it was me on the side, posing incorrectly where now I look like I'm a house. But, in real life, I'm, a beautiful flower. You know what I mean? Like things of that sort, right? It's like you can't let this thing, and I say that very lightly, but it's already happened. It happened to me. You get on social media and your mind automatically makes you think that you're supposed to look a certain kind of way. Every filter is designed to make you look a certain kind of way. And any filter that gives you an extra fat or whatever is meant to ridicule you, meant to make you look like, this is like somebody with no hair, somebody with an extra chin, somebody with a wider face, somebody with, and then a lot of the filters are meant to take from the Black woman, right? It's the bigger lips, right? The little rounder nose that the women want, more of the natural bronze skin, all of that. That's what the filters do. They make people think that they look like something they do not look like. A lot of people are, when I was on the dating sites in the past, I'm not on them no more because I told you I do this in real life. When I was on the dating sites in the past, in 2020s and stuff, I was so shocked that every time I met somebody, they were like, you look just like your pictures. And this is me fresh off of my braces. They said, you still look like your pictures. Because I said, I can't put on the pictures that are making me look a little too soft or too whatever. I put pictures that I know if you were to see me today, not if I rolled out the bed and you knocked at the door. If you would have seen me and I did something with myself a little bit, you would say, that's Rebecca. That's her with the weave on. That's her with some braids. That's her natural hair straightened. That's her with a haircut. That's her. That is me. That's her with a little weight gain. That's her, slim. That's her a little bit more worked out. Each one is a version of me, right? But they will sit there and be like, you look just like your pictures. Yeah. Like that's the latest compliment. You look like yourself online. You look just like yourself. And it's like, so many women are posting themselves. So many men are posting themselves. The men online saying they 5'9".
Said no, they ain't.
They're about
5'6". They 5'6". Short kings, they winning. But you gotta get online and you gotta be okay. But what AI is doing is making people see these men who are 6'8", 6'10", 7'12" coming out of an elevator and saying this is what you should hit. The man got your brown eyes ain't no good. You gotta have this type of you can't just be Black, you can't just be Haitian, you can't just be Jamaican. You got to be Lebanese too, so that you can have good hair in your locks and little dip tip and a little on your eye.
Oh my goodness.
But talk British because it's appealing.
Have a British accent
because it's appealing.
It's a little funny, isn't it?
Look, and it got about water. Bruv.
You see the lad, and the lad is about 7'12" or
you see, bro.
Exactly. It's
bro
funny,
is 17, bro.
Yeah, they're like, instead of saying, ain't it crazy? Isn't it funny, bro?
Why are we like this?
Lord. Anywho, with that being said, I didn't want to leave us. Well, I know last week we talked about how funny, isn't it funny, isn't it? How Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, if that's her name, she see, I was giving y'all Queen Elizabeth. I wasn't giving y'all the little hood accent. Funny story.
Oh God.
I was in high school. I don't know if I told you this story before. I'm gonna make this really brief, and we're gonna get to the next because it's gonna be about imposters. I was an imposter for this one class to get in there, right? For my friend. The teacher was from London. I was not. The teacher was from London. I was not. The teacher was from London. I was not. So now that we got that out the way, I told the teacher, my friend was in the classroom, and I always felt for him because they used to be mean to him, and I felt like I could relate because anybody with an accent or whatever who was in the wrong side of Florida, if you didn't have one or the other accent, they was like, what he doing right here? Why you got an accent? You know what I mean? So if you didn't have a Caribbean accent or if you didn't have like the Black American accent, they was real confused. This man had a London accent, right? An English accent. And I was like, from what I saw on TV, hello. But then I was like, I'll go down under. And then I was from, Australia. They had to bring it back up and bring from London. I was like, hello, mate.
Hello. Hello.
But it was like, that's not the accent, sis. But then I'd be like, he'd be like, where are you from? I'm like, well, the south side of London. And my mummy, and my daddy, they came here long ago. But we all Caribbean. We all Caribbean. And he was like, wow, he loved me. So he always would let me come in, even though it was not my period. My friend was in there. I would come in. And then towards the end, I was like, he's taking it too seriously. He would turn red when he see me because he was so happy, right? Mind you, this is in the early 2000s. So he was excited. And then I was like, he heard me talking. He's like, wait, you said you was from London? And I was like, funny, isn't it? And I was like, I'm not, I'm Caribbean. And then I was like, he was so sad. He kicked me out the classroom that day though. And I felt hurt because I was like, wow, that man really built a relationship with me because he thought, I still think about that to this day. If I remembered his name, I would write him like a long letter to apologize and tell him, hey, like, I'm so sorry. You were one of the nicest teachers ever. And I think that you just wanted to feel seen in that climate that we were in. I want to say he was mixed too. And he didn't have, he was just like, I don't have anywhere to really lean on. I'm a teacher and these kids don't understand my accent and my way. They mock it. I feel bad now. And I think about that. Imposters like Cheyenne, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
My.
A quick update because Christopher Maurice Brown, who also celebrated a birthday on May 5th, 2026. Chris Brown is what they call him for short. The singer, he has been awarded with a doctorate, not a doctoral, but a doctorate's degree from, I'm going to pull that up because I need to get the name for this place because Dr. Cheyenne Bryant or Dr. Cheyenne.
Was it the same school?
She actually spoke at this school as well. And this school has given multiple celebrities their PhDs.
They just giving out shit, huh?
Honorary.
Like seriously.
So, but the reason why I bring this up is because there's two forms of this conversation outside of people liking him, not liking him, all the things. There's two sides of this conversation that I wanted to have. Let me go ahead. And he posted this on his Instagram, said I did a thing. Which is beautiful. You did a thing, whatever. Yeah, great. He's received the honorary degree in philosophy and visual of philosophy and visual and performing arts. And the AI can't do that on air. But the university is Harvest Christian University, and it's basically celebrating his impact and is giving him the award. Dr. Cheyenne Bryant has spoken at this school. I want to say another woman who has been given the as a PhD from there is Spring, Summer, Fall, Bravo. What is her name? She said her outfits are going to come out in Spring, Summer, Fall. Y'all know it.
Not Cynthia, but
not Cynthia. It's S.
What is her name?
Somebody's gonna put it in the chat. Busta Rhymes joggers, the ladies joggers. Busta Rhymes, yep. Busta Rhymes had just received one as well. Again, Dr. Cheyenne, she put out that she was a speaker there. So this school is a Christian school, BTW. It's a Christian university that prides itself on giving folks it's a private university. They give a lot of people honorary diplomas. And but I say that to say Sheree, yes, Sheree has hers as well from this university. But I said to say people made the argument that with over the 10 years, while he is problematic, somebody just put, yes, he is problematic, but over the 10 years, they have said that over his 10 years of work, hasn't that made him somebody who's done enough work for people to even do curriculums based on his work in the music industry to be able to get that? And I thought about that though. But then I think about what was Sheree's thing? What was Sheree's thing? Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, you talk to people, you are a life coach, but you got to speak in front of things are weird. They're getting weird. But my thing is we need to really research this university because why do everybody who got an honorary degree, why is it coming from Harvest Christian University?
It's interesting.
What they got going on that other people who actually, I think it is a good argument for people who have been in the industry over a certain amount of time and have done work that people like, of course they've been in the industry, so they're doing types of work. They're working in the industry. They know what it looks like to do this. They know what it looks like to build this. They know what it looks like to produce this naturally. And they can build courses. I went to school and Play became I have pictures with Play. I worked on this hip hop event that we did at the school at Florida A&M, and Play had just become a professor at the school.
Play from Kid and Play.
Right? Yeah, from Kid and Play. Came to the school and we got a chance he became the professor there. I got a chance to work with him on a program where we had Africa Boombata come up and have a hip hop conversation there at the school. Again, I see why that matters, especially in the space. But they're just giving them to anybody because you are a
entertainer, apparently.
I'm really. It's kind of.
I'm wondering if it's because of it's a Harvard Christian University. Maybe it's some of the philanthropy stuff that they do. I know Chris Brown does do a lot of philanthropic stuff. Philanthropic, is that right? Whatever. But I know he does. Yeah, I know he does a few things as well too on that front. But Busta Rhymes philanthropic.
I was trying to find it in
philanthropy
without y'all
philanthropy.
Noticing.
Thank you. Yeah, that part. That stuff.
I was trying to
beat me down.
I was trying to
philanthropy. Philanthropy. I can't. I know he does some of that stuff, but I don't know who this other guy is. Rockstar. I don't know who he is. Busta Rhymes. I mean, let's be honest. Don't know what he really does. Sheree. I think Sheree may do a few things, but I'm just like, okay, I don't know. Is Trina and Trick Daddy have one too?
Yeah. Is it from that university?
Probably. This is out of control, y'all.
Let me hold on.
Just somebody.
I'm kind of glad I never finished my doctorate now. Everybody.
And listen, I think there's I think in Nigeria, and then correct me if I'm wrong, but there's an African country that has now stopped people from getting honorary doctorates or degrees if they didn't do any of the work at that university to get one. They now deem them null and void. They have no weight on them. If you read these degrees, it says that they have fulfilled the curriculum on there to become that. Now, again, I think it is a good argument for people to say with the person's work in the community or in their respective groups where they're working in, whether it's music or this or that. I can agree that over years where you've worked alongside everything, you have a lot of knowledge that probably has given you a lot of experience that people probably have to go to school to get because they're not getting it right out the gate to go into the industry. So with that being said, for the ones who haven't done much, why are you getting the philosophy degree or why are you getting this? Why are you getting that? Why is that a thing? So
because I know even like Howard does it, but I mean these people,
a lot of
universities do it, but these people, they have done a lot. But it's just like, I'll be honest, like seeing Chris Brown get it, literally saw this story before we came on. I'm just like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool. But I thought it was from another school. I didn't know it was a Christian University. Which all of this, you know what? I'm not even gonna go down that rabbit hole. Y'all already know what I was about to talk about. Because even Busta Rhymes, that was problematic.
No, Busta Rhymes got one. Now, mind you, Busta Rhymes, it depends on, did he get it? Now, again, I think that you have to go to the school to be able, I do think that. But Busta Rhymes, has been in the music industry, produced, been an artist, has been behind the screen, has had artists, has done a lot. So, of course, what is are you getting it in music production? Are you getting it in, what are you getting it in? So that makes sense. So that point that the person made, I said, okay, that could be a point. However, y'all giving them to everybody. And again, and y'all giving them for things like philanthropy and this and that and this other stuff. And it's like, well, what was this person's work in this? And now people have to call you doctor. A black person love to be called doctor, baby.
No, we just say doc. Hey, doc.
Baby, doctor.
Hey,
Doctor,
doc.
Reverend.
Doc, what up, doc?
What up, doc?
Reverend Doctor.
Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.
Martin Luther the King.
Okay. But like I was saying, I still think it's a very problematic thing because I think when we look at it from the scope of people who go with their blood, sweat, and tears, that's the argument that a lot of people who went into, become a doctor, to be able to do the work of a doctor, to speak to people, give them drugs if they need to, mental health, all the things. When they look at Dr. Cheyenne, who says she don't give a damn, she's still going to speak at these schools, she's still going to sell her books, she's still going to do all this without her licensing, but has been riding the coattails of people who have been licensed. It's very problematic because somebody said the anti-intellectualism is problematic because when you sit into the room and you're the expert in the room and you're giving people misinformation when there are true doctors who literally blood, sweat, and tears, had to go through many years of school just to get where they are, to get the job or to do whatever the case that the school requires, that the position requires for that doctor degree, whether it's a doctor of medicine or a doctor of philosophy, those things still required somebody's time, somebody's sleepless nights, somebody actually having to do the paperwork in a time of no AI, right? Those are those times when you had to put in your dissertation and you had to, put it online and you had to wait for the group of people to see, and you had to present your information and what you know and what you did it on in front of folks. Real stuff, real things. And now some people who just been a TikTok dancer for 2 years is now an honorary graduate from Harvard University.
I got a degree. Call me doctor now.
Baby, I made this dance on TikTok. And I'm not slighting nobody on TikTok, but I think it should require more. And I think if it is the philosophy of music for people who have been in the industry for over a certain amount of time, it makes sense. But if you just got in and your song is Coconut Water, I like the song.
Coconut.
Right? Okay. But if your song is Coconut Water and they take the Harvest Christian University is saying, and you get a degree, and you get a degree, and you get a degree. If you are on a podcast and you got a mic and all you do is, when you look at women and you look at a woman having her period, we should really look at that and say, why is it that a woman has a period? You should not be getting an honorary degree.
Well.
Thank you for coming to my TED Talk.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyhow.
Well, church.
That's I wanted to make sure I ended with that to let y'all know what was going on in these streets. Thank you so much, everybody who was on. We're gonna go through the chats and stuff, but thank you guys so much for liking and sharing. I'm so happy that we got a chance to get together and be with y'all and kiki a little bit, talk a little bit, but actually talk about what's going on as well. Ben, you can go over here. You can go ahead and pull up the chats. We can get through them.
They up.
Oh, Laura Estrada. Hey, Laura. Yeah,
Laura.
Go back to Laura's first one. No, Laura said Grand Rising, not Laura Grand Rising us. Laura said Grand Rising. King
That's always.
Laura
She
said
say Grand Rising. Okay,
Rising
Laura.
Kings and Queens. Laura, thank you so much for your super chat. Rebecca, can I join your membership? Absolutely. Come on in. The water is just fine, and it's from Haiti. Gifted. Thank you so much for your membership. Thank you so much,
That's
Charlie,
number
for
one.
even being a moderator.
So, number two.
Thank you. She's over here gifting membership.
And they said also that she was like, I just gifted myself a membership by mistake. But it's cool. Somebody else said, hey, that's self-care. So
Period. Charlie, again, if voting didn't matter, they wouldn't try so hard to take it from you or convince you it's not worth it. 100%. If it didn't matter. Laura, what do you think about Pac-Man Farron Cousins posting over lack of enthusiasm on channel? I don't know about that one.
You have to give us some details on that one.
Yeah, I didn't see about that one. Prairie, love my Prairie. I think MAGA is the death howl of the Confederacy. They die with Gen X. The next 10 years are going to be painful, but the suppression is unsustainable. Absolutely. Organize and keep the faith. We will win. I love where your heart is. Hopefully it is. We will win 100%. Thank you, Prairie. Charlie, again, we're in an era where these Klan ass hats don't feel they need their hoods anymore. Well, they don't need them, girl.
They don't.
They're too comfortable, in my opinion. No, baby, in real life, we've been talking about this. Your dentists, your lawyers, your mechanics, the people that work in the front office of where you live, they are coming in and they do not care because they are backed by this administration. They are backed by the government. They are backed by racism in this country, the heels off of everything in this country. They are backed by it. They got the okay. So it's now like, I don't care. I'm going to, you know what? I don't like you because you're black, and I'm going to make sure that the job I do on your vehicle, or I'm going to make sure that the work that you need done in your teeth, I'm going to make sure that the work that, because you're a black woman and you're coming in to get your fibroids removed, I'm going to make sure your experience is miserable or that it feels exhausting for you.
That part.
I don't care. You're absolutely right, Charlie.
Let's see. Hang on.
Oh, look at me. Charlie, again, thank you so much. At least Nero could fiddle. This dictator is going to be playing air accordion while the country burns.
Not air accordion.
Prairie, once again, information without wisdom is noise. AI can make 1,984 possible, or 1984 possible, not because info is restricted. Rather, people are just overwhelmed and check out. That's true. To think and read is an act of defiance. Yes, in this new era, yes, it is. In this new violence, yes, it is. It is.
I need to reread that book as well too. What was that? George Orwell, right? Right, man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I heard it was. My brother used to talk about it all the time, but it's really
it's what we're living in. It was
exactly.
Prophetic. It's prophetic.
Very much.
That everyone needs to reread or watch. I don't even care if you read, because I'm not really big on you got to if you want the nuance and the best part of it, yes, read. But at a minimum, y'all need to watch the movie 1984 and as much of Handmaid's Tale as you have time to watch.
My gosh,
both of them are absolutely prophetic at this point.
Yeah, I went back and binge watched Handmaid's Tale, and now watching the new show, I think it's called The Testaments, which is basically what happens after the Handmaid's Tale, where everything didn't hold off like it did, like it should have. But it's really very reminiscent of everything that's going on right now. It's super duper scary. It really is.
Yeah.
Well, that's it for the super chats. I didn't get any cash apps. Look, but please, if you can, definitely support the channel. Support, like, share, subscribe. Make sure you go to our pages individually. Please support us for all the things that we are doing and trying to keep up with while we navigate our natural lives outside of the shows.
Before we go though, could both of y'all hang out for a few seconds, because there was something we did today was amazing, and we need to do it again. But so before y'all don't disappear, okay? Just 3 minutes.
Okay.
Because as soon as I hit the go music, y'all be gone. So let me just say, I'm gonna hit the go music. I'm gonna hit the go music. We're gonna get out of here because I was over here yawning too. He's like, we've been here for a minute, but no, I just want to hang
Okay.
loose for about 3 minutes.
I got you, Ben. I understand. But make sure that you support the channels. Make sure that you support each one of us on here individually, even if you like, even if you share, even if you subscribe. Again, it is Haitian Heritage Month. If you have not, and if it isn't me, please go out and support any one of your favorite Haitian creators, any of your favorite Haitian journalists, influencers, whatever, whether it be in beauty, whether it be in politics, whether it be in food, whether it be in travel. And help to build and lift the pages. You know, I won't say that I should be the one, but I should be the one. Definitely help us all. You know, Cash App, Becca's Voice on Cash App. It is the birthday month, still accepting late birthday gifts if you know, if you got it. And Bubba is DJ X3C on the Cash App.
Venmo.
Venmo.
Yeah.
And for Benjamin Dixon, please support his page. Send him the super chat. Send him everything on his page. He's doing a lot of work, and I love to see that he's back on Twitter and he is not holding anything back. If you missed the old Ben, I want that old Ben back.
Well, it was how do you balance the old Ben with Pastor Ben? I think we figured it out.
Good job.
All right, that Pastor Ben, I love it. It's all you. It's all the real you. Even though this picture AI, I love you so much.
You know, I felt so exposed. I felt so exposed as you were talking about AI pictures.
At least his is like real-ish, you know.
And it's funny.
My skin might not be that smooth anymore, but it looks like
irony in it. Okay, but anywho, I love y'all. Meaning it. Thank you so much, Black Sparrow, for the Cash App. I'll see you guys when I see you guys.
Love y'all, mean it.
All right.
Work that we're doing here is not going to stop when it comes to these type of discussions. It's going to be for us and by us here on this platform when the media is telling us to look the other way. Your support is what helps us move forward. Join patreon.com/like it or not. Help us grow.
Like it or not, y'all. Y'all know what time it is. It's time for like it or not. We're about to Azor. Let's start this damn show. Yes, it's time for like it or not. We're about to Azor. Let's start this damn show like it or not. Rebecca Azor is in the house. You know she got a funny story to tell. Talking politics, culture, or real life-ish. I live in life in the ATL. Benjamin,
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back for another interview session on Locally Sourced. My name is Carter. I'm your host. Housekeeping out of the way, if you enjoy the content on this channel, please consider subscribing on the YouTube, or if you want to financially support this program, you can go to patreon.com/@locallysourced, where you can make a monthly contribution that helps fund this so that more content can be produced. We can go do actual on-the-ground reporting, book more interviews, do more analysis, stuff like that. That out of the way. Today, I actually have two guests. We have a former executive counselor and attorney, Andrew Bluesky, and former Public Utilities Commission member and attorney, Cliff Bilo. And today we are going to be talking about the 3-3 tax affordability plan. So guys, welcome to the show, and it is a delight to have you. I apologize if I got those introductions a little scuffed.
Yeah, just want to clarify, I'm not an attorney.
Oh, you're not an attorney? Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry.
I was a lawmaker for 12 years.
Lawmaker for 12
Former
years. All right.
senator.
Former senator. All right. So that was missing from Ballotopedia. I'm surprised. Usually they're right on track, but at any rate, so we're here to talk today broadly about the proposal that you guys put out, the 3-3 tax affordability plan. But before we get too deep into the sort of intricacies of that, of which there are many, I wanted to sort of have you guys sort of set the stage a little bit, because I think there's a lot of dissociation from the history regarding why New Hampshire is so staunchly anti-income and, to a lesser degree, sales tax, and why we put so much emphasis on the property tax. So whichever of the two of you would prefer to start out, I'm open to letting you guys have the floor on that.
Go ahead, Andy.
So I come to this as a lawyer who's litigated school funding cases since the beginning of the 1990s. I was the lead counsel in the Claremont school funding case. At the time we sued the state over how New Hampshire funds its schools, the state contribution was about 6% of the cost of educating K-12. Well, back then they didn't even have kindergarten, so it was 1 to 12. And to get to your question of why we do things this way, the school funding system was set up as a result of something called the Pledge, which is a political promise originated by William Loeb of the Manchester Union Leader and Governor Meldrum Thompson, 1973 governor, to basically never have an honest conversation about taxes and revenues. And the Pledge is a promise never to adopt a broad-based tax, which generally means a broad income tax or a broad sales tax. Used to mean a broad property tax as well, but that's sort of fallen by the wayside. But when you don't have those revenue sources, you wind up pushing all of the need to pay for things that are important in our state onto the local property tax. And in that regard, New Hampshire is the most reliant on local property taxes to fund public schools. And because of that, we had a 90% locally funded property tax based school funding system, which is really good if you live in a town where the property is very valuable and your tax rates are very low. But that's not most of the state. And if you don't live in one of those few towns with that advantage, then you're paying very high property taxes and often not raising enough money for schools. And so that's what became the background of our school funding litigation. We're the fourth effort to sue the state over that kind of a problem. And we were the first successful one. So that happened in the early to mid 90s. And the court struck down how we funded our schools as unconstitutional under the state constitution, which threw it over to the legislature to design a constitutional system. And my friend Cliff was in the legislature at the time, first as a state representative and then as a state senator. So this is a perfect segue to you, Cliff, to talk about the problem we handed you when in December of 97, the court said this system doesn't work.
Right. So interestingly, I first ran for the State House for state representative from Lebanon in 1992, the year that Arnie Arneson was the Democratic nominee for governor. And in response to the first Claremont decision, she had generally suggested, why don't we shift our primary way of funding education from the property tax to an income tax that is more proportionate to people's income because of the regressive nature of the property tax. And I ran for in support of her running for governor. She lost. And so I said, what's my other interest? And it was energy. So I spent like 6 years in the House and time in the Senate and subsequently focused on energy policy. But when Claremont 2 was decided in December of 97, I was I was in my last year in the State House because I ran for Senate after that. But I decided to sponsor an income tax. And I was aware of an organization called the Institute for Taxation and Economic Policy that modeled state and local tax systems and had data in a publication called Who Pays that shows the regressive nature of our tax system and how some other states are able to be more proportional. As I got into reading the court's decision, I remember, the internet was not such a big thing, and it wasn't easy to access historic cases. And so I asked legislative services for copies of all the cases cited in the Claremont 2 decision, which was the sort of key one that said the property tax to fund public education to a basic adequate level is in its nature a state obligation, which was understood at the beginning of our Constitution and legislature. And because of that, the taxes to support it have to be proportional and reasonable, which is a constitutional requirement, which means you can't have some communities paying 10 or 15 times as much per dollar of value for the same dollar raised to fund a student in public education. And I was acutely aware of this unfairness because at that time, my mother-in-law was a Claremont resident, had been for all of her life, and was living in the family home. And she had retired. She had been the head nurse in the emergency room at the hospital in Claremont, and she was paying 22%, 20 to 22% of her income every year in property taxes. And that was mainly by withdrawing money from her IRA. And, and the very wealthy and well-to-do communities were paying pennies on those same dollars. So that's sort of how it started. And I joined forces with another state representative, Liz Hager, a Republican. And we jointly sponsored the Hager-Belo plan. Things didn't really happen that first year. And then there was an election. And I decided to run for the Senate. And of course, the party establishment said, "Oh, you've got to downplay your support for the income tax." I said, "I can't do that. The Republicans are going to make it the main focus of their campaign and attack me on it. So I've got to explain it to people." So, I raised the necessary funds. And what I did was a mailing to people that explained the whole sort of case and used some graphics to explain how unfair the current property tax was. Some communities paying way up here and others way down low. And the region, that Senate district had both property wealthy and property poor communities, including, not Claremont. Claremont eventually became part of the district. But in any case, what was interesting is that also caught the attention of Mark Fernald, who is an attorney who decided to run for the Senate as well. And he made this, what became the Hager-Belo Fernald plan, the centerpiece of his campaign. And both he and I flipped Republican seats that had never elected a Democrat before in over 100-year history when they kept track of such things. And we helped create the first Democratic majority in the state Senate since the 1930s. So we pressed forward, and miraculously, but not so miraculously, because we've spent time explaining it and refining the plan. But what happened is, of course, the committee with the Republican majority in the House voted the bill to kill it, but it was overturned and passed with 51 Republican votes. And then the Senate passed it 15-9 with 4 Republican votes. So things were not so polarized back then. And something that made sense to reasonable Republicans, they ended up voting for it. And it couldn't have become passed without it. So it passed both the House and Senate. Jean Shaheen was the Democratic governor. She had run and taken the pledge, no broad-based tax, no sales, no income tax. And so she said she'd veto it if it got to her desk. And we had to amend it in the Senate to actually make it work. because the bill as passed by the House was just as introduced, and we realized there were some refinements that necessary. House did not concur, and so began another 25 years of sort of floundering and more cost shifting of the state and local tax burden onto the local property tax, sometimes in the guise of a statewide property tax, but one that is not really administered in a way that's truly proportionate and reasonable.
Can I expand on one piece of Cliff's story?
Please, yeah.
Which was very historic and courageous. I was there watching as the House non-concurred. That means voted not to pass the Hager-Velo-Fernald income tax
to the governor.
And there was a vote. The speaker at the time was Donna Sitek, and she stalled the vote. And the reason she stalled the vote was that Governor Shaheen was waiting there in the anteroom with her two lieutenants, Judy Reardon and Ray Buckley, who was a representative then. He's the chair of the Democratic Party now. And the three of them pulled reps off the floor while the vote was stalled and browbeat them into voting against the income tax. So it had passed the House once, passed the Senate, came back to the House for this concurrence vote, and the governor personally was on the floor killing the income tax vote. That's how we got to this 25-year period of what I call purgatory.
Right.
And no suitable funding plan.
Yeah, and I mean, I've heard a story, and since you guys were there, I'm sure you can attest to whether this is true or not. But I had heard that there was a specific thing that somebody had said along the lines of, "We don't want to embarrass our governor." Now, I don't know how true of a statement that was, but I did hear that had been said on in I believe it was the Senate.
It's entirely possible. The Senate keeps more or less verbatim record of what's said on the Senate floor during sessions. So that could be researched. I mean, it sounds very much like something that some people were saying at that time, because the governor had taken the pledge and she was going to have to veto it. But that was against, not every Democrat voted for it in either the House or Senate, but the vast majority did. And a lot of people were pissed, including, curiously, a lot of people in the property-rich communities, because they didn't like the idea of the statewide property tax because it was going to increase their property tax burden. So a community like Claremont's would go down and they'd be more proportionate. And so, curiously, it was some of the property wealthy communities, and not just towns like Hanover or Portsmouth, but also places like New London that had been traditionally fairly Republican, but warmed up quite a bit to the income tax as an alternative to having a substantial statewide property tax.
And you had well-known Republicans supporting you.
Yeah,
Alf Jacobson was New London.
Yeah,
right.
Outspoken too. Yes,
outspoken in support. Ned Gordon was from the Lakes region, a senator by then.
Yeah, he didn't actually end up voting for that version, but Fred King did, who's North Country. And Leo Frazier. Yeah.
So it was support from all corners, and quite frankly, mostly because the plan made good sense.
Yeah,
sure.
And it made the burden of funding schools a lot more fair. It didn't equalize it, but it went a long way to making it more fair. And I wrote about it in my book, which is called The Last Bake Sale. And so moving us forward, my book came out April of 25. And I went on the road and did a number of talks about the book and about the history of school funding in New Hampshire and nationally. And lo and behold, about this time a year ago, I did a talk in Enfield. And I'll tell you, it's a little intimidating to have one of the subjects about which you wrote sitting in the front row raising his hand. And there was my pal, Cliff Belo. And so after that talk, he and I spoke further and said, why aren't we introducing this again? And so that led to the formation of the Monday Afternoon Group, which is a group of various numbers, generally around a dozen. And we met basically every Monday afternoon from last June, working with the same group that Cliff knew, ITEP, the Institute for Tax and Economic Policy, to design an up-to-date version of a plan that involves an income tax and a statewide property tax. And Cliff, better than I, can explain why we have both. But it's a way of reintroducing fairness to the discussion of how we fund schools.
And showing what it could do.
Where we are. Go ahead.
So I really appreciate the history here. There's only one thing that I want to sort of like maybe scratch out a little bit more in terms of the history, right? Because so far as this conversation goes at the moment, we're talking about sort of the inception point in the 70s with Bill Loeb and with Mel Thompson. But to my understanding, there's significant groundwork that sort of predates them being able to take that position. There's a bit of legal framework that exists that sort of created a notion of what was an appropriate way to tax, that New Hampshire made this very specific distinction that you don't tax people, you tax objects, you tax the things that produce as opposed to the individuals.
That's not really the history. The property tax started out as a tax on income. To be very clear, and I think it's worth actually for people to hear what the tax law was. A comprehensive tax law that was in effect at the time our state constitution was adopted in 1784, and what it said is, it's necessary that there should be an equitable rule established by law for making rates and taxes so that every person may be compelled to pay in proportion to his income. That was the introductory sentence of the tax law. And then when it went on to explain different rates for adults based with a premium on faculty or their income producing ability. I had to look that up when I saw the word tax based on faculty, plus rates on animals based on the income that they could produce. And in particular, agricultural land based on what it produced in terms of barrels of cider or tons of hay, and all mills, wharfs, ferries, houses, warehouses, and other buildings at 1/12th part of their net yearly income. Houses that didn't produce income were not taxed. And so it was a tax based on the income, what real estate could produce for income or property more generally. And that actually did evolve into a tax on machinery and inventories, which were deemed to be indicative of income producing. And so this myth that there's something ingrained constitutionally in terms of an aversion to income tax is just the opposite. If anything, it's like they were thinking people should be paid in proportion to the benefits they receive from having the rule of law and a public education system that produces an educated population that can be productive and drive the economy. And that was all written in to Part 2, Article 83 of the Constitution. When they said right at the outset, knowledge and learning generally diffused through a community, being essential to the preservation of a free government, and spreading the advantages and opportunities of education through the various parts of the country. They wanted to cover everyone, being highly conducive to promote this end. It shall be the duty of the legislators and magistrates, meaning people like the governor, in all future periods of government, to cherish the interest of literature and sciences in all public schools. And the question, the people who didn't like the decision said, well, cherish doesn't really mean you have to support it. But then when you look at what the governor and the legislature said very early on, within a few years of adopting our Constitution, they recognized that it was, the governor said in 1795, within a decade of adopting our Constitution, that being considered by the Constitution as one of the most important duties of legislatures, we always have to provide the care and attention to it. And the legislature replied, the House and Senate said, we feel on our part the strongest obligation to revere, to cherish, and to support it. And then by the early 1800s, in 1829, the Supreme Court of the state found that taxes to pay for education are in their nature state taxes and should fall on due proportion on everyone in the state. So it was sort of a matter of convenience that property and then real estate, more limited than property wealth in general, became the proxy for ability to pay or somebody's income or wealth. And of course, the wealth is, sort of reflective of the prosperity that is a result of this new system of a self-governing population.
Sure. Yeah, and so I guess from that perspective, it's like to maybe try and boil it a little bit. The idea is that you're talking about a period of time where New Hampshire was a significantly more agrarian society. And therefore, during that period of time, it made a lot more sense to tax based off of assets like land or livestock or whatever, because that was what was driving the production of value. And that there was sort of an association with directly taxing income that would be punitive towards sort of the lower end of the economic system in terms of like the workers that exist, and that would be more like taxing people.
It wasn't administratively practical. I mean, income tax in the modern sense, it's like they were ahead of their time. It wasn't a practical thing to administer until there was a federal income tax.
Right. And it also sort of the pitfall that it runs into, though, is that as the economic conditions through industrialization occur into the sort of technological revolution that we have now, where a significant portion of wealth that's generated by people and then captured by capital owners, it essentially gets you further away from a space where a property tax was significantly more equitable in terms of its ability to appropriately tax different brackets. So the idea is that to maintain the spirit of the original framing that they had, you would want to change the type of taxation that they're using from what in the contemporary setting is a very regressive system, right? The property tax is regressive because it's not scaling to what you're able to pay, essentially. And that we would want to follow the original intent of the people that drafted this. We would want to adopt something more akin to an income tax within the current economic scheme.
Yeah, I think so.
I think that's fair. And the clause was written by John Adams. So we know who wrote it. And it was written for the Massachusetts Constitution. And then New Hampshire, which was part of the Mass Bay colonies, broke away and copied what John Adams had written. So neither of us, by the way, is a contemporary of John Adams. So, we've studied the history. one point we did in the litigation is we hired a linguist to tell us what the word cherish meant at the time this was written. And the key to it is cherish meant to nurture. So what Adams was telling the legislature and the governors at the time was that your duty is to nurture and to support and to build up education, because it was foundational to maintaining a democracy. And so we've lost track of that because we have people in the legislature who were trying to starve public education of needed funds, not understanding that the broader you spread education, the more people can participate in the democracy and participate effectively. So they're in some ways undermining the ideal of a well-educated populace supporting education. And so a lot of the Claremont litigation dealt with that.
Great. This is awesome, because as far as I'm concerned, it's like I always try to tell people on this program that there's nothing that exists in a vacuum, right? And history didn't start in the 1970s. Everything is cumulative. So all of these developments are relevant to where we are right now. And there's a lot of sort of persistent beliefs and positions that exist throughout the thread of time in the state of New Hampshire that change with the climate, but ultimately sort of remain the same in terms of the spirit. So I think it's good to cover all of these things. So let's bring this up to the present. You guys have basically said more or less that this is sort of the heritage of the Hager-Below-Fernald bill. And so we're trying to basically take that concept that had a bipartisan support, obviously at a time where there was significantly less political polarization between the two parties, and to try and make it more palatable in the present moment. But that means getting the Democratic Party to come on board, and potentially you might be able to get some votes out of the Republicans in the State House. But that seems like a pretty tough pull at the moment, because we're now in a situation where the Free State project is in a much more advanced stage of their development, is particularly related to contributions made by the New Hampshire Liberty Alliance, which basically provides very clean directives on exactly how they should vote. And they have boiled their language and rhetoric down to basically just no new taxes ever, period, taxing bad, we don't do this. And they seem to miss the idea that you could change the scheme in a way that would include something like an income tax, and it would actually reduce their taxes on an individual level, but disperse things in a much more equitable way. So there's sort of a contradiction there. And so I guess my question for you guys, given that context, is what's the strategy on the sort of like within the Concord bubble, right? Because we're sort of, there's the aspect of this has to appeal to legislators, right? They have to be able to make it marketable within the context of the State House. And then there's the separate angle of being able to get the opinion of the public, which is very outside of that bubble and oftentimes has very little interaction or understanding of what's happening within that bubble. So there's sort of two tracks that need to be adhered to. The connective point would be the ability of local public members to reach out to their representative or their senator and say, hey, please support this because it would benefit me personally, right? Sort of a selfish driver. But if you have enough people that have popular buy-in to that, then that would essentially or theoretically persuade legislators to be more open to advocating for it. So I guess I'm just sort of understanding from you guys, what your view on that overall strategy is and how it differentiates between different audiences.
Well, I'd say at one level, we're not really trying to run a campaign to adopt this at the moment. We're running a campaign to educate people on the possibility and hopefully get more candidates who will run and say, this is something we should be considering. We're trying to get people to be more comfortable with just starting to have a conversation about it and take a look at how this can actually work and what the result might be. I mean, I just realistically, I don't think this is going to happen in the next 2 years, but could it happen in 3 or 4 years? I think so. And it needs some candidates, and probably a candidate for governor who's willing to stand up and say, it's time that the millionaire and billionaire class, and we have some in New Hampshire, pay their fair share, pay proportionate, and that we need to, dramatically reduce our over-reliance on the property tax if we're going to address basic affordability issues for the vast majority of the people. And that's the point. This plan can reduce the overall state and local tax burden for the bottom 60% and only increase it in the top 20%. And that, it's important to note that the top 20% have more total income than the bottom 80%, but they don't pay anywhere near as large a portion of their income in state and local taxes as the bottom 80%. That's the basic, inequity that this supposedly being anti-tax thing covers up. It's just really, mostly benefits the top 5% and to some extent the top 10 or 20%.
Sure, and you've actually
with Cliff.
Yeah, you guys actually have this this graphic that I think kind of covers a lot of what Cliff was just discussing.
Yeah, let me explain that. This is a standard sort of form of tax burden analysis. Tax burden, amongst all the sort of tax experts, are it's considered the taxes as a percent of income, some determination income. This is based on associated adjusted gross income on federal income tax returns. This is modeled by this Institute on Taxation and Economic Policy. And what they have is what's called a microsimulation model, which is a state-of-the-art model that the U.S. Treasury and the Congress uses for their tax policy modeling. And it's called microsimulation because they have a whole bunch of records that are actually from IRS that are sampled and blurred, so it doesn't represent anyone's actual tax return, but it's a representative sample of all tax returns. And so I don't know what the number is, but say they've got 10,000 of those that represent, hundreds of thousands of returns. They can model different tax policy and see how it actually plays out. And this is the most accurate way to understand both the revenue that you would produce and where the tax burden is. So this graph divides up the population into quintiles or 1/5. So the first 4 bars from the left are each 20% of the income. And there's a table at the bottom that shows what that income range is and what the average is and so forth, and what percentage of total income is in that quintile. When you get past, so you have sort of low income, lower middle class, upper middle class, and then the top 20% is divided into 3 groups. The next 15%, the next 4%, and then the top 1%. So the top 1% is the furthest one over on the right. And what you can see is the top 1% is paying about 2.6% of their income in state and local taxes. Well, the bottom 20% are paying almost 9% of their income in state and local taxes, more than 3 times as much. They have more income than the bottom 80%, and the top 5% have more income, total income, than the bottom 60%. And in the next slide, we'll actually see how the tax burden shifts. But just to point out, red is sort of all of the excise taxes and little sales taxes like rooms and meals or what you pay in your car registration. The green at the top is income tax, and you say, well, we don't have one. That's true. This is modeled with assuming the interest and dividends tax is gone. but it actually distributes a portion of the business profits tax, how it flows through to each population group to account for business taxes as well. So we do have an income tax on businesses. It's called the business profits tax. So that's how that sort of analysis occurs. And if you go to the next slide.
Well, say what the light blue is, Cliff.
The light blue is the property tax. Yeah, and that's where you can see the property tax is just a huge share, particularly in the middle class, as well as low income. And it really goes down when you get, going to the top 5 or 1%. So in this next one, that's the upper right is the same graph that we just looked at. The bottom right is what this tax plan would do, and we'll explain how to do that. But if you just look at that, it's not perfectly proportional, but at least now the bottom 20% aren't paying any more than the fourth 20%. They're at the same level as the fourth 20%. A little bit of dip for the middle class or lower middle class, but the top 20% comes up. And mostly the top 1%. And that's what the graph on the left sort of shows. It shows the decrease on the bottom 60%. The upper middle class stays about the same. And the top 20%, particularly the top 1% and 2%, where so much income and wealth is concentrated and getting more concentrated every year. That's how we even this out. And it's just really asking high income households to pay something like the rest of us pay in terms of overall state local taxes. So that's
right. You're trying to. Go ahead.
I was going to say, you can see in the bottom graph, the green represents income tax, and it has a larger percentage of the tax burden on the right-hand side. So the wealthiest pay more of an income tax than the poorest, which is the left side. So the left side, again, still pays a lot of property tax, but because they don't earn much income, there's not much of an income tax, if any, there. But as you move to the right and incomes overall go up, wealth overall goes up, the income tax burden starts to increase from, I'd say, the middle class through the highest earning folks in our state. And when you do that, now you've evened out. You haven't made it proportional, but you've evened out to some extent the overall tax burden, so that the wealthiest people are now paying something close to a similar proportion as the working class folks in New Hampshire.
Right. And I think it's probably important to just sort of just to add to that a little bit, or to provide a little bit of color to it, is that to implement the income tax within the 3-3 plan as it exists currently is functionally a wealth tax, which is something that gets advocated for significantly on a national scale right now, oftentimes coming from the more progressive left in terms of what people would like to see happen at a time in our society where we're seeing wealth inequality that's worse than the pre-French Revolution or the Gilded Age, right? So we're talking about just very, very disparate economic gap between the lowest earning and the highest earning. And so this type of broad-based tax adjustment, especially with the provision that you guys have in there, where it's not touching single earners below 35,000. It's not touching families below 99,000.
But to put this in context, there are people in New Hampshire, Democrats and Republicans, whose heads are exploding because we're forcing this discussion to happen. As a matter of fact, I've gotten death threats because we proposed an income tax. When I talk to my friends in the Bernie Sanders circle, they say this is a very modest proposal. you probably don't even go far enough in this plan to meet the Bernie Sanders, Ro Khanna kind of standard. But here in New Hampshire, a 3% flat rate state income tax dedicated for education upsets everyone's apple cart. And, you know, one of the things we're just trying to do in releasing the plan and talking about it in venues like your show is to show people that this is a fairly modest approach to a very long-standing and economically extreme problem.
Right. And I think actually, I mean, to that point, I do actually see, you know, for what I pay attention to, I do see a significant amount of criticism of this plan from the leftmost flank that says precisely that this doesn't go far enough. I think what's interesting about that is that this particular graph that we're looking at right now doesn't include what things would look like if we, say, reinstituted the interest and dividends tax or the estate tax, right? We're sort of setting some of those numbers aside for right now. Is that an incorrect read, or do I have that right?
Well, the interest and dividends is encompassed within the income tax. And
Sure.
So all the interest and dividends would get taxed after the standard exemptions. So, you know, retirees who are living on, have some significant interest and dividends, by and large, would not really be affected by this plan unless they're up there in that top 20%. But that is where a lot of the interest in, you know, the reality is most of the interest and dividends was paid by the top 5%. And that's the two columns on the right. That's not just all income. That's also interest and dividends income. And of course, the legislature, the Republican majority just got rid of that, which is mystifying because it, you know, doesn't help 95. It hurts most New Hampshire residents because it's that much more that has to be raised with the inequitable property tax. Yeah. But yeah, but it's important to note. I mean, there are constitutional parameters, and you know, in some sense, it would just be a huge leap forward just to follow those, which is proportionate across all income groups. I mean, we're very close to that, but it does say the law. Some people might say, well, why aren't the bottom 60% paying more? Because there's very little green on the first three columns, and that is because the standard is proportional and reasonable. The courts said proportional means a single rate, but they've also said you can have reasonable standard exemptions, both for administrative purposes, because it's too small to bother with, or in the case of a home or potentially an income tax, you could exempt for everyone a basic amount for a home. So, you know, you could completely exempt all primary residences as a distinct class, or the court has opined that you could give everyone a standard exemption for a basic home. And the same thing with income. And that's what this design is based on. It's just a single 3% rate. So even at the top 1% never end up paying more than 3% because they also get the standard exemptions, but they become minuscule relative to their total income and real estate value. Because the exemption, to walk through that, the exemption, which are based on a living wage calculator that's available at MIT, that's very well documented, and it shows a basic living wage to meet a basic standard of living in New Hampshire specifically. And it's $35,000 deduction per taxpayer. So for a couple, that would be $70,000, $15,000 per dependent. So if you had two children and you were a couple, that's $100,000 of income that's completely exempted before you start to pay the 3%. Also, if you're a single parent and have one or more children, you get both your deduction, both your children, and an extra $15,000 for being a single parent at a household, which reflects the cost to meet basic needs if you're a single parent, and you have to pay the whole cost of the apartment. That is a start, and then the $3 per thousand statewide education property tax. It's important to note that the intent is both of these should be dedicated as strongly as possible to just the education trust fund. So we've reserved the statewide property tax and education income tax just to fund education. But that plan would have a $250,000 homestead exemption. So everybody in effect would get an exemption of $3 per thousand on the first $250,000 of home value. Now this day, $250,000 doesn't buy much, even in the condo market. And to build affordable housing can cost that much to build a new unit of affordable housing or more. So the idea is that $3 on $250,000 works out to a $750,000 exemption. For administrative simplicity, you would get that by filing your income tax return, and you could use it to offset that property tax. Or if your home is worth less, that could offset more income tax. Or if you rent, the same credit would be available for each rental unit. $750 credit to allow for that fact that renters pay property taxes, both the education property taxes through their rent through their landlord. So that would be a refundable credit. So even if you don't have a tax liability, you would be able to get that cash back. But you would have to file a New Hampshire income tax return to declare that you're a New Hampshire resident, which is the reason why there is a statewide property tax, so that we don't eliminate some revenue that's coming now from second homes, as well as the commercial sector. So it maintains, in some communities, in many communities, would actually lower the borough taxes, the local school taxes, and that would lower on rental property, and even sometimes waterfront property. But in the most property wealthy communities, we would see a substantial contribution that we would maintain from places like Wolfboro and Moultonboro and Newcastle, New Hampshire, where it's mostly waterfront, where there's a lot of high value second homes. So that's why there's a statewide property tax low rate. And this plan would raise about $2 billion, all of which would go, or most of which, I mean, there's a little $1 per thousand statewide property tax that's kept locally, so it doesn't redistribute anything. But with this statewide property tax, what's my point? It all of that, what it raises. And in some communities, like the most property wealthy communities, we would get more from the statewide property tax than they pay now with the $1 one. And that would cut local property taxes tremendously. And in many communities, that substantially lowers people's overall tax burden. Our tax calculator, we should explain about that. What this tax savings calculator does, I'll just jump into that, is there's a website.
Well, before you go to the calculator, I like to use concrete examples.
Okay.
So if you work in New Hampshire, you'll pay the New Hampshire income tax if your income is above the exemption level. So I don't want to pick on him, but a guy like Mitt Romney lives in a second home in Wolfboro. It's a $10 million.
You can pick on Mitt Romney all you want on this show, Andrew. Let me just be clear.
Okay, fair enough. So Mitt Romney won't pay any income tax in New Hampshire. But because he's got a $10 million estate, and we include a statewide property tax of $3 per thousand, he'll pay in the neighborhood of $30,000 a year in education statewide property tax. So he'll contribute to the well-being of the state, as will people who own other second homes. Now, there's another aspect. There are people who live in New Hampshire who commute to other states for work. They go to Massachusetts, they go to Vermont, they go to Maine. All of those 3 states have their own income tax. And because those New Hampshire residents work in those states, they already pay an income tax. And it's higher than what we're talking about. So if you're one of there are 100,000 commuters, outbound commuters. If you're one of those 100,000 commuters, you get a credit for what you pay to the other state. So you won't pay any New Hampshire education income tax. Conversely, there are 65,000 folks who live in one of the neighboring states and commute into New Hampshire. So in Cliff's area, a lot of those folks are living in Vermont and commuting to Dartmouth Hitchcock. They currently do not zero contribution to taxes in New Hampshire. Because they're coming to work in New Hampshire, they'll pay the 3% income tax. So we don't tax the people who already pay. We do tax the people who are coming into our state for their jobs.
And the people who do commute out, in most cases, vast majority of cases, are going to see a significant reduction in their property tax and
Correct.
just free up more income from them without adding to their income tax at all.
I hope those deep red sections of Rockingham County heard that.
Yeah.
And the area south of you in Peterborough, the folks who commute into Massachusetts for work won't pay the income tax, but will benefit from the reduction in property taxes.
All right, so this is the tax calculator that you guys have set up. And the URL for anybody who's watching, if you want to actually go and do this, is nhtaxsavingscalculator.com. So why don't you guys just sort of run through what we've got here and what we're looking at in terms of the utility that people can use to actually figure out if this is working for them.
And you couldn't do this back in the day of the Hager-Belo-Fernald plan, could you?
Right.
Not as well as this. We did have some efforts to did manual things that people could put in, and we provided the data for each town.
Yep. But go ahead and explain what this is. You're better at than me.
I just want to say something about there's an engine behind this, and it does the calculations based on your basic parameters. But what it's really tied to is a very complex model, which Doug Hall really helped develop last fall. And what it does is it takes all the data that the Department of Education has on education funding formula, as well as all the related property tax data. This is all for the year 2024, which is what we modeled this tax plan on. So it's based on 2024 assessed values and equalized values and 2024 adjusted gross income. So that's just explained at the top. And then as you start to go into the calculator, you can make some basic selections. You can, we recommend you put in your town zip code, and it will, in some cases, it'll provide an ability to look up your actual property tax for the appropriate year, mainly because that's public information that is, available in a public database, and indicate whether you rent, primary residence, secondary, your assessed home value for that year, your annual household income, then your filing status. It does say work in New Hampshire, work out of state. Some people have mixed income. There's a policy for prorating, or if one person in a household works out of state and one in state, you could just model it as if it's for the one person that works in state.
Sure.
And then it'll calculate what your net, what your property taxes would go down by and how much you might pay in the income tax and what you get for credits, either the renter's credit or the homestead credit. And although the renter's credit is per unit, so a bunch of housemates can't all each get the credit. It would be go to one person or be apportioned. So that's basically that works. And then there's a lot more information on the website for anybody who's interested in understanding more, and provide some actions, some way to sign up to get more, to be informed as this sort of develops. Basically right now we're just responding to requests to talk about the issue and pushing out some information. Some of our group and others are doing op-eds or covering this proposal. And more broadly, a lot of people are, including the New Hampshire Fiscal Policy Institute, are taking a hard look at just what is happening with property taxes and what is happening with state revenues, and how does that play out over time. There is a section of this towards the end that does go through how the funds are distributed, and that we spent a lot of time doing different iterations of both the tax policy, which involved waiting for new runs from ITEP in Washington, D.C., as well as playing with all the different parameters in terms of how you can adjust funding. And basically, we tried to substantially increase the base amount from $2,300. Oops, not that. That's not the figure. What did we spend now?
Is it 4,100 to 10,000? So there's the current funding system underfunds the cost of a constitutionally adequate education, and we fix that. If you scroll up a little bit, Carter, you'll see that we put in some examples. The first one happens to be Peterborough. Right there, stop. So I can't read that quite on my screen, but it gives you the example of a person or a family living in Peterborough and what happens to them under the plan. I don't know if you have a high enough resolution on your screen, Carter.
Yeah, absolutely. So just for, and this is good for anybody that's listening, we have several examples here, specifically Peterborough, Claremont, Keene, Nashua, and Canaan. We'll use my southwestern example here. School taxes in 2024 were $7,644. Under the 3-3 tax savings plan, school taxes would have been $5,634, with a $750 homestead exemption offsetting a $750 education income tax. Our middle income family would have saved $2,010, and the family is protected should their income fall.
And actually, you need to understand just above the graph is what that assumes. A home locally assessed at $400,000, probably higher equalized value, and $125,000 income, adjusted gross income. So that is that example. And one of the things that's such an issue with the property tax is compared to that top 20% or the top 5% who have a lot of their equity in stocks, compared to people who have most of their equity in their home. If you own stocks, you don't get taxed on the appreciation value until you sell the stock. It's capital gains tax at that point. And you could put it off for most of your lifetime, if not your whole lifetime. Right. But if your home increases in value and your property taxes can keep going up year after year after year. And right now what's happening in New Hampshire's home values have been going up faster than commercial values. So the property tax burden is shifting from businesses and commercial property onto residential property. And then the problem is if you lose your income, you get laid off, your spouse dies, or you get divorced, suddenly you can't afford your property taxes anymore. And that is, when we have such an over-reliance on the property tax, that is part of the problem that we're trying to address with a more equitable tax system.
The other part, Cliff, is that if you have a mortgage on your house, the property tax ignores it. So you could live in a house that's $400,000 assessed value and have $300,000 mortgage, and you still pay the tax on the full 400, even though in a lot of ways the bank owns 3/4 of your house.
That's true. Yeah.
And that's not the case with stocks and bonds. You don't pay anything until you sell them, but then once you sell them, you've sold everything you've owned, not your debt,
Right.
and you're taxed only on the profit.
Yeah, the appreciation in value, not.
Yeah. So it's really an ineffective, almost punishing way to tax people having so much reliance on home values.
And it's important to note that that distributional analysis that we showed is for households, and it specifically excludes senior citizens, the elderly. And the reason that is for people who are no longer, earning an income is explained on the ICAP technical analysis, why they don't include them in a household tax burden. But if we were to add senior citizens, it would show even more inequity, because senior citizens who are staying in the home they've been in are, have declining income, particularly when they lose their spouse, but their property tax burden keeps going up. And you get these wildly disproportionate things where people are selling whatever they have in savings to pay their property taxes, like my mother-in-law did for a decade, where she was spending more than 20% of her income paying property taxes, until she finally had to sell because she couldn't afford to stay there anymore. And we moved her into an apartment up here in Lebanon.
Actually, Carter, I wrote about your mother experiencing the same problem in my book.
Yeah, that is a personal anecdote. I have been hit by this issue. And that was really unfortunate, because especially because of the timing of when that happened. That sale occurred before the sort of value inflation occurred. And so the amount that she was able to get for that sale is just a fraction of what it could have been if she was able to hang on a couple more years. But it was the taxation was so punitive for that property that it was unsustainable. So it's kind of a damned if you do, damned if you don't kind of situation. And that effectively, it's like, and now, we no longer have the property asset in my family. That's gone. And for most people, I think a lot of folks in this country understand the concept that the vast majority of wealth is tied up in property. And that is really the best way to generate generational wealth through property, which is, my own personal attitude towards that is I find that incredibly reprehensible, because you're creating a commodity out of a need. People need a home. We're talking about basic requirements of life, shelter being one of them. And we've decided to completely commodify this and have it be, in fact, one of the main drivers of wealth in our society now. And this is a big component of why there's such a sort of leftward tilt to a lot of the Democratic constituency, even in places that are purple leaning red, like New Hampshire. I think there's a significant that might very well be a notable contribution to why the state decided to go with a candidate like Bernie Sanders in 2016, where they were finding that sort of a traditional Democratic setup was not working in their favor anymore, and they wanted something that was a bit more in line with a traditionally worker-oriented formulation of the Democratic Party.
Well, you'll find today that there's a major disconnect in the Democratic leadership. There's real broad condemnation of property taxes, and the Dem leadership says cut our property taxes, but there aren't a lot of solutions offered. And in part, that's why we stepped forward, because it wasn't coming from party leadership. And as you mentioned earlier, the libertarians have no interest in this kind of fairness or in funding government. And in fact, they were the source of the death threat against me. So
this is when we start to get away from the we're now getting away from the vegetables portion of this conversation and towards the tasty meat and potatoes sort of salacious aspects. So and because again, like the audience that comes to this channel is definitely has a much more progressive left lean. I've got Democratic Socialists is not in the audience. I've got communists in the audience. So we're definitely we're on that end of the spectrum. Although I do absolutely have conservatives that will stop in and check out what's happening here, and I'm sure that they will do so because you guys are, considering the death threat and the attention from Jeremy Kauffman. I know that you're sort of you're a bit of a polarizing figure yourself in the moment right now. But it's like I think the libertarians are sort of that's like a known evil, right? That's sort of like to a degree somewhat predictable. But I think where a lot of folks that would be supportive of this plan get very, very hung up is why there's so much dissent for this type of a plan within the Democratic establishment. And I want to be clear when I say Democratic establishment that, like, I don't want it to come across like some big boogeyman. But there is sort of a consolidation of political perspectives within the Concord bubble, led by the Democratic leadership, which attacks far more to the center. And I think if we were talking about the state of New Hampshire broadly, this is a great example of that rightward shift of Overton window. And so I'm just sort of wondering how, as I tried to touch on this a little bit earlier, but I think it's worth revisiting, the extent to which there's opposition within the Democratic Party and why there's so much buy-in. There's the history, obviously, of Jean Shaheen and her acceptance of the pledge. But that's really become sort of calcified for a lot of state Democrats. Even, it's like, I know that Steve Marchand, who, it's like I had worked on his campaign. He was very open to this kind of thing at one point, and now it's not entirely clear to me if he really is anymore. And I wonder about the way that Overton window shifts on the Democratic Party in the state and how that maps onto trying to bring this kind of messaging back at this particular moment.
Well, starting at the end of your question, part of the reason that we are talking to regular people and voters and trying to educate voters is partly because of our deep respect for the people who actually elect our representatives, right? But part of it is the current establishment, the current leadership is not open to having this conversation. You won't have the House leader, Democratic or Republican, the Senate leader, Democratic or Republican, on your show with Cliff and me having this conversation. It just will not happen. And so the way I think you address that is by changing leadership. And the way you change leadership is you have to change who is elected. And by talking to voters, we're hoping that they'll ask candidates. You say you want to cut property taxes. How are you specifically going to do it? Andy and Cliff and other people in this 3-3 tax savings group have put out a proposal. What's wrong with it? What's good about it? How would you change it? Those are the questions that need to be asked as your state rep and your state senate and your gubernatorial candidates come to your community and ask for your vote. It's not being disrespectful. It's, we all agree there's a problem. I'm going to send you to Concord. How will you go about solving it? That's what we need people to ask. And that's why we're talking to voters and less so to leaders.
Right. And I mean, for what it's worth, I mean, I tend to have a very, and people may get upset with this, but I tend to have a very utilitarian view of politicians where like your job is to serve the people. That is the primary function of your job. You're representing them, and you're acting on their interests. So in a certain way, not to dehumanize them, but you are a sort of vessel for your constituency. And so to me, it's sort of irrelevant what the sort of internal drama and politics of horse trading that occurs in Concord is. That's beside the point. So I'm always very confused when I hear of representatives or senators that are have a reactionary type of off-putting response to constituents that maybe would say, hey, we really want you to support this. And the argument usually comes back, well, oh, I don't know if that's viable within the context of the state house, or I'm having a hard time figuring out how I would pitch that to my peers. And it's sort of like, it doesn't really matter how hard that job is. It's what you've been tasked to do. So this is sort of a broad assertion that I'm putting out there, and I'm just sort of curious as to what the read is.
Well, I think the problem is the conventional wisdom is, in income tax specifically, is the third rail of New Hampshire politics, and that has developed because candidates for governor, whether in the Republican primary, and I mention that because after our plan passed, we had a couple of Republican senators who ran for the gubernatorial nomination supporting a version of an income tax. Obviously, they didn't make it. And Democrats sometimes do get that nomination. And the ones who've not taken the pledge have generally been defeated. Jean Shaheen, the last time she ran for governor, did drop the pledge, but it was too late at that point. And so unfortunately, there's this rationalization that goes on is, I can't make a difference unless I win my election. And in order to win the election, I just need to stay away from this because I might lose too many votes and lose the election. And the Republicans will attack me for supporting an income tax. And, quite honestly, the only way to combat that is to try to turn things around and, explain some basic points. That, the property tax is a tax on your income. It's just not in proportion to your income. You pay your property tax from your income. And even if you rent, in your rent, you're paying property taxes from your income. Unless you run out of income, then you have to use your life savings, whatever that is, whatever's left of it. So, what I found when I was campaigning, something like that, something that simple, would cause someone to say, oh, yeah, I hadn't thought about it that way. And, I think there's probably a greater openness in the population than there is certainly in the Democratic leadership, much less the Republican leadership. But, we can expect, hopefully, a very big shift Democratic. And hopefully there's some more progressive people who say, we should be considering something like this. And some will emerge as new leaders because they're able to articulate this in the broader context of, we have a system where the rich have been getting richer, and we've been tending to disenfranchise those who are already disadvantaged. So if you believe in equity, if you believe in the rule of law, if you believe in preserving democracy, you should be open to this plan. Because
and the first step is being open to the conversation. Yeah. We need to have the dialogue. So if your candidate for office says absolutely not without any conversation, that should be a red flag. Those candidates need to not be elected. I'll be as blunt as that.
No,
we can
I
disagree on
that.
the best way. We can disagree we can talk about different ways to do this. And Cliff and I are open to that. And, in putting this plan together, considered many different iterations. But to simply say, we're not going to talk about anything that could help solve the over-reliance on property taxes, for me, is a non-starter.
Right.
I do have to head off soon.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I really appreciate your time, guys. I definitely, it's like certainly I could probably talk about this with you guys for quite a bit more time, but I think we sort of passed off a lot of information here. And I think that it's good for people to sort of go over this, have a look at the website, make your own decisions. But this is, from the assertions that I'm hearing from you guys, a lot of this needs to occur on a grassroots level. And I think that's probably the best position to approach it from. This is a great way to build coalition and sort of open people's eyes to the unfair tax structure that they tacitly understand if they live in this state, but maybe don't necessarily have the language or mechanisms to articulate it. So I really appreciate you guys for coming out. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I appreciate you, Carter. Thanks for doing this. Thanks for having us.
Of course.
Be safe.
All right. Yeah, you too. Take care, guys. And that will do it for today's episode. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you enjoyed this program, again, like, subscribe, go hit the Patreon, do that thing, and we will catch you guys for the next show. Cheers and have a good one.
So, folks, we have to talk about how Ken Martin, head of the DNC, how his proverbial dog ate his homework when it came to the 2024 autopsy. This is a really big deal, and I'll explain what I mean in a moment. But Ken Martin was elected to be head of the DNC in order to have a competent set of leadership skills at the helm to pilot the DNC through choppy waters, as it were. Like, it was intended for him, because Ken Martin was in charge of a lot of Democratic activity in Minnesota for a very long time, and is credited with keeping Minnesota blue, right? And he got elected in this fraught internal election within the DNC, and it turns out that he might not be as competent as many establishment Democrats wanted us to feel he was. All right? So Ken Martin, for months now, has been delaying the 2024 autopsy report. This is a report that the DNC commissioned in order to go over what happened in the 2024 election, why Democrats didn't win, and how Democrats can fix those problems going forward. It's a pretty important job. It's a pretty important fact-finding mission. It is a very important thing. He campaigned on releasing it, and I've done videos of this in the past, which on the topic of why is he not releasing it. In particular, about a month ago, or maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, Ken Martin went on the Pod Save America podcast and was just repeatedly asked, like, why aren't you releasing this? And just gave bizarro answers about how, well, the autopsy, the report is the lessons that they've been releasing, but no one gets to see the data because, haha, you don't get it. As more details of the report got leaked, Ken Martin got put into a position to basically be like, okay, yeah, fine, here's the entire thing. So he did that last night. And here is his statement. When I was elected DNC chair, I commissioned an after-action review of the 2024 election that I wanted to be honest and transparent, and with actionable and specific takeaways for the future of the Democratic Party. When I received the report late last year, it wasn't ready for prime time, not even close. Because no source material was provided, it would have meant starting over. I could not, in good faith, put the DNC's stamp of approval on that report, on the report that was produced. After last November's massive Democratic wins, I didn't want to create a distraction. But by not putting the report out, I ended up creating an even bigger distraction. For that, I sincerely apologize. For full transparency, I am releasing the report as we received it in its entirety, unedited and unabridged. It does not meet my standards, and it won't meet your standards. But I am doing this because people need to be able to trust the Democratic Party and trust our word. Which is a very rich thing for him to say, after breaking his word repeatedly for months and lying about why he was doing so. I want to talk a little bit here because with the report not released, many people were coming to their own conclusions. Like, oh, maybe they came up with really damning evidence for like moderate Democrats. Maybe it is just like really embarrassing. Like, oh, we have to pivot farther to the right. You know, very clearly invoking like neoliberalism and Reagan and shit. Like, you know, what could it be? Why aren't they releasing it? Well, I've looked over the first several pages of it just to kind of get an idea and like flick through it as well. And I got to tell you guys, it is an embarrassing clusterfuck. Okay. To be completely honest with you. And we're going to go over this, but I want to start from a point of saying Ken Martin needs to resign. He is not the guy that can get us through Democrats going into an era of political street fighting with the Republican fascist movement. Like, it is just not the kind of leadership that can successfully get us through a time of intense political conflict. Like, he needs to resign, and someone who is willing to actually fight for folks competently needs to take his place. Because some additional background is that apparently the DNC paid no money for this report. Apparently one of Ken Martin's friends, a Democratic strategist from outside the Democratic Party, did this report. And the level of incompetence on display in this report is like people need to lose their jobs over it. Like, it's not okay, right? You know, I mean, even David Hogg is coming out of the woodwork now to also say Ken Martin should resign. I'm far from the only person saying it. But to give you guys an idea of how bad this is, all right? I am going to walk you through some of the initial pages of this, okay?
Kinda makes you wish someone like a Keith Ellison or a David Hogg was working in the DNC as chair or something.
Yeah, it really does, doesn't it? It would have been really great if Ken Martin hadn't banished David Hogg from the DNC. So we have this. You might be saying, but Jack, this is just a blank page. And it should be noted, first of all, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Every page has this disclaimer at the top. Disclaimer. This document reflects the views of the author, not the DNC. The DNC was not provided with the underlying sourcing, interviews, or supporting data for many of the assertions contained herein, and therefore cannot independently verify the claims presented. And you might notice that the very first words on this page are title page, because this report was never finished. This report was never finished. They left in outline shit. What the fuck is this? Yeah, it's clown shit. That's what it is. Build to win, built to last is the title of it. Then you get to the second page, which is leadership message, and you'll note that the second page is entirely blank. because there is no leadership message included in this. This report has entire sections of it missing. Then you have, of course, the table of contents, introduction, executive summary, electoral landscape, what happened, electoral review, state of media and communication, state of research and strategy, state of organizing and advocacy, state of technology and data, fundraising analysis, spending analysis, conclusion, appendices, notes for the reader, and sources. We finally get to some text here. It's the introduction. Introduction. In every election cycle, the two major parties and hundreds of outside groups invest enormous resources and energy trying to define the terrain for voter choice. What happens at the presidential level certainly impacts down-ballot contests, yet candidates across the ballot in both parties will seek to define the choices for voters in their specific elections. From those choices, the voters decide which choice is the most resonant. One party declares itself the winner, and the other party declares that the fight is far from finished. Effective parties, understanding history rarely repeats itself, it does often rhyme, make it a point to study electoral outcomes after each election, each cycle, to identify potential improvements to every aspect of their campaigns. Now, what's interesting here is that there are words missing in this sentence. We're in the second paragraph. Effective parties, comma, understanding history rarely repeats itself, comma, it does often rhyme, comma, this is not a sentence. This is not competent writing. And not only that, like, this is a report for internal use within the DNC that they pledged to then release to the public, right? And going into this report, they knew that that was what it was for. Why is this introduction covering basic bitch politics? The summary is blowing my mind. Yeah. And then you have, after this sentence, a multi-space for no reason. John Adams argued, quote, liberty, and again, no comma here. You'll notice throughout this, it is riddled with spelling, grammatical errors, punctuation errors. Like, is this the draft? This is the draft. Liberty cannot be preserved without a general knowledge among the people who have a right, ... and a desire to know.
In the Democratic National Committee, the voters are represented by two separate, yet equal groups. The donors that pay us, and the reps that serve them.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, and thank you for queuing me up for awesome sound bits. And also, thank you for financially supporting this stream. Sake Tanuki single-handedly taking all chats on his back. And, like, I'm not going to read out all of this to you guys, but, like, I want you to see how long it takes in this introduction to get to anything remotely relevant to the 2024 election, right? This desire to know, to understand what is going well and needs to be maintained, along with understanding what is not working and needs to evolve, is at the heart of any substantive effort to evaluate the relative impact of strategies and tactics tied to a specific election cycle and specific candidate matchup in order to generate insights about what happened. A thorough review can provide a blueprint for future campaigns, establishing a series of lessons learned to drive continuous improvement to future efforts. In this regard, the 2024 election was no different from any other. There were many dramatic moments framing the narrative of the national campaign, thousands of candidates seeking support from voters, and billions of dollars spent across the ballot and throughout the electoral ecosystem to advance particular interests. There are many books already written, and many more to come, presenting analyses of what happened for both sides, the efficacy of the strategies advanced, decisions made, and actions taken during the presidential campaign. Have we gotten to any, like, actual useful information? I'm losing my fucking mind, right? People have been waiting like a year and a half for this. These analyses, in order to present a thorough picture of the will of the people and the choices they made, must extend beyond the presidential campaign to include those strategies, decisions, and actions taken by other federal, state, and local candidates on ballots nationwide to examine why so many were able to succeed where others came up short. Understanding that little d, democracy, is the will of the people, and big D, democracy, represents the systems and structures in place to advance or inhibit the will of the people. There must also be a review and analysis of the systemic and structural issues, some going back more than a decade, which have impacted electoral outcomes at every level.
This sounds like a dictator speech in 1939.
It does, but I'm trying to invoke maybe a different vibe. I'm seeing how many of you can pick up on it. Thank you for the $10 super chat, though, Attack on Pony Productions. These issues can inhibit the evolution of democracy and limit the reach and success of the Democratic Party. Unfortunate reductions in support and training for our state parties, consequential shifts in voter registration, a loss of partisan organizing capacity, and a persistent inability or unwillingness to listen to all voters has provided the other major party with opportunities for advancement at the expense of democratic growth, evolution, and ability to find common ground, with seemingly disparate groups of voters from coast to coast, and the heartland Democrats tend to ignore. Historically, Democrats have held the advantage in each of these areas. The Democratic Party has always tried to be seen as the party of the people, the party of workers, fair play and civil discourse. The party's connections with working Americans and their families were forged through decades of organizing and engagement. The development of a vibrant and inclusive party infrastructure and relatable agenda, which helped us connect in homes, workplaces, and neighborhoods across the country. This report explores the depth and breadth of how we lost these relationships by examining both the candidate-specific circumstances and the overall trending away from effective and accountable politicking, and seeks to expound on the combination of strategic, tactical, and organizing improvements Democrats need to form an effective, durable majority party strategy. So far, I have read you guys about a page and a half of this intro. What of substance has been shared? What exactly? Yeah, nothing. Exactly. It has said nothing. Nothing at all. I see some of you are already realizing what is happening here, in my estimation. It somehow gets worse. I want to read the following two sections, okay, of this introductory area. So bear with me. Why now? Like, including in the introduction to this report a why now section genuinely feels like salt in the wound, because anyone reading a 2024 autopsy of what went wrong understands why we're reading an autopsy right now for what happened in 2024. But let's see if maybe this report manages to figure out why it's coming out right now. Democracy is a very old institution, and yet what keeps democracy going is the ability of those who seek to lead to look at the data and determine the source of success as well as setbacks. This after-action report specifically aims to identify and elaborate upon the actions the Democratic Party must take after what happened in the 2024 cycle. The report identifies the programs and priorities for consideration and implementation to build our party, to win over the next 10 years, and to again become the party of the people well into the future. This report includes a thorough evaluation of voter behavior in the context of the individual level collection of voter contact data and localized demographic data. The analyses aim to identify gaps in participation, determine the correlation between the frequency and distribution of partisan voter contact, and declare the urgent steps needed to reclaim our strength in engaging voters across the nation. In simple terms, this report follows the money, identifying the top spenders and vendors in both parties, offering insights into where the money went, including who benefited and what issues were prioritized. From there, it presents an exploration of the context and composition of campaign spending for each office, the roles and impact of allied spending, and the volume of independent expenditures in the ecosystem. To examine the reach of the party, this report evaluates comparative and competitive media spending, the mix of broadcast and digital investment, and the need for greater innovation and experimentation in sharing the Democratic story with more voters, and to greater effect and impact. Finally, this report assesses the state of data and technology, with recommendations to ensure the security and resiliency of our critical infrastructure, and opportunities to improve tools and tech to meet the needs of modern, vibrant campaigns. A relevant and modern party must imbue its operations with resilient and robust digital operations to effectively present a unifying declaration to voters. We, the people, is not a new idea, but an enduring philosophy, meant to include each generation and every available innovation in its design and operation. Now this is where we get to methodology, which very notably here has an important note from the DNC in red. The report analyzes a range of publicly and commercially available data, and the DNC responds to this by saying, no source material or data provided, unsourced claims cannot be independently verified. Meaning, nothing in this report is backed up by any kind of investigation or any kind of citation to credible sources. No part of this report has anything linking it to the real world.
Wow. This is worthless.
Stygian Skunk, yes. Yes, it is worthless, right? Because what data did they use to assemble any of their conclusions? We don't know! And I gotta be honest, it's here where I say, oh, this entire thing is AI generated. One guy wrote a 192-page report for the DNC for free. There are really only a couple ways you can explain that. One is that there's some other kind of compensation going on between the DNC and this Democratic strategist who wrote this. Or he just half-assed it with AI and thought it was good enough.
Think about the consultants. Why won't anyone think about the consultants?
Sake Tanuki, the poor beleaguered consultants of Washington. They need assistance. They need help. Will you remember me? I will remember you. Your donations today can mean the difference between a DNC consultant making $10 million a year like a peasant or $100 million a year like they deserve. Help a DNC consultant out today so that they don't have to live in a box that's a mere 15,000 square feet. I need to have like a sad song on my soundboard. Oh God. The only sad song I have is this one.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
God. And then we get down to the executive summary, which is page 7, which this section was not provided by the author. So we just have multiple missing sections and we're only 7 pages into this gigantic pile of shit. Yeah, this is so much worse than I thought too. Like, I thought this was political corruption, right? Like, I thought Ken Martin had given his buddy money to write this report, and then, like, the report just, like, was shit and not really useful, or was very clearly politically biased to the degree that, like, Ken Martin couldn't use it. I thought it was something like that. I did not have my money on it is just so dog shit incompetent that it's literally missing sections, as if Ken Martin's dog ripped sections out of his homework. I think Ken Martin made an excellent choice in doing everything in his power not to release this. I mean, at this point, right, like, if he had this report compiled and given to him by late last year, it doesn't even take, like, reading through this entire thing. If he had just read through the amount we've read through right now in real time, the very first thing, if I'm Ken Martin, the very first thing I do is call up people who actually do shit, like people who actually like make reports like this and investigate reports and like put out useful, actionable like results from that. I call up the best person in Washington to do that, and I say, hey, we will pay you a lot of money if you can get us this report in the next 5 months. And so instead of just saying, oh, well, we have the report, we're just not going to release it, tee-hee, for the last 6 months. Instead, he can just say, we're working on additional fact-finding for the report, and we will release it when the final data comes in, right? You would pay to have this mistake fixed. And I don't really have any other way of reading this on Ken Martin's part other than rank incompetence, not just from his buddy who did this for free, but also from Ken Martin for not immediately trying to rectify this situation and trying to hide it, thinking that it would just never come out. Yeah, he needs to resign. He needs to resign. This is so embarrassing. This isn't incompetence, it's malice. I mean, it is like a particularly malicious level of incompetence, for sure. Electoral landscape, 10 years for a stronger future. While combating an increasingly autocratic and authoritarian government lies at the forefront of the Democratic agenda, our Democratic Party must also develop a plan to carry itself and America beyond 2028. Now, this is an interesting component here to throw in, right? Because this section right here implies that the report has already talked about the DNC's plans to combat an increasingly autocratic and authoritarian government, right? Like, that implies that there was a previous section here talking about the DNC's game plan as it relates to, like, fighting back against the Trump administration. But that doesn't exist in this report, which if a human had actually constructed this, you would think, oh, it would flow like one point to the next. This report is so badly written, it really does scream AI. Yeah, I'm not bullshitting you guys. I do think this is AI. And guys, you won't believe what the strategy is that this report comes up with. Our Democratic Party must also develop a plan to carry itself in America beyond 2028. It is essential that the Democratic Party develop, organize, and implement a 10-year strategic plan to align the infrastructure, partnerships, and people we need to win. The only way this can be done is if we build to win and build to last. Democrats need a new, forward-thinking electoral strategy focusing on more than who or what is on the ballot and addressing how Democrats can reconnect with Americans at every level across our country. We must organize everywhere to win anywhere. It's like the best plan you've got for the current electoral landscape in this section is just do everything everywhere and win everywhere. That's not a plan. That's not a plan. Like, obviously, the Democrats should be organizing everywhere that they can, marshaling as much power everywhere that they can. But, like, the fact that this is being treated in this report as if it is some grand revelation, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing to see. Yeah, we are now 8 pages into this. All this report has offered us is empty slogans, right? It's platitudes. Winning anywhere, and, like, this is capitalized for some reason, means providing for a renewed focus on the voters of Middle America and the South, who've come to believe they are not included in the Democratic vision of a stronger and more dynamic America for everyone. Millions of Americans are suffering from poor access to healthcare, manufacturing, and job losses, and a failing infrastructure, yet continue to be persuaded to vote against their best interests because they do not see themselves reflected in the America of the Democratic Party. We can do this because we've done it before. In 1989, after losing 3 straight presidential campaigns, our party refocused the conversation around policy and purpose to reclaim the vital center of American discourse. Understanding the center is where most people live, then DNC Chairman Ron Brown led Democrats out of the political wilderness.
Can we bend over and present wholehearted?
I mean, it's not an unfair question, right?
You have a God-shaped hole.
We are 8 pages in, and it's like, what if we became more centrist? Sure, we're combating an increasingly autocratic and authoritarian government, but what if we became more centrist, though? What if we provided less value to the working folks in the South and the factory towns of the United States? This is so stupid. It was Ron Brown who understood every corner of America was hurting and proclaimed his tenure would be less about race and more about the races we win. God, maybe he wrote this with grog, you know? Ron Brown also challenged the Democratic Party to think about being think and be different. He focused less on pie in the sky narratives and asked the party to get real about the politics of success. Chairman Brown was relentless in his party building, and his optimism inspired others to unify and focus on the end goal, winning the White House again in the face of 3 consecutive defeats, leaving many Americans with a distaste for Democrats and politics in general. Brown was idealistic and practical, and he fought for his beliefs while challenging those who argued it could not be done. I love that, this report is championing, a centrist who ushered in neoliberalism in the Democratic Party.
It boils my blood that these people come up with the same assigning plan no matter what happens, and now they don't even have the decency to pretend they have a sensible reason.
Right? It's just, hey, ChatGPT, give me an argument for centrist Democratic stances and write it up as a 200-page report. Is literally the prompt. I wonder if someone could genuinely use ChatGPT and generate this exact same report. I wonder, I do genuinely wonder if that is something that someone could do. Just reverse engineer whatever fucking prompt led to the creation of this. I don't recommend any of you try to do that, but I'm also gonna say that there's a non-zero chance that could happen here. I'm on it. I'll attempt tonight. Yeah. Under this future-focused directive, Democrats were able to win governor's races in Virginia, mayoral races in New York City, and elect Bill Clinton to the White House in 1992, turning the tide of defeat and ushering in a new era of political achievement. At the expense of working people in America, Bill Clinton did not deliver for working-class Americans. Bill Clinton privatized more shit and just kicked the can down the road, and then left all of us to pick up the bill later on. And that resulted in the 2008 financial crash, and the dot-com bubble, and a lot of other problems. We stopped focusing on race and started focusing on the races, and it's just what? Yeah, but that's how you get Bill Clinton, passing bills about super predators. It wasn't it wasn't good. It wound up being very bad. Finding our way back to this level of success will not be easy, and it will not happen overnight. But the reason we will win is twofold. The first is that we do not plan to advance alone. Winning anywhere is the shared mission and purpose of the DNC and its partners. We will do the hard work to reassess our strategies, our messaging, and our targets, and challenge our partners, including labor and other progressive organizations, to hold us accountable as we move through the next 10 years and beyond. It's just I feel Winby!
This is so fucking egregious. They put out third-way shit like this while going on a crusade against Hassan and progressives.
Yep.
The DNC is a fucking joke.
Yep. Winby, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Very much appreciated. But it is a joke, right? Because also, there aren't good arguments in here, you know? The only thing is, okay, so what are you going to do? Well, with our Winning Anywhere initiative, we are going to work with partners. That's the core component of this entire paragraph.
Wait, did it say that in the 90s Dems won the NYC mayoral elections? I remember a distinct oilhead leaking Giuliani during that time.
Yeah, it's I forgot about Rudy Giuliani's head leaking. I forgot about that Four Seasons fiasco. Almost used a Steven Crowder soundbite there. But I restrained myself, because it needs to remain special when I use it. Yeah, we're getting close to unlocking our clown chakras, chat, and that's never a good thing. That was a joke for you brain rot viewers out there. Alright, so, step 1, have friends. Step 2, Secondly, once we win, we will ensure our newly elected and re-elected officials move consistently and decisively to instill faith and confidence in the American voting public. The rage of the voters, stoked daily by information silos, talking heads, and even politicians, has contributed to most Americans having a lack of confidence in both parties. Democrats must accept it is more important than to deliver on what they promise, and then make sure our constituents are aware we are fighting for the things they care most about.
So all that we've been sending out the lessons was a bald-faced lie.
Oh yeah, no, it absolutely was. Unless Ken Martin cribbed certain elements of this report and repurposed them to use as lessons. Petra Koroma, thank you very much for the 320 yen. Appreciate you. God, an anime sidekick gal, thank you for the $5 super chat. I gotta be honest, you did not need 2 paragraphs to say our strategy to win is have allies, do things once we're elected. But also, just want to point out as well, Democrats must accept it is more important than to deliver, and then make sure, this isn't the sentence. It's not written correctly. I take it back. This wasn't written by AI. It was definitely written by a trust fund baby Harvard grad. Yeah, I went there. Well, a lot has been said here about Paul Rivera. And Paul Rivera wrote this, but he wasn't paid. But he does work as an informal senior advisor at the DNC, but he wasn't paid for the autopsy, and he is apparently not on the DNC's payroll. So my question exactly is, why did Paul Rivera, if he used AI or not, why did he do this? Is it misplaced confidence in his ability to do this for free? Why is he consulting with the DNC for free? What is he seeking to get out of any of this? How does he benefit? It's genuinely baffling to me, and I would love more clear answers, but a lot of the reporting around him is either oh well, he didn't release any comments. He didn't say nothing. So I guess end of story. But it's kind of I want a reporter to go more in more depth about this relationship between Paul Rivera and the DNC, because this is egregiously terrible, and I want to know why. I want to know why it's this bad, how he got this relationship with the DNC, and what does he do, and how does he benefit from it? Because if he's working for the DNC but not getting paid, that's really weird. That's especially weird in the world of politics as it exists right now in Washington, D.C., because every consultant gets paid an exorbitant amount of money in politics. And I want to know why this guy seems to be not taking a dime from one of the biggest associations he is connected to. It's very weird. We have to meet this moment with creativity, purpose, and openness. We must align our values with our commitments, with our investments to maximize the impact of our year-round efforts. We must reform our party structure and practices as the means to rebuild and reposition our party to re-earn the trust and confidence of everyday Americans. Or this, right? Assessing the state of the party. There are always hot takes after an election, but hot takes will lead to mistakes. If we do not take the time to thoroughly explore what occurred, what worked well, and what should have been done better, we must be careful to draw the right lessons from this experience and not miss opportunities to identify and build upon some of the positives from the 2024 cycle. Yes, many are deeply angry with the outcome of the most recent national election. They feel cheated, abused, and taken advantage of by a broken system. At the same time, we must acknowledge how close the margins actually were. 7,309 votes across three districts decided control of the U.S. House of Representatives. 327,557 votes across 4 states decided the U.S. Senate. And 270,607 votes across 4 states decided the presidency. And the DNC points out here numbers appear inaccurate based on public data. Around 0.2% of all ballots cast for president. So, like, even the DNC is going through this being like, this. Wait a minute, these numbers are horseshit. It is riddled with just fabrications and incorrect citations. But also, what another aspect that I find interesting, right? Like, in the kind of structure for typical essay or report writing, you'll usually have, a section that kind of establishes what the structure of the following bits are going to be, right? What is the proposed structure from this first paragraph, right? Hot takes will lead to mistakes if we do not take the time to thoroughly explore what occurred. So, find out what happened, what worked well, and what can be improved on, right? So those are 3 things. And you would expect that you would find those 3 things in the resulting and following sections, right? The paragraphs. We don't really see that. What we see is, oh, well, people are really angry, and, it was pretty close in some places, teehee. The 2020 cycle was also very close, a narrow win for the presidency, a narrow Democratic majority in the House, and a tie in the Senate based on a runoff in Georgia. The 2016, this is weird. It's not following the structure it proposes in that opening part. And I propose that this is because it's written by AI, right? You also get some of those subtle, recurrent AI tells. For example, here, yes, many are deeply angry with the outcome of the most recent national election. They feel cheated, abused, and taken advantage of by a broken system. At the same time, this pops up a lot if you look at AI-generated text. It pops up a lot. And I'm not saying that's a definitive tell, but also listing different things overly much can also be another tell. And so in this particular section, you have a number of different AI tells, and it is not fully comporting with the proposed structure you find in the section above. And that structure further slides the deeper you get into this. And so what I find myself doing when reading this is that I have an English degree. I have a degree in English literature. There are missing words in here. There's grammar that doesn't make sense. There's punctuation that doesn't quite make sense. And a lot of how people frame and make text is into something that flows together. And obviously not everybody does this, but it seems to be a natural human predilection for making things proceed in a relatively logical order. That's just not happening here. Instead, there's kind of thought associations, right? For example, when it continues on here, instead of just talking about what happened in 2024, it then creates another this is what happened in 2020. This is what happened in 2026 or 2016 rather. And, actually, when you think about it, 2024 wasn't really different. Also, there's a period missing at the end of this sentence. I don't really know how to make this clear to you guys, but if you are going through and editing your writing, most people would notice a a small, short, single line, multi-sentence construction here. And they would notice that it does not have a period. Most people who are compiling a report for one of the most powerful political bodies in the United States would probably go through and give it at least one editing pass, and that does not appear to have happened here. This is trust fund baby slap. I mean, if it is, I want to know why. Also, 3 different parts with hyphens. Like, I'm not against the use of hyphens, but this is another AI tell, and it's all very close together. Oh, look, here's... How many hyphens are on this page? I'm sorry. I have now been distracted by this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. We have 8 hyphens in a very short amount of time. Are those hyphens M dash or N dash? Oh, that's a great question. I'm gonna be honest.
It's
I
Liz
don't know.
Trust Fund Baby Cabbage Slop.
There are 291 dashes like that in the document. That's weird. That's weird. Okay, sorry, I must correct myself. These are not hyphens. That's incorrect. These are M dashes. These are M dashes. Hyphens are the regular dash. These are roughly the length of the letter M. You have a hyphen, that's the tiny one. An N dash is the width of a capitalized N, and an M dash is the length of a capitalized M. Right? That's how you can tell the difference. There are 291 N dashes. That is a lot of dashes, though. God damn. Jack, I really hope you see this at any point. But do we have any reactions from serious Democrats? Oh, we do. We do. I have one actually right here from AOC.
Make any big statements. Have you seen Israel and Gaza aren't mentioned once in the report, the uncommitted movement. What do you make of that?
I think it's pretty unbelievable that that Gaza would not be mentioned once in the autopsy report. I think it was very clearly a major dynamic and a major thread that was happening in 2024. Regardless of how one feels about that issue, the fact that it's not even addressed, I think is a major oversight. And I think that for young people, it was a huge part of the environment. I can tell you for myself as a candidate during that cycle, there's no way that it was an ignorable issue or totally immaterial. So I think that, it's a real disservice to not speak to that or include or assess that.
So what do you make of just... Like, people... I don't think we've really gotten to the point where we're going to see a whole lot of public takes yet. I suspect tomorrow a lot of folks are going to be becoming more and more vocal about their response to this report. It's pretty bad. Like, basically anyone who is considering running for president in 2028 is ripping it apart. Rahm Emanuel even put out a statement saying it wasn't worth the paper it was written on. I don't know. It's pretty bad. But there haven't been a ton of forward-facing responses. Of course, David Hogg also called on Ken Martin to resign. Yeah, just a couple of takes from Politico. Everyone is baffled by the exclusion of Gaza in DNC autopsy. It's bad when even centrists are like, whoa, Gaza wasn't mentioned one time. And this is made especially weird, by the way, because Paul Rivera, in comments to people prior to the release of this, talked about how the issue of Gaza was a pivotal one in the 2024 race. And I mean, anyone with eyes could have told you that, but that he had data indicating the effect of, the genocide in Gaza on the electorate, right? And in 2024. And so the fact that the guy who allegedly compiled the report and said that there was stuff about Gaza in it, the fact that there's nothing about Gaza in it is very, very weird. It's very strange. But also, a lot of people are really upset about this. The report is so stupid. Let's see, do we have any major movers and shakers in Democratic Party talking about this? We should take this autopsy with a massive grain of salt. Clearly, the people who put it together ran a highly ineffective, ill-researched process. Therefore, it's difficult to draw constructive conclusions, said Adrian Elrod, a senior advisor on the Biden and then Harris campaigns. What's important is what's missing, what they're not releasing, said Ashley Etienne, former communications director of Vice President Kamala Harris. David Hogg called for Martin's resignation when asked in an interview with Politico Thursday, why? Hogg responded, I mean, have you read the report? God, it's devastating. One Democratic operative who worked for the DNC in the Harris campaign called the autopsy a self-inflicted wound and unfortunate given victories in New Jersey and Virginia. Another senior Democratic operative close to the process who was granted anonymity to speak candidly said simply, the report's so stupid, it's hard to make sense why something's in there and why it's not. I'm getting calls from people saying, do I think he should step down? And the answer is no, not at all. The people who are making the biggest fuss are the people who didn't want him in the first place. I'm sorry, but this was literally the most important document to guide Democrats through the 2026 midterms and to shape 2028 presidential runs. Who said that? That was James Zogby, who's a major mover and shaker in the DNC. The entire purpose of this was to shape the future of the Democratic Party over the next several years as we fight through MAGA fascism. And the fact that people are just like, no, it's okay that he fucked up on the biggest job he had to do is really, really wild to me. It is infuriating. Absolutely infuriating. Not every Democrat was upset by the release Thursday. Prominent centrist groups that argue the party has drifted too far to the left found validation in the report. Geez. The people who agree with the idea that Democrats should become more like Republicans, they love this report that says Democrats should become more like Republicans, even though it's written so poorly that that whoever wrote it should never be associated with the DNC or Democrats ever again. That's crazy. Validation and slop, right? Walking on broken glass. God. Yeah, Third Way is really giddy about this report, obviously. Because you know how we were talking about, hey, it's weird that they're going back to 2016 and 2020 instead of talking about 2024. We talked about how that was weird. Let's just go a little bit further into this report. We're rehashing 2008 and Obama for some reason. This is not helpful when performing an autopsy about what happened in 2024. Oh, here's rehashing 2010. Also, what's crazy is Ken Martin released this annotated version of this, right? Which just has no evidence provided for this claim. And the claim is there was approximately $500 million in outside spending, with Super PAC spending $62.6 million. Why are there no citations for these claims? This is a report. This is meant to help people understand. It should be sourced. It should have links to facts, evidence, etc. And you'll notice that even in the sections that Ken Martin doesn't highlight, we have a lot of other claims that are just not being tested for their veracity. Is there a bibliography? Well, none of this is linked to. There aren't, annotations, there aren't citations. You could say that, there are supposed to be at the end. And, again, look, we're now going on to page 17, and we are only now hitting what happened in 2024. Also, even simple things. Democrats netted 2 seats in the House, flipping 10 seats from the Republicans while losing 8. Data appears to be inaccurate and contradicts public reporting. We're getting, this is basic shit. that is being like absolutely mangled. Recap. Every election cycle since 2008 has reflected an increasing polarization in our national politics, with narrowing margins determining control in each successive cycle. Analysis not supported by publicly available data. And like, it's not then cited later in like non-publicly available data. It's the future, stupid. No sourcing provided for several claims in this section. This appears to conflate family and sick leave. This was a blatant attempt by the Republican power base to take advantage of name recognition and tough economic conditions to push through an unqualified candidate whose job would have been a little more than rubber stamping the president's agenda. And the fact that in an autopsy report of the 2024 election, the DNC has to step in and point out what years Biden was president, this is AI slop. This is AI garbage. This is not whose annotations, Ken Martin and the DNC. Yeah, to Ken Martin's credit, I suppose, he did have someone go through this and point out where the fabulations were, you know? Yeah, a report should have data. A report should have citations. A report should be it should be more coherent than this. A report of this level of importance should not be flubbing who was president in 2022, especially when it's made for the DNC. And I wanted to really just hammer this home to you. I know that I've probably established this 20 minutes ago, that this was made with AI, that this is all dog shit. But really needed to hammer home, we got nothing. Now, I do want to point out, okay, that on page 19, despite the fact that we have had many, many, many claims of data presented so far, on page 19, we see our first citation. It's right here. As the Brennan Center has reported, and as seen in the figure below, it is possible for up to 12 congressional seats and electoral votes to shift from states like California, New York, and Illinois to Texas, Florida, Utah, and Idaho in the next reapportionment after the 2030 census. 1, right? So we go down to the bottom. Here we are. And there's also a second citation. Both citations are for the same thing. These are the first citations in this entire thing. And then we get another section here where we have additional citations for also both the same, right? They both link to this article that is 15 years old. And when we go through and look at, hey, how is it cited on this page versus how it was cited on this page, it's very different because AI clearly made this. We gonna look at the sources section? Yeah. All right. What happened? Electoral review. Pending. Entire sections just missing. I am baffled by this. Appears to me missing Delaware is an actual note from the DNC. Someone's telling me to go look at page 75. But the citations keep coming thicker and thicker as the claims begin to mount throughout this, right? And of course, there are continuing to be missing sections. And, let's go to page 75. The conclusion of the entire autopsy report wasn't included. They never got the conclusion of the autopsy. There's no conclusion, guys. Imagine if this was an actual autopsy, right? Imagine if this was the actual autopsy. We cut them open, boys, and we don't know what the hell's going on in there. I'm not even a trained medical doctor. Anyway, thanks for letting me see inside the body of a now dead guy. Hey, so many claims. No source material or data provided. No sourcing provided for this claim. No evidence provided. Contradicts publicly reported data. No evidence. No sourcing. No evidence. You know what? Back, let's see. No evidence. No evidence is cited 47 times throughout this. There are 47 claims made throughout this that just aren't true. No sourcing. Yeah, no source material or data provided. 67 on no sourcing, no source. Like we're talking hundreds and hundreds of like just missing citations or erroneous claims. That's almost one per page. Yeah, it's genuinely terrible. And it's actually worse than that because many of these pages are being left blank with just nothing provided. Incredible. It's truly breathtaking. No, the data showed no evidence provided for this claim. I can't, man. Heads need to roll for this. People need to lose their jobs. Honestly, people need to lose their jobs and like lawsuits need to be launched against like this rank level of incompetence. The final page of this document is the source page. Empirical claims in the DNC After Action report are based on publicly available evidence and are accompanied by a hyperlink to evidence supporting the claim. They are absolutely not. In addition, a traditional bibliography can be found here. No, it can't. And more data is provided in the appendix below. There isn't an appendix below. We supplemented the publicly available data by interviewing more than 12,000 Democrats across all 57 state parties and territories. Where the fuck is that data? Where are those 12,000 interviews? Yeah, but my point is, the appendix is, and the appendices are not below the very last section. I guess my point is that when we're talking about, this is the last thing that you put in here. And it's saying you're going to find more shit below it. It's the last thing. Where are the surveys with 5,000 DNC members? Literally none of this was provided along with this report. Yeah, and the appendices are not provided by the author. So, and conclusion, also not provided by the author. Everyone in charge of the DNC should resign. Everyone involved in this should lose their jobs. Honestly, mind blown. The fact that there are even some people who are like, it's not too bad. Let Ken Martin have his job. He's just a little guy. We need better than just a little guy. We need better than just a little birthday boy. We need someone who can actually do this fucking job. This is a failing paper at any university. I'll go a step further. This is beyond just a failing paper at any university. This would be maybe grounds for expulsion at any reputable university. Like, this is a level of incompetent AI slop that could genuinely, like, get you kicked out. This is a failing essay in middle school. Well, that's why the entire name of this stream is A Dog Ate the Democrats' Homework. Because that's exactly what this is. Like, every person in a position of leadership at the DNC needs to lose their fucking job. You know, like, every Democrat in a position of leadership in the DNC needs to lose their job. And you know what? Like fucking Cincinnatus, like whoever's left at the DNC as interim chair needs to call up Ben Wickler. Okay, whatever he's doing in Wisconsin, maybe he has a beet farm or something. I don't know what he's up to these days. Call up Ben Wickler and say, "It's time, brother. We need you. We need you to marshal your troops and march to Washington." Like that is what's necessary at this time. We could have had a better future where the DNC actually mobilized for like open political warfare with Republicans under Ben Wickler. And instead we got Ken Martin, and Ken Martin has just been a soggy sack of dog shit the entire time.
GOP. Dems are a competent sociopathic party that is actually bringing socialism to this country. Dems.
Yeah, like, man, I fucking wish Democrats had the level of competence attributed to them by Republicans. No one wants soggy bagels in the morning. True. Anyway, I'm blindingly enraged by this. And if you are too, get involved in your local Democratic Party so we can kick these fuckers out. Get involved in your local Democratic Party. Start being a mover and shaker there, and like cut off the political career for any of these incompetent fuckwads to be ever able to climb the ladder to power ever again. Join your DSA, mobilize labor in your area, because god damn it, do we need more people organized? Because like this is a level of incompetence that is unforgivable. This is a level of incompetence that, like, if we lived in different times, Ken Martin would, as a point of honor, go out in front of the nation and commit seppuku. Like, that's the level of scandal here. And there is no actionable information in here. When we talk about, like, oh, Gaza isn't even mentioned in here, it's because there's no accurate, actionable information. It has wasted everybody's time. And the DNC has wasted everybody's time. And it has, in particular, wasted the time of people who put blood, sweat, and tears into trying to make the Democratic Party function as a vehicle to fight the Republican fascist moment. And I'm so angry about this, guys. It is one of those moments where, like, we need to get these people out of power. We need to get them out. We need to ensure that there is accountability for whatever the fuck happened here. And we need, like, I'm very curious over the next several days, how are people going to respond to this? How are Democrats going to respond to this? Because right now, I think there is a period of confusion today in the initial release of this. I think that confusion is quickly going to turn to white hot rage. There is no way that I see this scandal becoming a non-issue in the Democratic Party. 8 years of work, and this guy has the gall to release this. Right, Dragonfly? God. If you guys need help joining your local Dems and some advice on how to effectively combat the Ken Martins that may exist in your local Democratic groups, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with your local DSA, and reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. We need to take the fight not just from outside looking in to the DNC, we need to take the fight into the DNC. You know, part of the problem with the Ben Wickler attempt to become like chair of the DNC was that Ben Wickler didn't have enough progressive fighter support for him within the DNC. We need to change that terrain as quickly as fucking possible. And the way to do that is to get involved with your local Democratic group. Because they sure as shit, people like Ken Martin aren't going to listen to people outside of the party. They're not going to listen to people outside of the power structure. We need to break into that power structure and force them to listen. And if necessary, shout them down with our political might. So join your local Dems, join your local DSA. We'll help you. Okay? Reach out. We'll help you. And folks, got anything out of this? Hit the like button, subscribe, and leave a comment letting us know exactly how you feel about Ken Martin and this egregiously incompetent autopsy report. And last but not least, folks, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, also tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. And I will say, one of the few positive points in anything I talked about in this particular section. So, you know, everything might suck right now, but Imogene Olivia underwear doesn't. I'm wearing it right now. It's super comfortable. So, you know, check it out. ImogeneOlivia.com, link down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going.
Fruitable Jack is going to town. All the viewers gather round. Twitch and YouTube and Swishy streams. All that content is bursting the seams. Politics, dating, plenty more. Your sense of fashion you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Jack.